of people who are not able to get out of their household easily to access healthcare.
And even if you can get to the ER, no one wants to sit around with a deadly virus in the air.
We opened a new process in our emergency department so that patients can actually call ahead and speak to a nurse, and the nurse can give them guidance about checking into their visit from home so that they really are, having their weight at home. But let's say that you weren't able to get your diabetes medicine refilled, you can't get in touch with your doctor, you have one more day of medication left, you're feeling reasonably well. That's a situation where you can say, hey, I feel like I need to come in. And we can say, all right, come in, we're ready for you at 10 o'clock. And you leave your home, you come in, and we see you right away and we get you right out.
Meanwhile, Dr. Archer says the healthcare system hasn't done enough to treat the psychological impact of COVID.
No, I'm not satisfied at all. I don't think there is much mention of mental health in terms of this pandemic. And there are a lot of mental health issues that have been exacerbated or unroofed because of the pandemic. For example, there are a lot of people who have become more isolated, and now it's gotten worse because they're so isolated, because they're not around their family, they're not around a lot of people.
Dwight is an outpatient at Brookdale, diagnosed with schizophrenia. He lives with his father and doesn't work outside the home. For him, the pandemic has meant long stretches of cabin fever.
The cabin fever in my house is more walking around the house trying to find things to do. And when everything is done, as you see, to the refrigerator, on the couch, to the refrigerator, on the couch, and then you might lie down and take a little sleep or something like that. Then you wake up and you say to yourself, I can't live like that.
Dwight started hearing voices at around 20 and says he and his father used to be at war. But since he's had consistent treatment, things are much easier between them. You and your dad worked it out now. You guys got to a good place, the war is over. But if you had to describe what schizophrenia is to someone who has no idea, what would you tell them?
Schizophrenia is an illness where you hear voices and voices telling you to do things. Your feelings does be up and down most of the time. You have sad days and you have happy days, But most of the time you're sad because I thought that I was dealing with something mystical and some mystical being or something did something to me, and now I'm walking around with a bag of noise in my head and people talking to me.
Do you think it's harder for someone who might have schizophrenia or another mental health issue to deal with this pandemic and what's happening now?
Yeah. With mental illness, it could be harder on them because, as I say, they blame themselves for everything. If the corona don't have nothing to deal with them, it's just a disease which they find in China, and they seem to get a crazy mind off it, and it's hard on them, you know what I mean?
We have to acknowledge that another wave of something is coming. So I think that's the first thing, is to be realistic and to say, listen, we have a problem. So it needs to be you and me and others, not necessarily Black and brown people having this conversation, not necessarily women having these conversations, right? It needs to be multi-generational, multidisciplinary, multicultural, multi-ethnicity, having the conversation and then collectively creating the solutions.
We understand that everyone's having difficulties. Our goal, even pre-pandemic, was never to evict someone. We're always willing to work things out because life happens.
What do we want? Justice! When do we want
A month before COVID-19 put New York City on pause, a study from the Institute for Children, Poverty, and Homelessness identified Brownsville as the fourth most severely rent-burdened neighborhood in New York City, which means close to 2 in 5 households spends 50% or more of their income on rent. Brownsville's rental vacancy rate is 4%, and pre-pandemic, 8.5 in every 1,000 of the neighborhood's households entered the shelter system. That's more than twice as high as the averages across Brooklyn and New York City, with evictions reported as the primary reason for entering shelter. As of October 1st, the state's eviction moratorium is over, meaning the clock is unstopped for all pre-pandemic eviction proceedings.
We have a tenant pre-pandemic that hasn't paid me since February of 2019. And I recently saw her in a newly acquired luxury vehicle. I can't kick her out. I would like to, because she's occupying a home that someone who appreciates it more can be living in. Even with the worst tenant, when you get to that point where you're at their door, your heart always sinks because you know you're affecting someone's life. It's their home, but I'm also running a business, and I'm responsible to the other residents in the building. So a lot of times it's not, and it's usually not just because they're not paying rent. There's usually behavioral problems with the tenants and or their children. They're making living in the building difficult for the others. So it's my responsibility to keep the building as safe as I can for everyone else. But it's never a good feeling to put someone out of their home. But you know, it's part of the job.
Part of the job Sharon Redhead has done for 20 years. Managing the 19-unit apartment building her parents bought in 1987. And her young sister Kim has been sharing the day-to-day responsibilities for the past decade. It's a family business in every sense.
My memories have always been going with my parents to the building to do the maintenance. You know, Dad used to take me around and we would be in the basement. He would be gathering his tools because he had to do something, and I was always the one carrying, can I carry the hammer? Those are my memories. So those are the things that I remember as a child coming up and handling some of the paperwork. I used to have to draw the lines for Daddy's little balance book. Those are the things I remember, you know, and that's my memory. So when I get, or I read in the paper, or I see the approach of the ugly landlord, you know, that's not my family. It's a family business, and that's how we treat it.
My name is Alban Redhead. My wife and I purchased this building in 1987. It was closed up for a long period. I was told about 14 years. There were no tenants in the building, and most of the area was in a very desolate situation, but we decided to take the chance.
By most measures, it was a good gamble. But after more than 30 years in the property management game, he can't help but feel a little nostalgic.
My tenants and I were like neighbors, brothers and sisters, but since the politician got involved, everything split. The tenants were never hostile to the landlord before, never, until the politicians got involved.
In June 2019, the New York State Legislature approved the most stringent rent laws in the country on behalf of New York City's 5.4 million renters. From killing the dreaded broker's fee to making unlawful evictions a misdemeanor. And in June of this year, the Rent Guidelines Board voted to freeze rents on New York City's rent-regulated apartments because of the economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. That's good news for some, but not nearly enough for others. The call to #CancelRent has been ringing out from the streets of our city all the way to the halls of power.
I think the cancel rent movement has played an important role in getting people to understand the gravity of the crisis, the breadth of this crisis. Passed the strongest tenant protection legislation in America last year for millions of tenants throughout the state. But we still have a lot of work to do. And the issue now is to ensure that we prevent anyone from losing their home in the short term by making sure people are not evicted, and then figure out how to cover the cost of the rent.
Brian Kavanaugh is the chair of the New York State Senate's Housing, Construction, and Community Development Committee.
And it's critical that we make sure that this crisis does not become an eviction crisis. No landlord has a right now to push anybody out of their homes. We know that tenants, when they get eviction notices, they're legitimately concerned. We have legislation that would prevent not only evictions from happening, but the cases from proceeding, even cases from beginning and notices of eviction being filed on people. Right now, the courts are processing these things in a limited way, but we are committed, many of us are committed to making sure that nobody loses their home because of COVID-19 or because of the economic shutdowns, which were necessary, but were ordered by the government in many cases. So, this is not a problem that low-income New Yorkers created. It's not a problem that landlords created either. It's a problem that we all have accepted as our means of dealing with the public health crisis.
Small landlords are facing the economic and public health crisis head-on, while simultaneously fighting a public relations battle.
I hear the politicians shout some of this rhetoric. I think it's irresponsible because you don't ask any other service provider to do that. You're not telling the supermarket units provide free food. You're not telling the utilities stop collecting your monthly bill. So why would you take this kind of initiative with this particular service provider? It's a service we're providing because not only are we providing a home, but we're providing heat, we're providing hot water, we're providing electricity. All of those mediums come through us. So I think it's highly irresponsible and for people to expect that you can get all those services for free.
I wish those politicians who are supporting that idea would agree to forego their salary to help those tenants pay rent and buy food. Put your money where your mouth is.
So when you hear cancel rent, what's the first thing you think of?
It's like a gut punch. Because, as I said before,
it's not realistic.
It's not realistic,
Not
and we're all in this together. And this economy is cyclical. You take one spoke out of the wheel, and it no longer works.
That's it.
So when we collect rent, it doesn't go in my pocket. I have to pay the super, I have to pay the plumber, the electrician, I pay the water bill, the gas bill, the light bill. Heating season is a couple days away.
Yes.
And then big hunk goes to the city for taxes. And so if they don't pay me, all those people
don't get paid.
And those are also families. The plumber has a family, the electrician has a family, the super has his family to take care of.
Would you consider yourself a business owner or an essential worker?
Both. We are both business owners, and people don't like to discuss that when it comes to housing, but for us it is a business. But we're also essential workers because
we're providing homes for
people,
several families,
for many families,
right.
And it's our responsibility to make sure that those homes are well maintained and it's a safe environment. So even when our tenants stayed home, I had to leave my home to make sure that things were okay in the building and was being kept clean.
And they do it while collecting an average rent of about $900 a month in an area where an affordable housing lottery for a one-bedroom apartment for an individual making 50% of the area median income of $33,000 a year rents for $862 a month and draws thousands of applicants.
How many millions of renters in New York? They're not all in a building owned by these conglomerates. On this block alone, there are multi-family houses that, are same situation as us. First generation, second, sometimes third generation, and they're renters in them. So they have to value that because without us, these relationships are gone.
And affordable housing is gone.
And affordable housing is gone. Forget what the mayor says. Affordable housing comes from us.
Like you said, our rents are under 9.
Right. And
that is affordable
housing in this community and the new developments are double what our tenants are paying. So
double.
So affordable housing comes from small property owners all across the city.
The impulse to draw the line between landlords and tenants is understandable. But it's a truly interdependent relationship, one that calls for more than angry demands from either side. and deserves the respect of uncompromising action from government leaders before, during, and long after the pandemic.
It feels sometimes going to work, no matter how great the community is, it's the outside forces that can make the work that much more difficult.
Days before what was to be the first day of class for New York City's 1.1 million public school students, Dr. Arabelle Pembroke, principal of the Riverdale Avenue Middle School in Brownsville, shared her excitement and concerns about the upcoming school year in District 23. With her rookie season as principal under her belt, Dr. Pembroke was ready to slay another school year. Then came COVID.
On paper, my day ends at 4 o'clock. It doesn't. I'm on 24/7, right? On paper, I've got a list of responsibilities. In reality, I'm everything. I'm HR. I'm a social worker. I'm an instructional expert. I'm a disciplinarian. I'm a liaison. I'm a facilitator. I'm a trainer. And it's a lot of demands on one person.
And on top of that, you add a global pandemic.
Yeah. Where now I had to become a doctor. Right? And a press conference like liaison, communicate information to staff that I just got 5 minutes ago that I'm trying to process or unpack myself.
Are you ready? Do you feel like it's safe to be back?
No, I don't have a nurse. I don't have a nurse. Yeah. And it's my understanding that the school hasn't had a dedicated, permanently assigned nurse for a few years now, and I've only been here a year.
Being under-resourced with overwhelming demands, Dr. Pembroke is choosing to accentuate the positive, focusing on the new instructional opportunities remote learning presents.
It's forcing principals to just be innovative, right? Teachers too. My teachers, my Riverdale Avenue Middle School teachers, flourished with their approaches to engaging students online during live instruction, with their approaches to really tailoring an activity or a lesson or an assessment to really get to the root of or to the point of the standard that they're trying to measure the student's progress.
Screen to screen.
Screen to screen.
But the idea of reimagining the school day presents its own set of challenges in Brownsville.
Yes, outside learning makes sense, but not every school can. I would love to have outdoor classes here with my students. I don't know how realistic that is, given the neighborhood that the school is in. And, some of the real challenges that are happening here. I would not take that risk. Gun violence, gang activity. I wouldn't take that risk with my students. Absolutely not. I wonder if there was any thought to how complex the problem is, so it wouldn't be a one-size-fits-all answer or solution. It just can't. COVID highlighted some of the disparities that folks knew for a long time. What people love to say and what looks good on paper is a strong leader will turn a school around. There's truth in that. I could turn a school around if I've got strong community partnerships. Strong community partnerships look like community leaders that are in alignment with what my vision is for my school and in alignment with what their vision is for their community. What that should look like is job opportunities, continuing out adult education programs that are local, financial literacy programs, things that when you have too much of a deficit in now start to climb up the priority ladder and take away from the day-to-day business of a school. The Brownsville average for students that are in temporary housing, the ratio is 1 to 4. My school alone is 1 to 3.
Temporary housing.
Yeah, students that are either in shelters or displaced for whatever reason and then living with a family member.
91% of students in District 23 are considered economically disadvantaged. 29% have some form of disability. 15% are homeless.
So I've got students traveling from the Bronx to come to school every day. So when they show up to school at 9 o'clock or 9:10, you really think I'm gonna start like really harassing them about why they haven't gotten here on time? It is still my job though as the leader to motivate my kids to come to school, right? To meet with my families that are in temporary housing, to get them to, make every effort to send their children to school. But if that family's priority for right now, for that day, is something else, and on their value judgment, like ladder, school is here and finding a job is here, I'm still gonna do my job.
Brownsville's unique challenges highlight the need for additional support in order to help families prioritize school in a post-COVID educational system. But through it all, Dr. Pembroke keeps families, students, and her own well-being at the center of the conversation. What advice would you have for a parent of a kid who's in your school?
Health and safety trumps everything. If you're putting your child in, an environment, in a position that could potentially, be fatal, I think the answer is pretty clear. What's keeping me awake at night? What if I contract the virus, test positive, I go home, my 2-year-old now is sick? That's what keeps me up at night.
You're on the front lines, man.
Yeah. And that's the job. It's the job. Scary. But I'm taking every precaution. My team will. And I just stay prayed up.
I go where it's real problems at, where people are getting killed. I can get killed. I don't got a bulletproof vest. I don't carry a gun, but I still go in these places 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. You know why? Because the sick, the elderly, the kids, and everybody else need help.
It has been a violent weekend in New York City. More than a dozen people were shot. 8 shootings in 4 boroughs.
14 shootings just yesterday with 18 victims.
7 people were injured in 3 separate shootings, all within 4 minutes of one another.
The shooting broke out just before 1 a.m. at the corner of Livonia and Watkins in Brownsville, Brooklyn.
A shooting in Brownsville, Brooklyn.
3 people have been shot in Brownsville, Brooklyn this morning.
Crime in New York City has been on the decline for decades. But in early summer, as the city cautiously emerged from months of COVID-19 lockdown, a surge in gun violence began. According to the NYPD, as of November, there have been 1,331 shootings in 2020. In 2019, that number was 685. The number of shooting victims has gone up as well. So far, there have been 1,635 victims of gun violence, as compared to 812 in 2019. In Brownsville, one of the neighborhoods hit hardest by the pandemic, murders and shootings are more than double of 2019. So what's going on in Brownsville And is the situation as bad as they say it is? I asked entrepreneur, community board member, and Brownsville born and raised Anita Pierce.
When you read the newspapers, you would think that Brownsville is hot all the time in terms of violence. Okay, so let's be real, it does happen. It's not like we're sitting in the middle of a war zone, right? Where, we can't go outside, where we can't experience life. Those things do exist, but it's not every day. And it's frustrating to me, when people are constantly, making a statement to say, Brownsville is this. There are pockets of stuff, right? But I promise you it's not every day.
Brownsville's 73rd Precinct reported that violent shootings went up from 30 in 2019 to 85 as of November 2020. The number of shooting victims has gone up from 48 to 105. That's a 183% increase in shooting incidents and almost 119% increase in shooting victims.
Do you think that Brownsville actually does have a higher level of gun violence than other communities around Brooklyn?
The data says we do. We absolutely do. But we're the last to get the resources, right? So let's talk about it. When you're scrambling for resources, you will have more violence.
Brownsville native Kamara Jackson is the founder and CEO of Elite Learners, a youth empowerment and anti-violence community organization. She believes that the economic hardships caused by COVID-19 in a community that was already struggling could be a major cause of the rise in gun violence.
When the pandemic initially hit, violence numbers dropped because individuals were inside, right? We were quarantined. They weren't really out on the street. But as we started to open up, our violence numbers started to hit the highest that they've ever been. And that was just as a result of the temperament that people are on as a result of the pandemic. So we had people that could not get on unemployment, people that lost their jobs. We have individuals that were released from prison with no resources, right? So here we are, we're saying, okay, we're going to let you out because of a pandemic, but we're gonna provide very little support for you to become successful. All that creates chaos. Chaos in families lead to chaos in communities. A hungry person can become a violent person.
Lost jobs, lack of resources, hunger. On top of these, criminologists also attribute the rise in shootings to pandemic-induced cabin fever and the advent of summer, traditionally high crime season. The New York Police Department, however, has blamed a recent bail reform law, which limits a judge's ability to keep people in jail pre-trial. They also connect the rise in gun violence to the emergency release of incarcerated people in order to curb the spread of coronavirus. The Black Lives Matter protest and calls to defund the police, they say, led to the disbanding of the NYPD's anti-crime plainclothes unit, which meant less policing and more shootings.
Rhetoric of defund the police, get rid of the police, abolish the police, that's got to end.
We need three things. I'm going to keep repeating it for people. We need support. We need laws that help the police instead of handcuff them. And then we need resources.
They've blamed the shutdown in the courts. They've blamed the bail law. They've blamed just the prosecutors. I mean, it's like, pick a reason and they've blamed it. But where they faltered is providing the evidence.
Anyone who's out there surmising what kind of impact the pandemic has had on violence is just doing no more than surmising. And if they're coming up with very firm conclusions that the pandemic means that there's more violence, means we should be giving more money to police, and it's especially that message is coming from the police, we should be really wary of any assumptions that are being drawn.
Scott Heckinger is a public defender and the former director of policy for Brooklyn Defender Services. Today, he's the founder and director of Zealous, a national advocacy group of public defenders working towards ending mass incarceration.
Police are the reason why there is more crime, so-called crime, in these neighborhoods and more violence. Characteristics that drive violence: isolation, shame, economic deprivation, and violence itself are the primary consequences of over-policing in communities. It makes communities feel isolated, makes people feel ashamed. It takes away resources that otherwise would be spent on poverty alleviation, and being handcuffed, even if you ultimately don't get arrested, being stopped and frisked unconstitutionally, being shot by police is obviously a form of violence itself.
Police officers, there's very little engagement. There's a lot of patrolling, right? There's a lot of looking, and there's very little interaction. In our community, at the state that it's in now, we need engagement. We need interaction. We need people to know how we're feeling and how's our day going, and we need, to have support systems around. And that's what the Cure Violence organizations provide. It's a big support system for communities.
Cure Violence programs take a public health approach to reducing violence by training credible insiders to be what are known as violence interrupters, usually former gang members who draw from their own experiences. Their job is to engage with young people and then identify and mediate potential conflicts before they turn violent.
I want to show the black young male and also the black young lady what a black male can be, even when you go through all that. Despite me going through all that I've been through, prison, being shot, shooting people, being arrested for murders, being accused of murders, being in prison, going to war, being in solitary confinement, doing almost 35 years in prison, and all this, total, all this violence that I've been through. I'm showing them that despite I've been through that, I didn't break, that you can change. You can change your ways. You can change everything about you, despite what you go through. You don't have to give up.
Anthony Green is a violence interrupter who's prevented hundreds of shootings that could have led to people getting killed, injured, or ending up in prison.
Just the other day, I was fortunate enough to get some young guys jobs. Do you know how good I feel? Seriously, even my cousin's son, I got him a job. Do you know how good I feel just doing that? I got another young black man a job. That's action. Instead of worry about what his problem is, I went and solved the problem.
The community members are more likely to listen to someone that looks like them, comes from where they come from, and really walk the normal roads of life. And that looks 9 times better than having 40 police officers on one corner. Our young people are already naturally afraid, and they have a guard up when it comes to officers.
What is the relationship like being a violence interrupter versus working with the police?
I just want something clear. We don't work with the police at all. A violence interrupter is here for the people of the community, whatever community that you're in. I'm not getting involved with your police work, and I'm not here to assist you. My concern is my community, to keep them from hurting each other, killing each other, robbing each other, or whatever the case may be. Whatever y'all do, that's on them. I'm from this area, and this area has always been violent, unfortunately. You can say poverty, you can use the drugs, you can use all that. But let's not get it twisted. We can't bring guns and drugs here. However, if you don't have jobs and you don't have ways and means and resources to do things, what will you result in?
Our kids are hungry, they're starving, and they're starving for success. They want to make it out of Brownsville. They want to tell a different narrative. And that's what we're here to encourage them to do.
We are mothers, we're fathers, we're community members. We don't want violence. We don't want to be hurt. We don't want people to be shot.
Never ran, never will. Yeah, that still exists. However, when you're thinking about what you can't Google is the heart and soul of the community residents that live here and want to remain here. The new Brownsville is one where we are aiming to create an environment where everyone is like happy, whole. One where, when I think about where we're sitting, that my daughter comes and plays and there isn't any issues or concern. It's peaceful, it's quiet, you can sit and be able to enjoy, just actually sitting in a park and enjoying it.
We all have these skills and we're trying to understand, how do we build it out? Where do we start? Who do you speak to? Is there anywhere to go to get these resources? I need to figure this out because clearly not everybody's getting there that easy, and I love a challenge.
Before the pandemic hit, the median American household income was nearly $70,000. In Brownsville, Brooklyn, it was less than 33. The unemployment rate for the country and the rest of the city was around 5%. In Brownsville, it was 15. By the numbers, it was bad, and now it's worse. But even as joblessness grows, the community continues to have a certain spirit, a pride of place, an endurance.
When COVID hit, I already was about to sign a contract to continue on with the nonprofit. When they started letting me know that, the budget was dropping and clearly I will have to be on my way in a few more days.
But instead of becoming a statistic, Kiana Hallams became an entrepreneur. She'd been taking a business class hoping to become a fashion designer when she landed on an idea for a new enterprise.
I thought to myself, like I said, what's the worst can happen? We're in COVID, I'm in my house. Fallback for people was unemployment. So I thought, I'm not gonna lie, I was like, hey, if I don't beat this entrepreneurship, I'm gonna sign up for unemployment right away. The first week, I met someone in my class. That's how it took off.
But Brownsville isn't the easiest place to start a business. Kiana was only too familiar with what the neighborhood lacked.
I was a young girl. I didn't have no activities really for me to do to express myself the way I wanted to.
Tell me your first address that you remember.
725 Stanley Avenue. That's the address there. There was a one-bedroom, me, my mom, and my two sisters. It was a really eye-opener for me growing up in that neighborhood. I would never forget the day, when police raided over here. I don't know at the time how it happened, but I do remember them taking my mom, put her in jail right here at the precinct, and they took me along with her. And I would never forget, just watching my mom and her just pleading, just like, she's pregnant. That's the main thing I noticed that we didn't have a lot of, just safety. When it doesn't say safety from each other, it's just in general from the world, because we're already characterized as these people. So people already walk past us thinking we're gonna be this type of person. And I want to change that narrative. Like, who wouldn't want to wake up and say, I own the company down the block and your neighbor is your friend and they own your next door business next to you. There's others doing it. Why not start here?
Kiana decided to turn from making fashion to making personal protective equipment, or PPE.
Things change when the world changed, and that's why I said I was actually just a fashion designer. I wasn't thinking about becoming a manufacturing enterprise. Everything changed, and that's what I thought. I want to save lives with these type of items that I'm making.
In her class, she met someone who knew someone at New York City Housing Authority, or NYCHA, which runs the 362 public housing developments throughout the city, the highest concentration being in Brownsville. They were looking for someone from the community to help make masks.
Really thinking to myself, holy shit, I'm really doing this. And the next thing you know, someone else in my class reached out to me and was like, the commissioner was sending out a list of them asking for vendors to create PPE. And they was like, well, you're a designer. If you're gonna do face masks, you should think of other things. And I looked at this little list and I'm like, gowns? I can make shirts, I can make gowns. And I kid you not, and I tell people, I looked at the application and it legitimately said 10,000 gowns a week. I looked at it and I was like, who says I can't,
She started filling orders and hiring staff, pulling in out-of-work folks she knew from the neighborhood.
So for Kiana, we're really excited. I mean, she is the epitome of what you want to see every other person in Brownsville do, right? Take their natural talent, develop a business, obtain a contract, and operate within their own community and then hire people. And so for her, we're actually in the process of helping her locate a space where she can fully manufacture the PPE.
LaShawn Muhammad is the director of the Central Brooklyn Economic Development Corporation.
What we're looking to do is not just bring in the next Target on Pickett Avenue. If you look at our business corridor on Pickett Avenue, there's only one business that's owned by a local resident. What does that tell you? We are not supposed to create a system where people have to be dependent upon them, right? Because poverty essentially is a business. Helping people become self-sufficient is where economic development plays a role and will address the issue of the trauma, right? Of poverty, right? Of having to depend on another thing, a person, for your very survival.
Just before COVID, Brownsville got some help in building these systems. It came in the form of a grant that brought together some of the neighborhood's leading community organizations.
So Central Brooklyn Economic Development Corporation, Brownsville Community Justice Center, and the Youth Design Center, formerly known as Made in Brownsville, along with the Community Board 16, 4 institutions in Brownsville that is part of the Brownsville Mobility Labs initiative. And this is a national program sponsored by the Robin Hood Foundation that literally assists community to come up with their own economic mobility strategy for their community.
It's been a 9-month planning process with Jobs First NYC. Part of it is a new online portal launching this fall called Own Brownsville.
Own Brownsville essentially means, the acronym stands for ownership, wealth building, and networking, right? And so what this website does, though, it literally encapsulates all of the resources that currently exist in the community. This was created as a response to COVID-19.
One hope is that these partnerships and internet resources will help spur job growth, but also give guidance to aspiring entrepreneurs, something Kiana lacked when she was first starting out.
I tell people I wish I had a mentor, I wish I had that, and being that I didn't, I would love to become one. I'm getting a little emotional because I'm thinking about it. I'm like, I'm not even doing this for me, to be honest, because I'm still thinking about the little Kiana, because I didn't really have that little Kiana fun. And just thinking about it now, it's like, share it while you can. Oh my God, I'm getting emotional. Why? Oh my gosh, I am.
Kiana has applied to the Department of Education to offer a class on entrepreneurship, and she's giving a pitch to schools throughout the city.
Hello everyone, my name is Kiana Hollums and I am the CEO and founder of Attire LLC, and I'm here to obtain an invitation into your schools.
With the pitch over and Kiana getting inquiries, she's now out looking for a space to grow her PPE operation. She's committed to staying in Brownsville and giving back to the community.
There's not even a bar restaurant. Like, I have to travel legitimately to Williamsburg just to sit at a bar. How we don't have a bar in this neighborhood? Like, we don't even have a restaurant we could sit down and eat and dine with each other. There's not even a diner. Like, there's no place for us to be civilized people that we could feel in this community. So that's why I'm like, who tells us that we have to leave here for this to be built for it to be comfortable for someone else? No, let's build it and comfortable and stay here, okay? And I think that's what it needs to be changed in Brownsville, and I think that's my way of seeing Brownsville, is that type of change.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow.
Whatever changes you have to make, just do it. You gotta think about your life. Being a black man in America isn't easy. The hunt is on. And you're the prey. All I'm saying is survive.
Come on, y'all, clap your hands. Come with me, come on.
A flag is drinks with our blood. Because you see, so many of our ancestors was killed because we have never accepted slavery. We have to live on it. So we know that this flag is drinks with our blood. So what the young people are saying now, give us a chance to be respected as a man, as we know this country was built on the black backs of black people. And if we don't have it, you ain't gonna have it either, cause we gonna tear it up. That's what they say.
Yo, I'm a biological hybrid, some kiss skin, I'm a bit strange in you. You sold my folk into slavery, so bump him and bump you too. More in my genes, my DNA respect. Stirring up the stew, we serve y'all at breakfast. Columbus just a host that I was so reckless. Grab him by the throat and slice off his nexus. Made a seat at the table for the flybread, that white shit alright with no cable. Messed up our life, we're unstable, unlicensed from my check, but my clique still able. Shower our hands up and we down on our knees. Built all your cities, our blood on the leaves. Soil still fertile, strange fruit still on trees. Prisons sure look like new slavery to me, but it's okay with rise. Hey, it's okay with rise. 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 Yo, hold up.
Genres of music combine to form an umbrella of protection while sonically preserving and telling the stories of ancestral injustices and joy. A New Sun is reaching back near and far to sonically ground these rich legacies that refuse to be destroyed. This is B-Side, and I'm your host, Kenyatta Beasley, and we're going to get right into it. Welcome to New Sun. I want to hear more about that song that you played, but first, introduce this marvelous band that you brought with you.
My pleasure, my pleasure. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, man.
Start with the lady of the house. Over to the right-hand side. Everybody please join me in welcoming Miss Leah Simone on vocals. Next to her on keyboards, we have Marcus Black. On bass, we have the talented Lex Sadler. On drums, we have Justin Sweeney. On guitar, we have Jeff Andy all together. And on trumpet, we got Dave Levy.
Yeah, man. So, Anu, you're from Las Vegas.
Yes, sir.
How was that growing up?
Different. Interesting, but a lot of people don't realize, man, Vegas is just like any West Coast city. You know, it's like the Strip is just one long 42nd Street to us.
Right, and so everything else is
It's stuff on all the other sides of it, yeah, all sides of it, yeah.
Yeah, so are you a gambler by nature?
Locals don't gamble like that, you know. And we have a way we deal with the tables. You know, you learn to count cards, go sit on the table, make a little money, and get up and get out, you know. But we really go there for the shows and the food, really.
Right, so when you were in Vegas coming up, what was your first introduction to music?
Well, Lionel Hampton is my godfather. So I've always been around music. Mm-hmm. My father was a road manager for Wayne Newton. So I've been around showroom music. I've been around entertainment.
So you've been basically your whole life?
My whole life. Right. I've been playing drums since I was 3 years old.
Ah.
Yeah.
So Lionel Hampton as your godfather, how was that experience, man?
It was great because it's like, he was just like my godpops to me, but he was like a legend to everybody else. And as you get older, you start to realize the barriers and everything he broke down and all his legacy. But to me, it was family, and he was always an encouraging factor to me. And just, he was an inspiration because, you know, a lot of people don't know he was a drummer before he played vibraphones.
Right.
And, you know, he also played a role in desegregating jazz bands, big bands. And so just having him around as an influence and him staying on me, even when I started playing football in college, he made sure I still stayed true to practicing my instrument here and there, you know. So
yeah. You grew up in Vegas, you surrounded by music. What led to you making the transition to get to New York City?
The day after I graduated from college, he called me. Lionel called me and was like, look, I need you to come out here and be my personal assistant. I was like, yeah, I'll work it out. Let's set it up and do something. I'm like, I'm gonna have some lead time to do. He's like, no, but I want you here by the end of the week to stay. So, but it was a time in my life where I needed that because I was going through some things and, you know, life was kind of shaky. I could have made some bad decisions during that time. And it was just like, I took it as God talking to me because the time frame that he gave me, it was just a stretch out of faith and show up, you know, go to the airport, leave the majority of my stuff and show up in New York. And it was a blessing because I got to be his personal assistant his last 3 years of his life.
Wow, so how was that, man, traveling with him or just being with him, like, you know, for that, you know, that last part of his life?
It was crazy. I mean, going to Nice, France with him and like really staying in the nicest hotels and doing those type of things. But the wildest experience we had is I had the pleasure of taking him to his last Lionel Hampton Jazz Festival in Idaho.
Right.
Because the music school, University of Idaho, was named after him.
Right.
So he was not doing well health-wise, but he was determined to go, you know. So they chartered a paramedic plane to take him out to Idaho from New York. And with a day's notice, so we go to get on the plane, smallest plane I ever been on in my life is like, and we're taking it from New York to Idaho. Mm-hmm. So we're stopping in farm towns to gas up. It's like, I'm taller than the plane, you know, they're strategically putting luggage and everything. Petrified, and I only did it because I loved them. You know what I mean? You know, but then to get to Idaho, and then all of a sudden, every jazz musician that you look up to is there in Idaho.
Right, right.
It was great. Right. And then the funny thing is, the last time he went, a snowstorm came, and everybody was stuck in there. And we were the only people that got to leave because we had this little paramedic plane.
Yeah, because that's in February, right? Yeah, so that yeah.
But we stayed a little longer because the jam sessions in the hotels were phenomenal. And that's when I got to meet Roy Hargrove and, rest in peace and everything. So just got really to bond with the guys who were the cats on the scene,
So can you tell us about the first song? Because we made a promise we were talking about the first song. That's the title track.
That's the title track of my album, Sanguini Regum, which stands for Blood of Kings in Latin. And that's the title track of the album, which is really talking about the African-American diaspora here in America, where you have people who come from a regal tradition who are broken down into actually the lowest point of their life. They even go into slavery and build a country for their oppressor, and then still find ways to rise out of that and be influencers of culture and still shape and shift the dynamics of our existence. And then we still get torn down in different ways, different forms of slavery, different forms of genocide and everything, but we still find ways to rise out of it. So it's really us embodying the spirit of the Phoenix, where we keep rising from these dire situations, and that's just the theme of the whole album.
That's that's the theme of the whole album. So the next two songs that you're going to perform, can you set those up for us?
Well, the next song we're going to do, we got to switch it up. We're going to do No Sun, which is a jazz cover of Sun Ra's tune, No Sun. And I flipped it to make it where it's talking about the police murders, of police killing off the black males in our society today, and really they're taking away the futures, they're taking fathers out of households, and they're taking away the people who would be the shining lights of us as a people. So it's really just, we shifted it to where that's the meaning of that. And then the song after that, I can't let these people down there because it's so heavy. We're gonna shift it to a song called Rock Stars. It's really, Vice Scripts. My album is called Vice Scripts, and it's really talking about, because the battles that we face, love is a battle. The home dynamic, because a healthy person makes a healthy relationship, and then when you're not healthy, you have unhealthy relationships.
That's right.
And when you have healthy relationships, you make healthy fruit, healthy kids,
right.
Yada, yada, yada. So it dives into going to the love dynamic as well. So that's talking about vice grips. What's my vices? Women are my vices. Love is my vice.
Music is your vice.
Music is my vice.
So once again, a new sun.
Yeah. But first we're doing No Sun.
We're going to have the lovely Leah Simone join us on vocals on this tune. All right, here we go.
Sobering pictures, so they're trying to lead the planet on a Molly or a Swisher. Disher, strange fruit, no juice. Sun-kissed carnage dangling from a noose. Happens any given day you choose. The kids change kids for the PD blues, so where's the day? Where these cops still killing off our future, there's no day. That's the message that they're feeding to our youth. There is only darkness. On the prize. Darkness, we the Phoenix, so we all gonna rise.
Skies a sea of darkness when there is no sun. The sky's a sea of darkness when there is no sun to light the way. There is no day. There is no day. There is only darkness. Nothing but darkness.
Yo, Jeff, made that guitar cry, bro. Let's go.
Where there is no sun, the sky's a sea of darkness. When there is no sun to light the way, there is no day. There is no day. There is only darkness.
Marcus Black, give us some keys, bro. Let's go.
Sea of darkness. No, I said the sky's a sea of darkness where there is no sun. The sky's a sea of darkness where there is no sun to light the way.
Oh, yeah. Hey, 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 hey. I'll tell you about this girl I know. Is that all right? Check. Yo, Georgia, peach, sweet and ripe, super freak, China white, Vegas strip, 10 at night, fast car, flashing lights, goosebumps, sudden chills, first time with no training wheels, pedal to the metal, wanna pump them pills, break the brakes, speed kills, murder once she out on the flow, no front and she the queen, breathe the sun, she holla for more, now how you stop this thing, on no sight when she come to the door, bring it on the chase, down to the flow, kinda ready kiss girl, work it up slow, turn your hand, hers in pro, we my drug, baby, we love her, when we go like rock stars. Yeah, yeah, keep it thug, tear the city apart, but we know, honey, the world's ours. Let's go. You're my special lady. Let's tear this freaking town down. Do your thing now. Check. Sugar brown, dark and lovely, hold me down while you cut me, work it round, pop it ugly, so profound. Say you love me, icy cold when we roll. We can keep you playing roles, work that ass into the fold when she never left it broke. Wanna heart speed, hot beats, blaze the track, hopping sheets, backseat, Mac freaks, connected through a hyperlink. It's like that make me think, the crazy now, but on the brink. Play no ring, going down like drinks, no subtitle, but I saw this thing, God. We love hard when we go like rock stars. Keep it thug, tear the city apart. But from now, honey, the world's ours. Let's go. You're my special lady. Let's tear this freaking town down. Yo, it ain't rock without guitar. Give it to him, come on, Jeff. What I like about you, you keep it warm and tight. Damn, I never wanna let you go, but girl, you make me feel alright. Yeah. When you're whispering in my ear, tell me all that ish that I wanna hear, and that's true. That's what I like about you. Hey, hey, that's what I like about you. That's what I like about you. That's what I like about you.
I like about you.
I like you.
I like about you.
Hey. 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 Hey.
No, man. A new, you know what? I was putting together the next stage of your career. So you move off from Lionel Hampton's assistant into being a producer.
Yeah. Well, artist first.
Artist. So how did you make
Poet,
that?
artist.
Well, how did you make that transition between this and this? And you know, at what point did you say, "Hey, you know what? I'm a dope artist"?
Never said that. I wanted to be that. I aspired to be that. But I started doing music here in New York at a very special time. You know, because when y'all were at New School and Glass was at New School, and you know, everybody was working on albums here in New York. So Erica was doing Mama's Gun. The Roots were doing, I forgot, was it Phrenology? I forgot what album they were doing. But everybody was recording an Electric Lady. Black Lily Jam Session was here in the city.
That's right.
It was just a magical musical time in New York. And I started off by doing poetry. So I just started, back then you had to get the Village Voice every week to find out where the open mics were. So I would go. And a real story I never really talk about is the week that I decided I was gonna step out and do it and stop procrastinating, 9/11 happened. And I went to my first open mic at Brooklyn Moon the day after 9/11.
Down the block.
And I made myself go. It was a somber environment, but it was just that first step, me taking that step in my journey. Because in your journey, you find is like the biggest thing you have to do is make yourself show up. So I made myself show up to that appointment that I set for myself.
Right.
And that began the evolution. And by me doing shows, like doing showcases at SOBs, I began to meet, I met Robert Glasper. Right. I met a lot of different people that were musicians locally in the scene. One time we were all at the same level. So we would back each other for showcases, and everybody's careers just started blossoming in different ways. Right. And when Rob started doing his personal albums, I always contributed his albums. Since Double Booked, In My Element, I did stuff on all those albums.
So you like closer to the beginning.
I was there at the beginning when he first got his, first got his deal. I always did stuff where there was chopping samples, recording the demos. All his demos start with me and him tracking in my studio at the crib. And it just evolved. So he started giving me credits on the album. And at the same time I was doing my album, I released my first album in 2010, Mr. Las Vegas, The Adventures of Mr. Las Vegas. And that came out and he played on the album, but then his career skyrocketed. And then he was like, yo, I want you to start engineering. Hadn't engineered before. But my grandfather told me sometimes people see stuff in you that you don't see in yourself. So I accepted that appointment.
Well, you know, that's the thing about New York City, though, man. You'll come here expecting and looking to do one thing, but an opportunity presents itself. And who are you to say, you know, I'm just going to stick down this road?
Yeah.
Let me see what happens down this road.
Yeah. And so it's I was engineering mostly demos at first, and then I was always playing on the demos and doing the tracking. And then he would send it out to whoever was going to sing or play on the final versions, and then they would cut finals after that. But I still have credits because I do vocal mixes and vocal recording. Later it evolved. Long story short, we get to Black Radio. And when I first left Brooklyn and moved to Harlem, I hadn't even set up my studio yet, and he was finishing Black Radio 2, and he was like, "Yo, I got to bring Luke James. I'm finishing this song. We got to get it finished. I got 2 days to turn it in to the label." Long story short, we ended up writing Persevere, which is on Black Radio 2 that has Luke James, Snoop Dogg, Lupe Fiasco. So that was like the first heavy credit I had on the album as a writer.
Right.
But it's always been present.
So your partnership with you and Robert Glasper has kind of like, allowed your star to kind of rise in it.
I mean, he's my daughter's godfather. We're like best friends.
And you have a Grammy Award from that.
Yeah, Grammy Award, well, nomination and an award. So we got a nomination for Black Radio 2.
I would take either.
And then, but then here's the thing. He told me he wanted to do the whole Miles Davis, the Miles Ahead project with me in the studio. So I engineered, mixed on that, worked on that project with him. And people don't know, there's 2 projects for that Miles thing. There's Everything's Beautiful, which is an album that we made of with remixes of Miles Davis songs, which is and it features like Hiatus Coyote, Erykah Badu, Stevie Wonder's on that album. But the label didn't press that album too much. And it came out at the same time as the Miles Davis movie came out. It just so happened that the soundtrack for the album got the Grammy nomination, and we won the Grammy for that one.
You know what? You were saying something earlier. You had a 2010 record. What took you so long between that record and this record?
Well, the thing is like when you in the environment and when you're working on projects already and when you're part of magical situations, you get in a place where you don't have to put out music just to put out music. I put it out when I have something to say or when I have a body of work to deliver.
Right.
And it just, as stuff kept mounting, killings kept happening, our struggle kept intensifying. I just had the conviction of bringing the story to. Yeah, so it was just that. And also, I grew as a producer and an artist over those years. And I didn't think people were going to latch on to the album. So I was like, this is just going to be my calling card for where I am production-wise and a message to the people who will listen to it. So that's why I did the album.
Awesome. Matt, I want to get back after your next song that you're about to set up in a second about this famous jam session that you started to set up.
The Shed?
Yeah,
man.
The Shed. Because it's kind of come up in a new way. The new way that we'll get into. But until then, can you set up your next song?
Okay, so the next song we're going to do is, we're actually going to stay on the love revolution type thing. We're talking about the dynamics that you go through in relationships and, anybody else been in a relationship that didn't go right? When you're tired and fed up and you can't stand to see the sight of that person?
Never. Never.
This song on the album's called Where Did We Go Wrong? And it's actually doing very good in across the seas. And I actually wrote the track to be like a brand new heavies type song to do good in like London and France. And it's actually doing a lot of tracking there. So this song is from a female's perspective, talking about how trifling this guy is on her couches in her living room and how like she's working every day, but he's on the couch doing nothing in her eyes. So it's called Where Did We Go Wrong? And I wrote the whole thing, even the female part. So I called the bluff on guys as well. So here we go. Got my Neo on.
Can't wait to hear.
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Up on the hourglass, Q-whip, but no gas. Chuck Deuce, I'm gone, it will never last. Pack your shit, threw it on the grass, and you stay trying to show your ass. Now I know it's time to go. Where did we go wrong? What happened to the love when the day is gone? Where did we go wrong? What happened to the days when the love was strong? Where did we go wrong? What happened to the days when the love was strong? Where did we go wrong? What happened to the days when the love was strong? 8 hours. hours. You're on the couch, need a haircut, shower. You're on the couch, cell phone, food power. You're on the couch, stay needing some help, so I'm helping you out. Tell your mom that I'm sorry. It's still good, I'm gonna miss everybody. End of the party, I'm out EG. Need a girl, but that girl ain't me. Where did we go wrong? What happened to the days when the love was strong? Where did we go wrong? What happened to the days when the love was strong? Where did we go wrong? What happened to the days when the love was strong? Where did we go wrong? What happened to the days when the love was strong?
Listen, yo, bought my knob and you can't deny. You ain't the ribby, just the greens on the side. Not even the turn up, call you with the warm up. They call it and make it firm up. I need you to turn up the strip. Creating so I'm on my high power tip. So if that t-shirt, shower bitch. I'm tight foul, no rings, no vows. You my Saturday love, don't go getting new now. Helter skelter, murder these tracks. Listen to vein melt to blow out your back. Is it bad that I ain't trying to make love? Freak you like Jodeci running down your papa. Think about it, I'll wait. You're my favorite cup buddy. Sit down from the gate port, the shivery thick. It's like a milkshake. Wait to exhale, no defibrillator.
What happened to the days when the love was strong?
Hey, you sick?
Where did we go wrong? What happened to the days when the love was strong?
Yeah.
Where did we go wrong? What happened to the days when the love was strong?
Yeah.
Where did we go wrong? What happened to the days when the love was strong? Was strong. Where did we go wrong? What happened to the days when the love was strong? Where did we go wrong? What happened to the days when the love was strong? Where did we go wrong? What happened to the days when the love was strong?
So, you went to Brooklyn Moon and you started making the sessions and you're making a name for yourself, and you decided just to start your own session.
Yes, sir.
And it's kind of funny because maybe, I want to say like a few months ago, I'm looking through the, whatever I'm looking through, and I see you have a session that you started that I remember called The Shed.
Yes, sir.
Then there's this huge place over on the west side that calls themselves The Shed. And for people who don't really understand, The Shed is musicians' vernacular for, it's The Shed. You sound horrible. There's a shed out in the back of somebody's house. You need to go in that shed and work everything out.
Yeah.
We've all been in that shed.
Right.
So you started The Shed, and that became like a very popular, and it's still like an ongoing series.
It became very dope and very popular because due to the travels and the people I know, all those musicians come through and sit in and play. So it was a good hang for the established musicians. And it was also a breeding ground for the emerging talent, for them to come feel comfortable and play and see some of their people that they were looking up to, their idols, as musicians play and hang out as well. And I really started it because, you know, when you're an aspiring artist in New York and you play with a live band, you're not going to always be able to get the musicians that you want to play on your gigs, but they're going to be on bigger and more paying gigs. So The Shed, I was like, this is going to make me where I could have a pulling pot of like 6 people at every different instrument. So it was my way to find emerging talent and leading talent that inspired me, that was doing something different that was on the radio. And we've been 7 years in the making. We started in the Lower East Side, Tammany Hall, you know, and we've worked our way up. For the last 4 years, our home has been in Harlem.
So besides, I mean, so The Shed is basically, it's a session, but it's kind of like a social network in a sense between musicians to come out and just, you know, meet new people, and which is critical for musicians.
Yeah, and set up the new gig. People who will come in and sit in, hear somebody else playing that they like, and they can give work to that musician. Like they hear a guitar player playing, a drummer playing. Matter of fact, everybody who's playing with me tonight, I met at my session. You know, everybody, yeah.
So, man, you know, back to your Grammy Award, man, I always had visions winning a Grammy Award, right? And when you walk into my house, it's sitting right in front of you. You know, it wouldn't change me as a person, per se. I mean, so for you, has it changed you? I mean, has it provided more opportunities? Has it opened up more doors? What has that Grammy done for you?
It gets you in the room.
Oh.
The room to negotiate and broker new opportunities. But it's only those opportunities are going to only be as big as you can negotiate and speak for. But it definitely does help. You know, it's definitely a great accomplishment. But you always want to do more because there's so many dynamics that go into Grammys. Like only 3 people involved with the project get the Grammy, actual statue. So once you get the Grammy, you use like this to fight for the statue. 'Cause like, I got the plaque, you know what I'm saying? But I want the stat. So now I'm on the thing for the statue, and then you want your own Grammy. Like my thing is a byproduct of somebody else's bringing there. So I'm like, I want an Anu Sun for an Anu Sun album Grammy. You know what I'm saying? So that's it fuels your passion, you know. So you need that recharge. Because sometimes you get to a point where you question yourself. Where I'm actually there now. I didn't think that my album was like that well received, but then people get onto it late. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's just sometimes it gives you that pat on the back you need to keep going. You know.
After you get into this next song, I want to talk more about, you got to work with Johnny Cash.
His son.
His
this
son.
is Purse Harmonious. Basically, you want to wait and talk about that?
Yeah, let's do that, and I want to get into more about your about this record.
Okay.
So set up the next song for us, if you may.
All right. So where do we go wrong? So did y'all like that song? Where do we go wrong?
Ladies, do y'all feel that? Have y'all been there? Now, fellas, have y'all ever dealt with a female who ain't about nothing? Never. You don't be, never. Or that you just wrote it out and waited for it to dissolve, but you weren't happy in the relationship. Let's say that. So I wrote a song about that dynamic too as well. And we're more direct to the point. Guys are more direct. So this song's called I Hate I Ever Met You. So I'm gonna tell you about this girl I know. It's actually a true story. First verse is, listen, check it. Met her on the wind, bro. Sitting dolo at the bar, going in, yo. Had a rough day at work, wasn't checking for a skirt. Saw that honey brown skin walk in, no. Wasn't tripping, no. Let her pass me. Why you here alone? What she asked me. Little eye contact, few smiles forth and back. From a stool next to mine, she attacked me. Should've known she was trouble, but my stressful job. Baby mama drama plus a football draw. Backs toward facts when I threw a few back. I got caught up in the rapture, yeah, she rapped me. Fell head over heels, I'd be tumbling still. If she didn't leave me only in the house in the hills. Took a bite into the apple and got tainted and ill. Damn it, Hawking is real, and I hate I ever met ya.
Packed up my shit, I'm out the door. Scared to talk, I left a letter, or else I'll never let you go. Save your breath. Said that shit 1,000 times. Anytime I want, I could be with you. Straight, your heart is mine. Oh, you hold a place that's special in my heart, babe. Gotta have my cake and eat it to shoot for the stars, babe. Took for granted you'd be there, turned around and you were gone. Tried to replace you, but the legend lives on. I hate I never met you. My shit, I'm out the door. Scared to talk, I left a letter, or else I'll never let you go.
That's what the letter said. Check it. Hey, I said you well. Probably fresh in the spot. Know you love cocktails. Probably out on the date. Said you had to work late. Let homie dig in the crate. Damn, you thirsty as hell. Water under the bridge. Messed around on the kid. Crossed me up, caught me slipping. Now I'm back on my shit. Cooking my plate. I'ma need the key to the crib. Cheerios on grown. Tricks for kids. Never grimmer inside. And a diamond flaw. Pretending she was mine, so my heart's been mauled. Violate lady crazy, still in awe. Any cat with swag, and sure they get them draws. Thought you were my fiance, my kicky little missus like Beyonce. Guess not, here's a letter, hope you get your ish together. Here's a girl, gonna treat me better, and I hate ya.
So everything that we're hearing today, that's from this new record, right?
Yep, everything's on the new album. Yeah.
So what do you want people to walk away from after they've heard this from start to finish? What's the message that that this record's going to represent from you as a producer and as the artist?
I want them to know that our situation and our condition was very traumatic, very real, very horrific. But at the essence and the core of it all, we are regal people with tenacity that our ancestors have put in us, so we shall rise from it. So it's an encouragement to fight through it and let them know that they're not alone and that the struggle is on every front. It's in love, it's in work, it's in school, it's in racism, it's in all different places. So it's just a place to get together, feel our pain together, and then fight together.
So how long did it take you to put together the project?
3 years.
Yeah.
Because when I started it, I wasn't trying to put an album out. They were just songs that were coming, and I was like, well, maybe I'll give them to somebody else, but the theme started evolving, and I was like, wait, this is a body of work, and it just morphed into an album.
So at what point did you say, I think we talked about this at the beginning, but since we're kind of clarifying everything, at what point you said this is the time, right now? Was it because of the politics of the time and some of the things that are going on, or this happened to be different timing?
It was the time. It was the time to do it. And like I said, I wanted to find a way to reintroduce myself in a way, because I felt I grew greatly in what the things I do. So, and the message, I feel the people needed to hear the message. I was getting let down by artists who I look up to and people on the radio every day, and I was just like, are you in the same world that I'm in? How is not your art not reflecting your reality? So if you're not gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. Even if nobody listened to it, I can at least have the comfort and sleep at night knowing that I tried to put it out there.
Right. So, I mean, any cameos, any special guests that appear on this?
Yeah, well, Robert played on every song on the album. Who else is on the album? Maurice Brown is on the album. Mo Better. Yeah. Mo Better Brown's on tour.
B-side alumni.
Yeah, he's on the album. Casey Benjamin's on the album, who's the lead of Rob's Experiment Band. Yeah, so it was really homies. It was really family, because it's like, making a call. A lot of that stuff I started on myself, and it's just like I'm bringing people in to contribute and get in to do overdubs and stuff like that.
You just said that you were kind of disappointed with some of the artists that you came up listening to, and you wanted to set like your own message. What would be your message to younger producers, younger artists that are emerging right now? What would be your message, or people who just want to get into this? What's your message to them?
To explore, and you're only going to be as good as your ear and what you expose yourself to. And with we're in a global society now. It's a global community, so you need to listen to Brazilian music. You need to listen to what's hot in different countries, Singapore, Brussels. You just need to be tapped into what the vibe is, and not necessarily copy those type of things, but let them listen to it so much that it finds its way to get into your art, just subconsciously. You know what I mean?
Well, basically just listen.
Yeah, just listen, be tapped in, and then let some people that you look up to or the artists that you respect put their hands on you, because you need to let your musical ancestors or your musical peers and your musical people who are established help shape where you're going in your direction, because you can't really do it all by yourself.
It's true. It's true. Can you set up the second to last song? I know time flies by.
Yeah. This is a story behind this song. This song is our cover.
We're all ears.
This is, well, I would say my version, but it's Robert and I's version of Afro Blue. And this is actually the original demo that we did for Black Radio 1 that Erica did.
Yes.
So this is that original track that Erica, we do have recordings of her singing this version, but they changed it at the last minute because Blue Notes wanted something more traditional jazz that swung. But this is more laid back with that hump in it, like what we really like, you know. So when they didn't take it, I was cheesing and I just tucked it like, man, like, I'm gonna keep that one. And I've held that since since we made the first Black Radio album, and so it's Afro Blue.
So wait, for this cut, did you put this on your record, or
it's on my record? It's on my album. It's out. And we put it out for a second for free as a remix with Erica's vocals on it, but we took it down. Because I was like, when I decided I was going to use it for my album, I took all the links down. Selfish. And got another vocal. But
so
I have
selfish.
it, yeah. So that's what it is.
All right. Once again, A New Sun.
Okay, Afro Blue. Well, okay, give me a second.
Dream of a land my soul comes from. I hear a hand stroke on a drum. Shades of delight, cocoa hue. Rich as the night, Afro blue. Elegant boy, beautiful girl. Dancing for joy, delicate world. Shades of delight, cocoa hue. Rich as the night, Afro blue. Lovers dance face to face with undulating braids. They gently sway then slip away to some secluded place. Shades of delight, cocoa hue, rich as the night, Afro blue.
Visions of you, motherland, what it do? No flaws, had the cause and admire the view. Featuring the source, while the course is shoot. Five mics only right, pay respect where it's due. Rep reign true, the repertoire's flawless. From the DC, these cats ride your farless. Stars in the system, so the bloodline glisten. Got slides spitting by, as we talk, they listen. Keep it the lingo though, keep trying. Poker face, they misread the Mayan. Ribbon in the sky, we fly. Throw your fists up in the air and keep it high.
Dream of a land my soul comes from. I hear a hand stroke on a drum.
Afro blue, me and you is Afro blue. Hey, Afro blue, me and you is Afro blue. Hey,
Afro blue, me and you was Afro blue. Afro blue, me and you was Afro.
Thank you, A New Sun, for giving us your version of freedom. To see and hear more from A New Sun and hear his new album, keep up with him on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Anu the Giant. I'm Kenyatta Beasley, and I hope that you enjoyed this episode of B-Side. Make sure you stop by our Brick House studio every Thursday to hear more of the best music that Brooklyn has to offer. You can also check out tonight's installment and past episodes anytime at youtube.com/BRIC TV, or check out our BRIC Radio podcast of this episode at soundcloud.com/BRIC Radio. A New Sun, please take us out with one more song right after this.
This tune goes out to all you evolutionaries out there. Stay encouraged, keep fighting, stay in the game. It's like this, you know, sometimes it's heavy, but you gotta stay in it, because you're fighting for a greater cause. You're fighting for our future, not for you, not for your household, for our people. 2, 3, 4. Grateful to be dead. This song called The Martyr. Don't go crying for me. Grateful to be dead. Close my eyes, now I see. Listen, I'm a night of the living day. I go to war for my soul. These other rappers shuck and jive like hoes. 06 gorilla plus my flow ice cold. Test the corners of my square, homie head getting swole. Mixture all of the visuals in a mindset that is minimal. Niggas dumbfound, so we dumb down in the compounds and syllables. These classes clowns in a subplot subliminal. With cynical criminal pistol pivotal pause with the tentacles now. Ground's falling, futures get stolen. Cracks in the molding, so shorty growth is frozen. He walk with a hammer, so mama can't scold him. Ain't think about school, just to block and go out folding. With justice prevail, now we in hell. Plus it's beef in the streets, and police rock bell shoot. With freedom in flesh, my spirit says sail to the feature in the source. Is it being excel? So I'm grateful to be dead. Don't go crying for me. Grateful to be dead. Close my eyes, now I see. Recipes, Nipsey Hussle. Yeah. Check. Yo. Almost forgot where I was going. Almost forgot what I was doing. I've been smoking, I've been drinking. Almost forgot where I was going. Out the window, what I was thinking. What the hell was I thinking? Almost forgot where I was going. I was smoking, I was drinking, hey, yo, almost forgot where I was going, yeah, rolling down the city by myself, yeah, dollar signs all on my head, yeah, I don't do not do it so well, yeah. Rolling solo dolo, it's a trip, 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 trip. Rolling down the city by myself, yeah. Don't you know I do it so well, yeah. Dollar signs all on my head, yeah. Rolling solo dolo, it's a trip, 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 trip.
I look at my music like a snapshot of my neighborhood. Glorifying the violence that's popping out here because it ain't nothing to glorify. I'm just representing what's going on out here. Perspective of a young dude that's been out in these streets in LA.
Yeah, check, lyrical assassin, murder one I pin in them, push me high bars, I bust through them like a pendulum, usually a gentleman, finger twist my arms, I go ape shit, gritty throw my boots in black song, vampire no one can resist this charm, pay Manning with the flow, when I throw a go long, Larry Fitzgerald when the dreams airborne, throw it high, I'll get it, let that defense swarm, can't do me no harm. Got child vibing with that click clack on. Under Armour trick why your face so long. Shot Billy pace the skin, force men stand strong. I'm PE, you can't trust it. Proven excellence, y'all can't cut the busted. Envy scatters when the wind chop.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me. Should I say something?
Welcome to East New York. I'm going to show you the amazing businesses. Let's go say hi to Miguel, the best hot chocolate in East New York. Vito!
Is it not like your customers, it's like your family to me now?
There you travel. He came to the community with only one little desk, and now he owns the whole building. This is a community of opportunities. Hello! The health of the neighborhood is also places like the Cypress Hill Senior Center. We have a little bit of everything here, and everyone feels like family here. East New York is family to me now.
You're thinking about songs while you're running?
What are you thinking about?
Nothing.
That doesn't help. Just blank and you're running.
Just running.
I think of the song, all I do is win, 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 I never work. I think of steps. So like what pace I'm gonna go. Like yeah, one, that's what 2, I do too. 1. So I'll go like, all I do is win, 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 I never work. I go on a beat,
yeah.
You get it? Is anyone listening to my technique?
Anyway, before my race, I said what I have to do. And then I say like I have to flip my trail leg over or I have to,
Well, that's because your race is 8 seconds.
Okay, I don't know what happened, but this guy came.
Well, Gene turned us up for some type of magazine.
Our first news reporter, they came to practice, and He videotaped us and we got on the news, and then other people just came.
Our coaches dropped us off every single day. When I'm a gymnast coach, I'll be so sad. I would be so sad to drop someone off at a shelter.
So, Sports Illustrated contacted you girls.
Sports Illustrated Sports Kids of the Year, Ty, Rain, and Brooke Shepard.
Rain competed at the Junior Olympics.
We first met Brooke, Rain, and Ty last March in a Brooklyn homeless shelter, and Tyler Perry offered to pay rent.
I was happy and like annoyed because like, oh my gosh, it was like so much attention and it was like so annoying.
Because I want to be famous and stuff, so it's already like a pre-famous, and then they'll see my real talents when I'm an adult.
She likes to sing opera. I don't know if she likes
It's not
to act.
opera.
Yes, it is.
It's singing. Just because I'm a soprano doesn't mean I'm an opera singer.
No, you are opera.
Brooke, Miss Rapper. Shh.
I've always wanted to act. Well,
So you hear that laugh, Rain?
Mom, did you laugh at me?
Yes,
yes, she did.
We're here in Brooklyn at Pratt Institute, and these are the Colgate Games. Yeah, Ty, Rain, and Brooke, I could see, if not all of them, at least 2 of them going to the Olympics. They love these games. So this is like the end of the indoor season for them. So they really give it their all.
When their babysitter took them to Pratt, enrolled them in the Colgate Women's Games. And just 3 months later, we were given an eviction notice. So track to us, it makes us feel as if we fit in.
So once they ring the bell, it's gonna be her last lap. And she's gonna run faster. She is? Yeah. Billy, when they ring the bell, it's gonna be her last lap. Go Rainy! Go Rainy! That was it. So when she comes, she won.
My mom and my coaches motivate me. They do a lot of things so that me, Ty, and Brooke can run very, very fast. My goal is to get to college and to the Olympics.
And I mean, there's never a good time to be homeless, but this was the perfect time because it occupied their minds. It meant our survival. It meant a future for them. We always had something to look forward to. We never gave up hope.
The opportunities. See, if I keep on running, not only is it fun, but I know that I'll get accepted into high schools, like people in colleges, people will look at that. If I know if I just do well and put in the hard work, like they say, you're gonna get what you give, and I'm gonna get something fun.
Keep going. Don't let anybody get in your way. Don't let nobody judge you. Stay who you want to be. Don't change yourself for somebody else and except your mom for their likings. Keep trying and stay at the goal. Follow your goals, and remember, what was it? A goal is just a wish if you don't work for it.
I would say staying school kids. That's supposed to be my line, okay? And also, if you're in this situation or something, or you're feeling emotional, just don't take it out on other people because they're only trying to help you. and don't live in your misery because you don't get anything from misery. You have to always look forward and try to make your future better and brighter and not sad, and don't pity yourself because people will just think you're selfish or something.
And never lose hope, because hope is a place of happiness.
That was a line for Disney.
Training, like when I was in the shelter, was like torture. I go back to the shelter and I get so mad, and I was upset. And then the next day I was so happy to go to school. Then I was even happier to go to practice, and it kept going like that and like that. And it was just miserable.
Don't back off, Kayla. Alani, no gaps.
Good. Please run through the line. Stop stomping on the line, Layla.
Come on.
People were like, walking that third lane, what?
Well, we need some earrings. We beautiful. Me and you. Okay. Don't let nobody say nothing different. Missy, I should have called you. She needs some product for her hair. She's been crying and crying, but I gotta teach her how to run the first quarter. Relax.
Up and down with your arms, Nyjah. Up and down. So she use her arms, she moves up.
Yeah, why waste those?
Up and down with your arms, thank you.
Wait, put it in front sometime. Put it in the front and tell if they pass it, they stop it, and she can stay in the front.
Bye. So I wanted to, cause the Colgate finals is this weekend. Where's Cheryl? I thought she was gonna give out. Anybody who is not running in the finals, if you don't have a ticket, speak to Coach Cheryl tomorrow because she can give you tickets.
Okay.
When you get tired of crying, then you accept what needs to be accepted. You hear me? You can't cry forever. You understand? Be grateful for what you do have. You have 2 hands, you have 2 legs, you got a brain. All right? And it's all right to feel like, well, maybe my classmates just laugh or whatever. Laugh, clown, because all you're gonna wanna know me. You understand? Okay. Get up. Stop feeling sorry for Rain, because there's nothing to feel sorry about. Feel sorry for the people Saturday in your race. All right, we're ready for the mid-school 55 meters hurdles. Lane 7, Alexis Sapnis, Media, Pennsylvania. In lane 6, Ajane Thompson, Rahway, New Jersey. Lane 4, Peyton Rollins, Medford, Maine. In lane 3, Ty Shepard, Brooklyn, New York. Points are so close because Ty finished second This is the mid-school 55 meters.
A bad start, but I said in the middle, I actually did what I was supposed to do and flipped my trail leg. If I had gotten a better start, I would have probably won or came second or something.
Mid-school 1500 on the track.
Winning shows the people that train me and the people that care about me, I'm not just doing this for fun. I'm actually like working towards a goal. When I win these big things, it's like, yeah, I'm looking at what's next. What's gonna happen next? Like, so I guess there's always got to be a challenge in front of me, and then I'll work to it, and then I need another challenge. I really, really want my name in history, and it's gonna happen.
Hey.
Yes, ma'am.
So where the tears are all going?
Yes.
They turn to a smile? You're good. You did so good. Oh, we gotta work hard now.
Yes.
So we gotta go on.
So we can run 4:35. Oh, 4:30.
I felt like they had some, not only did they have a place in this world, but they literally had a place right here in Brooklyn.
Running is like a sanctuary for me. I guess I just love it. I don't know. I don't know who argues more, Rain, them two, or us two. You two argue a lot. Oh. And we don't. They argue so much.
Point blank, they're annoying, and
Point blank, she's bossy. You doesn't know what she's doing. Yeah,
I do know what you're doing. I'm bossy because you don't listen. I wouldn't be so bossy if
no,
you just
you're bossy
listen.
either way. Because if we listen, you'll be like, okay, no, do that. Oh, no, do that. No, do that. No,
That's only during cleaning.
You know what I hate? When you're like, do this, and then what we're about to do, you like, do that. And then
too. No, I do that.
You do that like 5 times, and then we're finally like, no, I'm doing this. And then you're like, no, do what I say.
Exactly. No, I don't. No. I say I know exactly what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing in the kitchen.
I went from the kitchen to the bathroom to the room to the hallway to the room.
Today was Rain's
today,
problem.
Ty.
No.
Today.
My life is everything from table tennis. When I was a child, we got a really difficult life. When I was age 9, I was already tattooed, smoked full time, you know, we was always on the street fighting with the kids. I meet my coach and I go to the table tennis club. And I was more and more in the clubs and on the streets, so means out of the trouble. After 2 years already, I was like juniors champion in Tajikistan. So far, I'm here 23 years, this country. There's a lot of table tennis players, my level, who wants to be in exactly where I am today. Most of in the countries, they know my clubs and they come from a lot of countries, from Pakistan, India, Guatemala, Russia, Belarus, Ukraine. A lot of people from all over the world. Wherever they come to New York, they come to my club. I'm now happy. My job's about like coaching, not anymore playing myself.
Вниз. Идешь вверх. Мягко, мягко, мощно.
Still, it's not huge operation, you know, it's still small. I have juniors, young boys, they're really doing well. When Michel came here, he was 15-year-old. And his father asked me, could you help my son to coach him? What do you think about it? From beginning, I told him, no, I cannot help. But I see from this boy, he has huge, big skills.
When I was 10 years old, that was my first tournament. It was the Israeli national tournament. I came in as a fan of the game. But after this tournament, I understood that it's not something I like or love, it's part of me. I won this tournament and I started playing professionally. My father chose to move everyone here. When I came here, I didn't know anyone. Maybe I was slowly getting into depression. I started looking for a club. Nissan offered me to practice. Right away I asked how much would it cost. He said that it wouldn't cost me anything. He just wants to practice with me a little bit. Start going to tournaments. He found some people to give money for travel. He built this community for me to support me and help me.
My heart say, you know what, I gotta help this boy. And in my inside ego also, you know, say, you know what, I could make it, this guy, like really good and strong players. My knowledge for 40 years, what I spent for table tennis, I was believing inside in myself, I could help it and I can coach the boy and we got a good chance to make with him American team. The way I see today, who is playing nationals today in the US, he can make it. But there's a lot of really strong players in the country, and maybe they're also waiting citizenships.
I need to breathe. Ali, oh.
Come on. Forehand, backhand. Aggressive loop, okay? A little bit later.
If anybody from my club make the team in the United States, it's gonna be huge. Imagine that from Brooklyn, you know. The first 3-4 years was establish our club. Another 4 or 5 years was to survive and not close this business, you know. If the Michelle make nationals, of course, we're gonna be more populated, and you know, it's like give it a second impulse for our club.
Well, after I had all my finals and work, I'm really happy coming back, preparing for the next Westchester tournament. It's a once-a-month tournament, but in my opinion, this tournament brings the best level of table tennis in the US.
The Westchester Table Tennis Center has the largest monthly table tennis tournaments in the country. We're the only club that has 4-star tournaments every month. Both crosswords and table tennis are brain sports, so I think my puzzle ability comes into play in table tennis. What's cool about our club is the range of skills that are here, all the way from absolute beginners to as good as people get.
The people who playing there, they really strong, you know. It's not like a joke, those guys.
It takes a lot to win this kind of tournament. I think the goal is just to win this tournament. Once I'll be able to win this tournament, next step will be much easier.
Michelle?
Yes, Nissan.
How are you?
Good, good.
Did you pay or not yet pay?
No, I'm going there right now.
Okay, I'm gonna give them my credit card.
No problem, Nissan.
Bye, good luck to you. Be careful.
Bye, thank you. First match is against the number 2 seed in the tournament. Unfortunately, his hand was on top of mine. Went to the 5th game. I lost 3-2 at the end. Surprised me a little bit, but then I came down and I started playing safer and just easier. Next match is very important, so we'll see how it goes. One of the best things in my game is my serve. I'm able to serve almost the same identical serves with different rotations. And that gets a lot of players to make mistakes or give me an easy ball.
This boy is very talented, very talented. And I remember myself when I came here, no one told me, you know what, Nissan, let me help you with the table tennis. And because you have very good skills and you play professionally, and I'm gonna help you. I always feel like I could help this boy, you know. I'm coaching him already for a year, and I don't wanna give up.
You can lose so many times, but the whole beauty of it is to go to practice again, get better. If you lose and you stop, you achieve nothing. I feel that I don't represent only myself at this tournament, but I represent him, the community, and his club. Anyone will be happy just going to Olympics. They might not win or get to the next stage, but they're still representing the country, so that is their pride. So my pride is to represent Nissans. He wants always his students to be better than him. He wants them to know a little more than him. So I think that is a very good character for a coach, that he's willing to give everything he has.
I like my job. You know, I love what I'm doing, and not many people, I think so, in the world can say I'm happy with my job. When I have chance, anything food, when I know they can eat, I bring here. It's one of my hobby. It's not gorgeous, watch it down. How it's beautiful, how they're happy. Look at how many birds I just make happy.
Watch BronxNet on BRIC TV. Tune in to the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on BRIC TV, the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. right here on BRIC TV.
A New Jersey trooper is facing charges after trying to ask out the woman he had pulled over. Well, a traffic stop where the trooper is the one who gets shot down. This is The Breakdown with Mehdi Barakian. That's it. Easy, right? I was so nervous about that. Welcome to The Breakdown. I'm Mehdi Barakian. And for those of you, oh my God, already. It's over, guys. And for those of you who don't know how to say my name, here's the phonetic pronunciation.
Barack Hussein Obama.
Okay, you didn't get that? That's okay. Here's the spelling. Or you can just call me by what my waxing lady calls me, a challenge. With the midterm elections right around the corner, we've already seen historic milestones. The first openly transgender elected official, the first Sikh mayor, the first oil billionaire getting fired on the toilet. In 2018, there are over 500 women running for office, and among them, a historic 31 Native American women, with 4 running for Congress. And get this, yeah, give it up. Yeah, get this, there has never been a Native American congresswoman. We've had more Native American women on The Bachelor than we've had in Congress. You know, when liberals hear a Native American woman is running for Congress, they imagine someone who wants to protect the earth, look after indigenous people, and sing beautiful songs about the color of the wind. But is it racist to think that Native Americans would be pro-environment? Yes, it is racist. This is Sharon Klosh-Chichilage, and for those who didn't hear me,
Sharon Klitschy-Kiliage.
Sharon C. is the co-chairwoman of Trump's Native American Coalition, with a heavy emphasis on the coal. She is running in New Mexico's House on a platform she calls Fighting the Environmentalists. So yes, she wants to keep the color of the wind a deep, deep, chewy gray. And of course her name is Sharon. Sharons are the kind of people who wear Talbots and have 80s poof and only attend parties to get the scoop on all your cousins so she can blackmail them later. P.S. She's divorced. And yes, it was her fault. Look, her identity as a Sharon aside, we want Native Americans to run for office whether we like them or not. Just like white people, there are awful Native Americans too. That's right. But you know what? More power to them. For minorities to achieve real equality in this country, they should have the right to be as awful as white people, right? So why not let Sharon ruin the environment? It was their land in the first place. Look, I promise we know what we're talking about. All of my writers have one Native American friend.
Elizabeth Warren.
Okay, maybe not that one. You know, here at The Breakdown, we really want to be a place where marginalized voices are given a spotlight. Which is why I got so upset reading about something worse than discrimination. Reverse discrimination? White men were recently surveyed because, of course, we need to get their opinion on everything. Those with STEM jobs said their race put them at a disadvantage. Yeah, you always hear about how Prestons need to change their name to Muhammad Abdul Rahman so they can get an interview. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with what STEM jobs encompass, it includes tech, math, chemistry, biology, you know, classes where if you're copying someone's homework, I doubt it's Chadley the lacrosse players. More likely, you're copying from the homework of someone who looks like this, or this, or this. Now, these are just some of the Asian executives in Silicon Valley that you have never heard of. Because just like in school, white guys are still copying off their homework and putting a white face on minority labor. Yeah, Zuck. You think Steve Jobs ever assembled an iPhone? I'm pretty sure by the time he did, his job description was write inspirational quotes, make kids work in factories. White guys think their race and gender make it hard for them to get hired. Makes sense. You know, every day you read about how their top talent can't hold down a job. Oh. For a lot of us, white anger is not a news story. White guys complain always about being voiceless. They invented 24-hour news coverage to always remind us how voiceless they are. But white dudes, for those of you who feel this way, I've been there. Getting rejected for a job sucks. And I can't tell you how many auditions I've lost for the role of terrorist number 2. Finally, I'd like to talk about something close to every comedian's heart, The Simpsons. Yep. You're going to change your mind in a second. A show that has lasted for 6 presidents and hopefully at least 1 more impeachment. Specifically, though, I want to talk about Apu. You all know Apu. Quickie Mart, thick Indian accent, voiced by this guy. What could go wrong with a white guy speaking for brown people, right? Now, before you blow up my Twitter, I love The Simpsons. But just like anything you love, it's okay to criticize it. Unless it's Israel. Moving on. Put it away. After a lot of criticism, The Simpsons finally addressed their depiction of the character Apu. Except, did they? Marge and Lisa read an old children's book filled with racist caricatures, resulting in Lisa saying, something that started decades ago and was applauded and inoffensive is now politically incorrect. What can you do? Or at least I assumed that she did, because I don't know if anyone's watched The Simpsons since 2003. Burn. The Simpsons writers were responding to a documentary titled The Problem with Apu, created by Brooklyn comedian Hari Kondabolu, to which he responded, in order to make it clear they weren't going to change Apu in any way, The Simpsons changed Lisa. That's some serious spite. Here's the point the Simpsons writers don't get. Maybe don't have a room full of white guys making Indian jokes. What if you found out that all the sketches on Key and Peele were written by the Duplass brothers? Listen, look. We like the Duplass brothers too, all right? Jeff, who lived at home, was charming. Look, we get it. You've been on TV for 30 years, and things were different in 1989. Here are some things that were okay back then that aren't okay now. Jinko jeans. Chinese tattoos. Whole milk. And what about Roseanne? Yeah, I guess some things stay the same. Listen, we're not trying to be the PC police and take away The Simpsons from you. All we're asking for is a little acknowledgement and more diversity in the writer's room. It matters. And you can't tell me that this is the only guy who can do an Indian accent. Here's a hint. Maybe find someone who's Indian. So, in the words of Bumblebee Man on The Simpsons, ay, no es bueno. We have a great show for you. Tonight on the show are two incredibly talented comics, Iman El Husseini, who you've seen at the Just for Laughs Festival, and Jess Solomon, recently named, that's right, named a stand-up NBC finalist. We also caught up with host Ahmed Ali Akbar of the popular podcast See Something, Say Something on BuzzFeed News. Before we get into all that, let's check in with our resident halal cart correspondent on the street, Athir Yaqub.
Hi, I'm Athir with a breakdown. I'm here in Brooklyn in front of the Barclays Center. We're here to ask halal carters the most pressing question that's on everyone's mind. What do they eat? What are your best sellers for your food?
Most buy chicken for rice.
What do you eat here?
I like fish.
You like fish? I've never seen fish in a halal cart. You guys sell fish? What are your favorite American foods?
You know, Applebee.
Applebee's, yeah, that's very American.
Chicken wings, I like it.
Oh, yeah.
And mashed potato, I like it.
We'll check back in with Athir a little later. In the meantime, I'm excited to introduce our first performer. You know her from Just for Laughs and her comedy album Unveiled. Please join me in welcoming Iman El Husseini. Sorry.
So great
Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I was worried about your mic.
Oh my God, so great to be here. Well, it's great to be here in this room, not America in general. Let's be honest. Not a great time. I moved here from Canada a couple of years ago. Horrible timing. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm Canadian. I'm also Muslim and apparently a fucking idiot. Thank you so much. I am here legally, in case you were wondering. I got a green card for doing this. Right? I got approved into this country on the basis of being an alien of extraordinary ability. Yes, we can, Obama. Yes, we can. Obviously, this happened during the previous administration, not the current administration. People are now very concerned for me. A Muslim woman in Trump's America. They want to know how I'm coping. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but being Muslim has always sucked. You know what I'm saying? It's never been easy. Like even in Canada, 5 years ago, I got invited to do my biggest show ever. And I could tell the producers had a lot of questions to ask me, but they felt guilty singling me out. So they called a meeting with all the comics involved. It was so obvious who they were talking to, right? Because it's like, hey guys, we're so excited to have you here. This is going to be so great. Is everybody a legal citizen here? Yes, everybody? Anybody have trouble at the airport? Okay, final question. What's the exact ratio of chickpeas to tahini when you make hummus at home? What is it? I am glad that Arabs make good food, right? Honestly, because we'd have nothing going on for us. Let's be honest. Aside from unwanted facial hair and anger. What a disaster. This is why I sincerely believe the most powerful word in the Arab language today is hummus. Right? You say hummus in front of white people, it puts you at ease. You guys love that stuff. You put it on everything. Hummus is white people's new mayonnaise. I don't know if you know this. Thank Allah for hummus. But it's great. It's good to be in New York City. It smells like piss everywhere. Hey, it's just, I feel like people come from all over the world just to piss in the streets. It's lovely. I love New York. 4 out of 3 people are Jewish. I don't know how the math works here. It's amazing. I feel very exotic as a Palestinian, right? They find out I'm Palestinian. They always have the same question for me. Like, Iman, you got to tell us the truth. How do the Palestinians really feel about the Jews? Like, I don't know. I guess the same way the Jews feel about the Palestinians. And they're like, oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. And that's just my in-laws. So I married a Jewish woman. Okay, so... people are often surprised to discover that I'm Muslim because I don't necessarily fit the profile, right? I'm not a hijabi or niqabi. I'm more of a cleavagey Muslim. That's my category. And apparently I sound like a Brooklyn Jew when I speak English. This is because I learned how to speak English watching Joy Behar in The View. This is what happened. You have to be really confident to live in New York, right? So my motto when I moved here was to be confident like a guy. Right? I work with a lot of guys doing comedy, a lot of them very confident, some of them delusional, not all of them, especially when it comes to picking up women. Okay, they hook up with a lady, she rejects them, automatically a lesbian. It doesn't matter what the guy looks like, she has to be the problem. I wish I had a temp to that confidence. I'm the complete opposite. Good-looking guy comes over to talk to me, like this guy is a homosexual. This guy is coming to ask me where I got my purse. I know it. H&M homo. H&M. I just feel like in general, women were way too hard on ourselves, right? Like we can't even take a compliment properly. I had a guy compliment my hair like, Iman, I really love your hair. I'm like, he's talking about my mustache. I know. He sees my hairy legs through the jeans. I do have Arab parents that have hated me for a long time because I wasn't married at birth. This is the thing. But now I am married. I married a woman, a Jewish woman, like I mentioned earlier. Our families, yeah, complete silence. Thank you. That's exactly. I was really upset with my father for not being on board. Out of all of the parents, my father upset me the most because all of my life he told me and my sister to stay away from boys. Right? Like, stay away from boys. Don't talk to boys. Men are pigs. Like, Dad, look who I brought home. He's like, well, have you tried black guys? And it's like, what? Of course I have. Of course. Anyway, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. What a great show.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful. That was great. This weekend, I had the pleasure of chatting with Ahmed Ali Akbar, host of the aptly named podcast, See Something, Say Something on BuzzFeed News. We met up at Hoodwinked Escape, an acclaimed escape room in Harlem. Take a look. Hey guys, I'm here with our first ever special guest on The Breakdown, Ahmed Ali Akbar. He is the host of the See Something, Say Something podcast on BuzzFeed. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me. 2 brown guys with 2 brown shows meeting. Isn't that exciting?
I love that. It's a first.
It's literally a first for me. Yeah, actually, I think you're right.
So in a few minutes, we're going to be going into one of the rooms. We're going to try to break out. We're going to put 2 brown guys in a locked room, and we're going to try to get out.
I'm going to
It's like Gitmo all over again. I had to make that joke at some point. Look out for your first hit. Look out. Look out. Out the window. Key. I got a key.
You seem like you've done these before. This is only my second time doing it. I'm just like, oh, we're in a room. What do I do?
I'm gonna make a bold statement that's gonna involve a lot of stereotyping.
Okay.
You have great hair for a Middle Eastern guy.
Technically, I'm not Middle Eastern, though.
No, you're not?
I'm Desi.
Oh,
Pakistani.
yes.
I don't consider Desi.
Tell me about that. So, okay, so you don't consider it, but do others consider it to be Middle East? Because I have Pakistani friends who consider themselves Middle Eastern.
That's, no, I don't.
No?
I think they're wrong. I think it's only the United States government who considers Pakistan.
Where does the line end?
Well, when the Bush administration had to deal with 9/11.
They had to deal with it.
Well, they were like, I guess we have to think about this part of the
Yeah,
world.
yeah.
And decide how we're going to ruin it for the next 15, 18 years.
Minimum.
Yeah.
Minimum. That's a short-term lease. They're re-signing.
They actually invented a new term, the Greater Middle East, and Pakistan was in that.
What's the reason for calling it that? To include Pakistan because of?
I think it was just not Pakistan. It was a lot of like Muslimy countries. They were like, oh, we want to just put them all in the same bucket.
If you have more than 90% Muslim people in a country, we want to call it the Middle East, just to make it easy, because we don't want to racially profile and not include all the Muslims we want to racially profile.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I mean, I feel like Iran is probably, for me, the border, what I consider the border of the Middle East, and even like Iranian culture is so different from the rest of like everything else. And then you have like Afghanistan, and then you have Pakistan, which is closer to Indian culture.
Yeah.
So
that is true. Afghanistan is a little bit of Indian culture and Iranian culture, because I know a lot of Iranian identifying Afghanis.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
I do too. But to your point about my hair, it's 100% Indian.
That's amazing.
Which people sell. So I guess
great hair.
I actually do fit the stereotype.
Do you?
Yeah.
Why? So
Indians have a stereotype. The people buy Indian hair, I guess. I don't know anything about that.
I need you to double down right now.
On what?
5. It's 5. 5, right?
You're a genius.
Camera people, if you know what to do,
Yes,
it's okay to
please.
tell us.
You love playing video games.
I like meet up with people and play in like video game tournaments like once a week.
Really?
Yeah.
Video game tournaments once a week, but not arcade video game tournaments.
No, and that's like they're fighting games. So they're like the spiritual descendant of arcade games.
The spiritual. Okay.
I mean, the arcades don't exist. You can't go there anymore. But
not really, unless you go to like a barcade place. Like that's like the resurgence of what arcade games are
right.
today.
And that's like sort of like a precious reimagining of what the arcades were.
I have a question for you. Yeah. How do you feel about how people of color are portrayed in video games? Because I mean, I read the article and it sounds like you abstained from playing those games.
Yeah, so I definitely don't like so when I'm playing a video game, I definitely don't want it to mimic real life too much. You know?
You want a certain level of surrealism to it, or?
Yeah, well, I want a certain level of surrealism.
Yeah.
I don't want to like be reenacting wars in the Middle East in my spare time.
But isn't that the goal for every single video game, to get as real as possible? Isn't the latest and greatest game the one that's closest to reality?
I think that's true for American developers.
Oh, okay.
Japanese developers are very much into the surreal versions, like anime. You know what I mean? Like anime is also like a way of like talking about the world in this very surreal and distant way that actually does reflect reality, but it's not like so real that you could go in there and like, yeah, I think actually killing these brown guys is like a lot of fun, which is what might happen when you play Call of Duty.
Oh, this is the jewel we had to find.
Oh yeah, we're rich now. Great. Putting a UV light on a piece of paper like an idiot.
What are the games you like playing? What's the competitive stuff you play?
So I play Super Smash Brothers, which is just a bunch of cartoon
that's so funny.
beating the shit out of each other.
But that was N64 originated that game, or no?
Yeah, the Nintendo 64 version was the first game. So I play Super Smash Brothers mostly, but I also play like Street Fighter, like Marvel vs. Capcom. Anything that's just like a kung fu movie, but in real life.
And those are surreal, because like, you know, what you're doing in those games, you don't take it away with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, you don't.
There's no emotion that's invoked in playing those games that connects to reality directly.
I have never seen a person lose a fighting game and then punch the other guy in the face. Which you'd think I have, because I've been watching it for like 20 years. I've rarely seen that.
Really? It doesn't translate.
No,
it stays in the game.
I mean, people like definitely get mad. They'll like punch the wall, but they've never hurt another person in my experience. And I've had a lot of experience with this.
And I feel like gamers aren't the most violent people.
No, they're not. That's a little bit of a stereotype, I guess.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not. I'm very peaceful.
You seem docile. I tried to start a fight with you.
Seem docile.
I tried to start a fight with you earlier. It didn't go.
Yeah, no, it didn't. Resetting. I just feel like already like a gentrifier. I'm not trying to ruin all this amazing culture here.
2 brown hosts don't make wrong. Or right. But we'll get out of this room.
Sure.
What is the See Something, Say Something podcast?
So See Something, Say Something is a podcast I do at BuzzFeed News, where every week we bring in a rotating cast of voices from the American Muslim community to talk about the things that our community is talking about today. So it can be like DJ Khaled memes, could be like, you know, Islamophobia in the Republican Party, might be like jinn stories. It's like the full
Jinn
gamut.
stories?
Yeah.
What do you mean jinn stories?
Well, you know, jinn are like the Arabic term for that. Jinns are basically what Americans think of as genies, and you know, I grew up.
I've never
with,
heard that.
Yeah, I grew up with jinn stories. A lot of the Muslims I grew up with grew up being terrified of them. Part of what I've tried to do with the podcast is to create a space that I didn't see much of in mainstream media, and that means it does sometimes mean like bringing people that have expanded my perspective but have similar belief systems. I think it has definitely, you know, I don't want to say it's reaffirmed my belief systems, but
okay, no, it's
there might
okay
be
that it
some
has,
truth
though.
to it. There might be some truth to it. Two.
This is trouble for us. Here's where experience comes into play here, and you and I don't have dominoes in our culture's history.
What even is this place?
Did you guys escape?
Yeah!
High five, dude.
I actually cannot believe we did that.
I can't
Just
believe we
two
did it.
people. Two people.
With her recommendation, I figured I should try Applebee's. That was the worst meal I have ever had. Moral of the story, stick to what you know. Unless all you know is Applebee's, then what the is wrong with you?
Thank you to Athir Yaqub, our resident Halal Cart correspondent. I'm excited to introduce our final performer. She's an NBC stand-up finalist, and you can hear her on SiriusXM's Raw Dog. Please welcome Jess Solomon. Thanks so much.
Hello, I'm Jess. I'm a Canadian, and I moved to this country right before the last election, and I moved here with my Muslim wife because I'm making, yeah, all the best choices all of the time. That's my thing. That's what I'm up to. I'm Jewish. My wife is Palestinian. Yeah. Thank you. It was a very tiny wedding, you guys, really small. It was just me, her, and a UN peacekeeper. That was the whole party. I moved into her place. She didn't want me there, but I moved in anyway, you know, how the Jews do. Good. Before moving here, we went to see a lawyer, and the lawyer was like, I just have to ask you guys, is this a marriage of convenience? And I was like, what? You got me busted, lady. My big plan to move to America is to marry a Canadian, Palestinian, Muslim woman. Hop right over that border. Alienate both of our families. This is literally the most convenient thing I have ever done. But we're here now, and we spent a lot of money on our green card, so we're not going back just yet. We've joined the resistance. That's what we're up to. Who knew? Good times in America. I'm just calling up senators, pretending I live in a swing state. I don't know if that's what I'm supposed to be doing. I don't know if it's working. I'm just like, oh, hi, is this a senator's office from Ohio? Yeah, I'm a white working class coal miner that lost my job. And they're like, you sound a lot like a Canadian woman that moved to Brooklyn and doesn't have the right to vote. Keep it up, sir. Keep it up. I've been hitting up the marches, too. It's my main form of cardio these days. It's been a good time. I've been pretty proud of my signs. I know that's not like the point of the march or anything. I went to a gay march recently with my wife, and my sign said, "Jihad me at hello." That's pretty cute. We had this Japanese news crew came over to interview us, and the reporter was like, I just have to ask you guys, what do you think about Trump? And I just yelled, I love you, Japan. Like I had fans over there. You know what I mean? Just so swept up in the moment. I'm not coping well. I'm not dealing. You know what I mean? Every day is a nightmare. That's the truth. And it's just like, obviously I'm not coping well. You know, like, look at me. I'm a privileged white lady. Like, the only thing I've ever been denied is Hillary Clinton. So it's been... challenging. I do think about Trump getting impeached every day, and then I always arrive at the idea of Mike Pence and how that guy believes in gay conversion therapy, right? Which is trying to make gay people straight. It doesn't work. It's harmful. I'm not on board with it. What I am on board with, though, is making people gay. You know what I mean? I think that's a solid policy. This is true. My wife wasn't even gay before. I did that. Thank you so much. High five. High five, everyone at home. I did that. Yes. I did. I converted her. Yeah, not to Judaism yet. Just to gay. That's all we've got. But I did move her to New York, and she is in therapy. So almost Jewish. You know, we're so close. Thank you, guys. You've been amazing.
Guys, give it one more time for Jess Solomon. How much time do we, guys? Great. Actually, can I have you guys pop back out? Actually, you guys give it one more time for Jess and Iman. Sorry to bring you back out. Is it a spoiler alert that you guys are together?
We're married.
They're married! Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Tell me about any other projects you guys have going on and where everyone here can find you.
On Instagram, we have a cartoon based on our marriage. If you guys want to follow that account at the L Solomons.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to have you guys in here. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm Jess Solomon, she's Iman El-Husseini, so you can follow us at the L Solomons, and they're very cute cartoons about our marriage, about being a Jew and a Palestinian, gay, married, lesbian, the whole thing. That's it. Yeah.
So,
yes.
So let me ask you guys one more question. Did you guys meet in comedy, or did you meet like outside of comedy?
Our
you can hang on to the mic. I don't know why I'm holding it.
Our parents introduced us. That's not true. That's our parents did not. Our parents haven't met yet. But we no. It was comedy. Comedy was what brought us together.
That's right.
That's amazing, guys. Give it up for them one more time.
Our timing.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. Thanks so much for tuning in. Please let BRIC TV know that you'd like to see more of this kind of programming. I'd like to thank Hoodwink's Escape in Harlem. Please check them out. Thanks to Mama Ware, Michelle Ware, and Oreo. Shout out Michael Mora, Hudson Meredith, Chris Raditz, and to our audience in here. Have a good night. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Yeah, we did it. That's it. It's over. Hey, guys. Thank you for coming. We're not on camera anymore. Everyone be cool. Give it up one more time for Jess and Iman.
From New York, this is Democracy Now!
It was midnight when the quake struck. The kids and I screamed. One of our rooms was destroyed. Our neighbors screamed, and we saw everyone's rooms.
A massive earthquake hits Afghanistan. It's killed more than 1,000 people, with the death toll expected to rise as humanitarian appeals for the country, now ruled by the Taliban, have not yet seen major responses, and half of Afghanistan already faces acute hunger. We'll get an update. We'll also look at the looming global food shortage amidst the war in Ukraine, one of the top wheat suppliers to Africa. We'll go to Somalia, where as many as 13 million people are already facing severe hunger amidst an ongoing drought.
1.5 million children below the age of 5 are already malnourished, and we expect that 366,000 of them may not survive through the end of September.
Then we'll look at the World Trade Organization's decision on COVID vaccines.
After 18 months of negotiation, last week we learned that rich countries and the pharmaceutical industry are going to get their way at the World Trade Organization. There was a window of opportunity for them to temporarily share their intellectual property so that the world could have access to medicines, and they refused.
All that and more coming up. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Aid workers and Afghan authorities are struggling to reach areas devastated by an earthquake Wednesday that killed more than 1,000 people, injured more than 1,600 near the city of Khost. It was the deadliest quake in Afghanistan in 20 years. There are reports entire villages have been destroyed. Survivors are using their bare hands to rescue people trapped under the rubble. Communication lines are down in parts of the area, and torrential rain has washed away roads, making many areas impossible to reach. Recent flooding has killed at least 400 Afghans. The Taliban has called for more international aid, while saying sanctions have hampered the government's ability to respond to the multiple crises facing the country. On Wednesday, the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs pledged to help Afghanistan.
It's in a country that's already on the brink. We know that. It's food security situation is where we're talking about. We're close to a famine-like situation. So people are really already hanging on by a thread. So when this disaster comes on top, the de facto authorities in Afghanistan did reach out and asked the UN for help. Of course, we stand ready to help anybody in Afghanistan.
The House Select Committee investigating the January 6th insurrection is holding its 5th public hearing today. Democracy Now! Will live stream it beginning at 3 p.m. Eastern at democracynow.org. The committee will focus on Donald Trump's efforts to pressure the Department of Justice to overturn the 2020 election. Witnesses will include former acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen, who took the post following the resignation of William Barr. The committee's pushed its next hearing back to July in order to give committee members more time to review a flood of new evidence into Trump's coup attempt, including previously unknown video of President Trump and his family and associates recorded by a documentary filmmaker before and after January 6th. The filmmaker, Alex Holder, recently complied with a subpoena from the committee for his footage. He'll be privately deposed by the committee today. The New York Times reports Holder's video includes an interview from December 10th, 2020, with Ivanka Trump, in which she defends her father's challenging of the election results, saying he has to take on this fight. Look, you fight for what you love the most, and he loves this country. Her comment appears to contradict her testimony to the January 6th committee that she accepted William Barr's assessment from earlier in December 2020 that there was no widespread election fraud. In related news, the Justice Department has subpoenaed the chair of the Georgia Republican Party for information related to Trump's plot to submit fake electors to the Electoral College. Subpoenas have also been issued to other individuals involved in fake elector plots in Arizona, Michigan, and Georgia. Meanwhile, the seditious conspiracy trial of Enrique Tarrio and other members of the far-right Proud Boys has been pushed back to at least December due to the ongoing House January 6 hearings. In news from Uvalde, Texas, the head of the school district's police force, Pete Arredondo, has been placed on administrative leave as criticism mounts over the police response to last month's school massacre when an 18-year-old gunman shot dead 19 fourth graders and their 2 teachers. On Tuesday, Texas Department of Public Safety Director Steve McGraw described the local police handling of the shooting as an abject failure. McGraw said there was a sufficient number of armed officers wearing body armor to confront the gunman 3 minutes after the gunman entered the school. However, officers waited over an hour in the hallway. Meanwhile, the mayor of Uvalde has accused McGraw of continuing to, quote, lie, leak, mislead, or misstate information, unquote, to cover up mistakes made by the state police. On Tuesday, McGraw revealed 91 state troopers responded to the school shooting. Many of the officers were from Operation Lone Star, a joint mission of the Texas Department of Public Safety and the Texas Military Department. McGraw has also revealed both local and state police faced a problem with police radios not working inside the school. On Wednesday, Texas State Senator Roland Gutierrez sued Texas Department of Public Safety for withholding documents relating to the shooting. The lawsuit states, quote, "In the wake of the senseless tragedy, the people of Uvalde and Texas have demanded answers from their government. To date, they have been met with lies, misstatements, and shifts of blame," he said. An advisor to Ukraine's president has said the fight for Severodonetsk and Lysychansk in eastern Ukraine is, quote, "entering a sort of fearsome climax," unquote. If Russia succeeds in fully capturing the two cities, it would give Russia control of the entire Luhansk region. Meanwhile, 2 drones reportedly struck an oil refinery in southwestern Russia, sparking a large fire. Russia has accused Ukraine of carrying out the attack. In other news from the war, Reporters Without Borders has accused Russian forces of executing Ukrainian photojournalist Max Levin in March. Levin's work had appeared in BBC, Reuters, and other international outlets. President Biden has called on Congress to suspend the federal gas tax for 3 months in a bid to lower gas prices, which have topped $5 a gallon in the months following Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Today I'm calling for a federal gas tax holiday, state gas tax holiday for the equivalent relief to customers, oil companies to use their profits to increase refining capacity rather than buy back their own stock, gas stations to pass along the decree, not the decree, but the decrease in oil prices to lower prices at the pump. And together, these actions could help drop the price at the pump by up to $1 a gallon or more.
Many economists and progressive lawmakers have criticized Biden's proposal. Congressmember Pramila Jayapal tweeted Wednesday, "Gas tax holiday won't make it down to consumers or stop the profiteering of oil and gas companies. It also robs the Highway Trust Fund of necessary infrastructure funds. An excess profits tax on oil companies with a rebate to consumers is a better solution," she said. While the price of gas has soared in recent months, oil and gas companies are making record profits, taking in over $41 billion during the first 3 months of this year. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman met with the Turkish President Tayyip Erdogan in Ankara on Wednesday in a move to fully normalize relations between the two nations. The visit marked Mohammed bin Salman's first trip to Turkey since the Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi was assassinated inside the Saudi consulate in Istanbul in 2018. Khashoggi's fiancé criticized Mohammed bin Salman's visit to Turkey, saying it, quote, "doesn't change the fact that he's a murderer," unquote. President Biden's scheduled to travel to Saudi Arabia next month, in part to push Saudi Arabia to pump more oil. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell testified before the Senate Banking Committee Wednesday. Last week, the Fed ordered the largest interest rate increase since 1994. Powell acknowledged the rate hike could lead to a recession, would not lead to lower gas and food prices. He was questioned by Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren.
Chair Powell, will gas prices go down as a result of your interest rate increase?
I would not think so, no.
Okay. That matters because gas prices are one of the single biggest drivers of inflation. Chair Powell, will the Fed's interest rate increases bring food prices down for families?
No, I wouldn't say so, no.
The reason I raise this and the reason I'm so concerned about this is rate increases make it more likely that companies will fire people and slash hours to shrink wage costs. Rate increases also make it more expensive for families to do things like borrow money for a house. And so far, the cost this year of a mortgage has already doubled.
The city of Brooklyn Center, Minnesota, has agreed to pay $3.25 million to settle a wrongful death lawsuit brought by Daunte Wright's family. Wright, a 20-year-old black man, was fatally shot by a police officer last year after he was pulled over for having an air freshener hanging from his car mirror. The officer, Kim Potter, who is white, was recently sentenced to 2 years in prison. As part of the settlement, the Minneapolis suburb also agreed to change its policies and training related to traffic stops. Here in New York City, 3 men who were recently held at the city-run Rikers Island jail complex have died in less than a week. The deaths are leading to new calls for control of the jail to be handed over to an outside body. Dr. Robert Cohen, who serves on the Board of Correction, which oversees Rikers, said, quote, "The city of New York, despite their best efforts, is not capable of maintaining a minimally safe environment for people in custody," unquote. At least 9 people have died so far this year after being held at Rikers. A federal appeals court has upheld a law in Arkansas that requires all state contractors to sign a pledge declaring they will not boycott Israel. Arkansas is one of numerous U.S. states to have passed legislation to criminalize the boycott, divestment, and sanctions, BDS, movement. The Council on American Islamic Relations and other groups criticized the ruling. CAIR's Lena Masri said, quote, "By declaring Arkansas's anti-BDS law to be constitutional, the court has tacitly endorsed a Palestine exception to the First Amendment." And in Australia, the head of the foundation which distributes one of the country's most prestigious journalism awards has denounced the United Kingdom's decision to extradite WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange to the United States. Adele Ferguson, the chair of the Walkley Foundation, has called on Australia to intervene to help Assange, who is an Australian citizen. Ferguson said, quote, "Assange has been languishing for years, and it's high time he's brought home. Press freedom and human rights are vital to our society, and what is happening sets a very dangerous precedent at a time when press freedom in this country is being chipped away. This is the time for the government to stand up for press freedom." And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host Nermeen Sheikh. Hi, Nermeen.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Officials in southeastern Afghanistan say a massive earthquake early Wednesday has killed more than 1,000 people. Afghans describe the moment the 5.9 magnitude earthquake struck their homes in Paktika province.
It was midnight when the quake struck. The kids and I screamed. One of our rooms was destroyed. Our neighbors screamed, and we saw everyone's rooms.
It was about midnight when the quake struck. It destroyed the houses of our neighbors. When we arrived, there were many dead and wounded. They sent us to the hospital. I also saw many dead bodies.
The death toll from the earthquake is expected to rise. Thousands have been injured, lost their homes and everything they owned. The earthquake comes as the United Nations reports nearly half of Afghanistan's population already faces acute hunger. The Taliban's called for more international aid while saying sanctions have hampered the government's ability to respond to the multiple crises facing the country. Some aid groups, like the Norwegian Refugee Council, report their teams are now on the ground in Afghanistan to support affected communities with funds and emergency shelter. For more, we're joined by Jan Egeland, Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council. Now, he's in Somalia, which we're going to talk about in a minute. But first, Jan, if you can talk about the situation in Afghanistan after this devastating earthquake and what kind of humanitarian work is underway, what needs to get to the affected area.
The situation in eastern Afghanistan, in Khost and in Paktia, is truly desperate. It's like all of the plagues of the Bible falling down on these very poor people at the same time. So we have been operational in Afghanistan for decades. We have 1,408 workers on the ground. We did not leave when the Taliban took over, nor did we leave these areas. So from Khost, the city, we sent teams immediately, and I just got some images of the devastation from our field workers on the ground. These are very poor houses. They have weak structures in very poor mountainous communities. The number of people killed will go up. The 1,000 you just mentioned is too low. Many more will be dead, and we are now rushing with aid. We will build shelter for the people who lost everything, and we'll also try to have cash distributions to those who cannot afford anything at the moment.
And your comment on the Taliban saying that sanctions are hurting aid efforts?
No, of course. I mean, if you're in a country where we, the aid organization, cannot even do normal bank transfers, the banking system is paralyzed. The regime that took over is under heavy sanctions. It is much more difficult, much more costly to do aid work, but it's not stopping us. We're continuing to work. We understand that people are as angry as we are that the Taliban are preventing girls from getting secondary education, but it would be the ultimate insult to these girls that they starve to death and perish in earthquakes because of our opposition to the education policies of Taliban. So of course we have to help, and the sanctions must give a much more clear blanket exemption to humanitarian work. We need to be able to do financial transactions normally, so to our aid workers on the ground.
Well, speaking of hunger, we're going to now look at the global food shortage. As experts warn of a pending global food shortage, not to mention the one that exists now, the United States and European Union have blamed Russia for preventing grain exports from Ukraine, which is one of the world's top wheat suppliers. On Wednesday, Russia pushed back and blamed the food crisis on sanctions imposed on Russia by the United States and European Union over its invasion of Ukraine. This comes as the UK is offering to help escort Ukraine's grain from its ports under a plan designed by the United Nations that's designed to prevent a mass famine across Africa, where the Ukraine war has led to sharp increases in food prices. African countries import nearly half their wheat from Russia and Ukraine. Almost all the wheat in Somalia comes from Ukraine and Russia. And the United Nations says as many as 13 million people there are already facing severe hunger amidst an ongoing drought. On Monday, the UN Humanitarian Coordinator for Somalia made an urgent call to drastically increase humanitarian aid in the region.
1.5 million children below the age of 5 are already malnourished, and we expect that 366,000 of them may not survive through the end of September of this year. There are 8 districts that are already in what is known as IPC 5, that is catastrophic, that is famine situation. That number is bound to increase unless we are able to scale up our response plan in a very, very major way.
For more, we continue with Jan Egeland in Mogadishu, Somalia. Jan Egeland is Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council. Again, welcome back to Democracy Now! You arrived earlier this week. What have you seen? How devastating is the problem, and how much of it relates to the war in Ukraine?
Well, I'm now in Mogadishu, the capital, but I've been 2 days up in Baidoa, which is one of the hardest hit areas in central Somalia. What I saw there was heart-wrenching, really. Mothers and fathers having walked for 250 kilometers, many of them, to save one child from dying from acute severe malnutrition, bringing them to the therapeutic feeding stations in Baidoa town. They told that they had more children at home that had not been able to escape these drought-stricken areas. It's devastating, really. It is a creeping, devastating drought, which is coming after 4 failed rainy seasons. So it's climate change. It's the climate change that we in the industrialized world caused, and who are dying from this? The children of Somalia, from people who did nothing to cause climate change. And then again, we are underfunded. We have hundreds of aid workers on the ground, but very little funding for the life-saving efforts.
And Jan, could you speak specifically, first of all, obviously climate change is a massive factor, but do you think that the war in Ukraine has exacerbated the situation because so much of Somalia's wheat came from one of the two countries, both the countries together?
It has. I mean, the food prices has more than doubled in some areas. The 90% of the wheat came from Ukraine, number one, and Russia, number two. That's gone. So the Somali traders now need to compete for grain with Norwegians and Swiss and others who can afford high prices. So it's two things, two external factors: the climate change that leads to the drought, and the war in Europe that leads to an exploding prices for food that is really causing this massive famine. And none of these factors were caused by the people. And that's why we're hoping that the G7 nations, including the US now in Germany this weekend, will stand by their pledge to not allow biblical famines in this century. At the moment, the famine is coming.
And in addition to that, another contributor perhaps is the fact that farmers across Africa have been reporting, in addition to, of course, the increase in prices of wheat, also as high as a 300% increase in the price of imported fertilizer. Could you talk about that?
Yeah, and that is curbing food production in the continent of Africa that could increase its food production and need to increase its food production. But again, in Somalia, the people I met are living from hand to mouth. They are living from goats and sheep and camels that have died from thirst and from drought. These are pastoralist farmers as well that did not use fertilizer. Here it is the lack of aid and the drought and the food price increase that is the enormous killer.
And finally, Jan, on the question of Ukraine, you were in the eastern part of the country earlier this year. What do you know of what's happened since? You have your organization, the Norwegian Refugee Council, that's working there, and millions and millions of refugees who fled.
I mean, we, the Norwegian Refugee Council, had our headquarters in the east of Ukraine, in Severodonetsk, that you have reported upon repeatedly, because that city, that was a vibrant city, it was a city where we had 68 workers, is in ruins now. It's completely destroyed. 90% of all buildings are destroyed, and it's now fighting house by house and cellar, basement by basement in the remaining parts of the city. It's crossfire for the civilians there. We have been able to pre-position food in bomb shelters and so on that people are surviving on at the time being. And remember, the people that have not fled, that are left behind, many of them are elderly and disabled. They are in a desperate situation.
Jan Egeland, we want to thank you for being with us, Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council, speaking to us from Mogadishu, Somalia. Next up, as experts warn of a looming global food shortage, we look at what led to the crisis and what to do about it. Stay with us.
Oh, the past and present time seems to find a friend in me. Oh, she sings a sweet by and by, its love's about a melody. Like how I'd never seen you laugh that hard before, till I said I'm your patron saint of the dollar store. Oh, and if I catch hell,
Patron saint of the dollar store, S.G. Goodman. No relation that I know of. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh. As experts warn of a looming global food shortage on top of what already exists, we're joined by two guests to look at what led to the crisis and what to do about it. In Heidelberg, Germany, Sofia Monsalve Suarez is Secretary General of FIAN International, a human rights organization working for the right to food and nutrition. In Montpellier, France, Rachel Besner-Kerr is the coordinating lead author for the chapter on climate change impacts and adaptation of food systems for the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, their report titled Impacts, Adaptation and Vulnerability that was published in February, also Professor of Global Development at Cornell University. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Sofia Monsalve Suarez, let's begin with you. Some say the food crisis was triggered by the pandemic and made worse by the war in Ukraine. What do you think of how it started, so we can talk about how it can be dealt with?
Yeah, thank you very much, Amy, for the invitation. First of all, I want to say that this is not a food shortage crisis. Not yet, not now. It may turn to it in a couple of months or next year, but not now. So the problem is access to food, that people don't have money to pay for food, that people are jobless. And as you know, we live in market economies, so we have to have money to have access to food. So this is not new. This is probably the fourth crisis in 15 years. So these very fragile industrial systems, food systems that we have in place are failing. They are extremely fragile to the climate crisis, to the economic shocks, to conflict, and this is the problem. So therefore, this crisis has been long in the make. It is due to the dismantling of public and communal institutions taking care of providing food, skipping support to peasant farming, to decentralized systems. So we put all our eggs into this corporate food system where countries have to rely on long food supply chains, on global trade. And when we see disruptions, COVID was one example, then people in a very vulnerable situation, like for instance in Somalia, are in a total mess because they rely on imports. So this is one thing. And then the other thing is the financialization of food systems. There's a lot of speculation. Already in 2007, there is a speculation on food, on staples. Financial investors are running now on cereals again, on land. And this is a very important factor also in the current crisis.
Sofia, you co-authored an article in The Guardian earlier this month headlined, quote, Ukraine helps feed the world, but its farmers, seeds and future are in danger. In the piece, you point out that in addition to farms and fields in Ukraine being destroyed by Russian forces, Ukraine's national seed bank has been partly destroyed. Could you talk about the importance of seed banks and why they're so important, and the fact, which you also raise, that 4 companies control 60% of the global seed market?
Yes, unfortunately, the war in the Ukraine, in this war, Russia has been destroying agricultural structure. As you know, according to international humanitarian law, this is forbidden. It is forbidden to destroy this very important infrastructure, and of course, seed banks are part of this agricultural infrastructure. Now, what we see in Ukraine is actually that peasant farming which has been completely neglected for years by the government in Ukraine, because it was totally focused on the agribusiness sector for export, is the one which is currently helping to feeding the population in Ukraine, because it is resilient even in times of war. So what it is very important is to keep these peasant seed systems in place in the fields. Seed banks are important, but it is even more important to protect peasant seed systems because they are resilient. They are able to adapt to climate change much quicker as in time as, let's say, varieties developed in labs. So therefore, I think that the important thing that we discovered when looking at the example in Ukraine is how resilient peasant farming is, even in times of war, and even despite discrimination and total neglect by the government over years.
And I'd like to bring in Rachel Besner-Kerr. You were the lead author on the climate aspects, the food aspects of the latest IPCC report, the climate report. Could you speak about the impact of the climate crisis on food production and access?
Certainly, and just to clarify, I was one of the coordinating lead authors. It was a team of scientists that worked on that chapter. And that's important because there's many different dimensions to the climate crisis. What our assessment showed and emphasized is the way the increasing number of extreme events can lead to acute food insecurity experiences, as we're seeing in places like Somalia and Ethiopia. And they often interact with non-climactic factors to really lead to these acute food crisis situations. So conflict is a very common non-climactic factor that's really leading to these acute food crises. But I also want to agree with Sophia in terms of the points she's raised. We highlighted in the report the vulnerability of smallholder producers to climactic events, in part because they depend on rain-fed agriculture for their livelihoods as well as for food production. And they also play a really important role in providing these diverse food sources to communities and to the globe. And they're often neglected from a policy perspective. And so when you have these extreme events, you often get this lethal combination where you have a drought, so you have reduced food production, or you have flooding, and then you may have infrastructure disruptions. You get a loss of local diverse food types and a spike in food prices. And then poorer households can't afford to get access to that food anymore. And this lethal combination, combined with something like conflict, can really lead to acute food insecurity experiences. And what we documented in the report is increasing scientific evidence of the increased temperature rise from greenhouse gas emissions being directly linked to increased numbers of acute food insecurity events. But I would also agree with Sophia that it's not a crisis that is short-term. This is something that has very much been long-term in the making, and our food system really needs to transform fundamentally to serve the needs of all and to be recognizing the underlying ecosystem that we depend on for our food.
You've said, Rachel.
I could talk about that some more. Go ahead.
Well, Rachel Besner-Kerr, you've said that poor nations in Africa and other regions of the world have become increasingly dependent on food imports. Why is that? And particularly looking at the Horn of Africa, at Ethiopia, at Kenya, at Somalia. Oxfam and Save the Children just did a report saying a child is dying every 48 seconds in just those 3 countries.
Well, the reliance on food imports has been a long-term structural process that was really brought about starting in the 1980s under structural adjustment programs throughout Africa, where countries that were indebted were obliged to carry out programs that reduced their own food production, and they became increasingly reliant on food imports. So that it's been a long-term process, and much of what Sophia raised in terms of some of the structural problems with our food system has led to the current circumstance in the Horn of Africa. Of course, in the Horn of Africa, you also have this combination of conflict and drought in the current moment that has really led to this acute food security crisis.
Rachel, you've also pointed out that the current food production system is heavily reliant on fossil fuels. So could you talk about the impact of that on the climate crisis and how the climate crisis also impacts food production that's reliant on fossil fuels?
Yes, so this is one of the bitter ironies of our current industrial food production system. It's deeply reliant on fossil fuels, so it's a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, which also makes it vulnerable to to shocks and really creating vulnerability through the way it produces food. Fertilizer requires a lot of fossil fuel to produce. It also has to have fossil fuels to distribute and to apply. And there are many other components of the way we produce food using this industrial model that leads to considerable greenhouse gas emissions. So in order to have a long-term reduction in the number of crises, we really need to transform our system to not be reliant on fossil fuels. And in our report, we highlight ecosystem-based approaches such as agroecology that rely on ecological processes and reduce this reliance on fossil fuel-based inputs as really the way forward if we're going to have a food system that is stable, resilient, and that is supporting our ecosystem that we depend on. So things like pollinators and water quality, all of those ecosystem services that we depend on are also undermined with the industrial model. And so the key solution for getting out of the crisis that we will be continually experiencing unless we reduce our greenhouse gas emissions is transforming the food system to be much more ecological in the way that we grow and distribute food.
And Sofia Monsalve Suarez, as we begin to wrap up, if you can comment on what you think are the most critical ways to deal with the hunger crisis in the world today, and who should be making these decisions?
Yes, I think we have to move away finally from this world food security strategy based on global trade and based on an industrial food system. It's just simply not working, and it's putting us at an enormous peril of all these famines that we are facing. So therefore, we need to transform the food systems, the industrial food systems, as Rachel is saying, to transition out of fossil fuel-based food systems towards agroecology and food sovereignty. So food sovereignty is about strengthening democracy, strengthening the groups and actors suffering most from hunger and malnutrition. But who is asking them what they need? Who is asking Somalia what they want to have? Nobody. The G7 is making the decisions. G7 want to continue with global trade as it is. No changes at all in the architecture of trade, investment, and finances. And this is the problem. So we really urgently need to tackle this and to speak and listen to the populations and the countries which are suffering most now.
Well, Sofia Monsalve Suarez, we thank you so much for being with us, Secretary General of FIAN International, and Rachel Besner-Kerr, Professor of Global Development at Cornell University, one of the coordinating authors of a chapter in the major IPCC Climate Change Report. Next up, the World Trade Organization makes a major decision about COVID vaccines. Stay with us.
À ceux qui n'en ont pas, à ceux qui n'en ont pas, Rosa, Rosa, quand on fout le bordel, tu nettoies. Et toi, Albert, quand on trinque, tu ramasses les verres. Céline, Bataire, toi tu te prends des vestes au vestiaire. Arlette, arrête, toi la fête tu la passes aux toilettes. Et si on célébrait ceux qui ne célèbrent pas? Pour une fois j'aimerais lever mon verre à ceux qui n'en ont pas. À ceux qui n'en ont pas. Quoi les bonnes manières? Pourquoi je ferais semblant? De toute façon, elle est payée pour le faire. Tu te prends pour ma mère? Dans 1 heure, je reviens. Que ce soit propre, qu'on puisse y manger par terre. 3 heures que j'attends. Franchement, il est fabrique ou quoi? Heureusement que c'est que de verre. Appelle-moi ton responsable. Et fais vite, elle pourrait se finir comme ça. Ta carrière. Oui, célébrons ceux qui ne célèbrent pas. Encore une fois, j'aimerais lever mon
Sante by Stromae. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh. Hundreds of public health and civil society organizations have denounced the World Trade Organization for approving a text last week that they say leaves in place intellectual property barriers that will continue to limit global access to COVID-19 vaccines, tests, and treatments. In Cape Town, South Africa, Fatima Hassan is the founder and director of Health Justice Initiative in South Africa, whose recent op-ed is headlined, "New WTO Deal is a Slap in the Face to Poorer Countries." And in New York City, we're joined by Mihir Mankad. He is a senior advisor for global health advocacy and policy for Doctors Without Borders, known as MSF. He was at the World Trade Organization meeting. Welcome to both of you to Democracy Now! Mihir Mankad, if you could lay out what happened at the meeting. I think part of why decisions like these can happen is because it is so hard to understand for the rest of the world, the kind of bureaucratic language that's used.
Sure. Thank you, Amy. In fact, it seems like nothing much happened, unfortunately. And as you just stated, you were really disappointed in the outcome that was reached. The negotiations for this particular decision have been taking place since May, but for the last 18 months, the World Trade Organization has been discussing a proposal by India and South Africa to completely suspend intellectual property rights on the full range of COVID-19 medical tools. And that's, in fact, not what was discussed at all in Geneva last week. And in fact, a bloc of rich countries, the EU, the United States, UK, and Switzerland, amongst others, led the charge, in essence, to arrive at this watered-down decision, which, in fact, doesn't waive any intellectual property rights and in our opinion, may ultimately cause more damage than good.
Fatima Hassan, you wrote a piece following the WTO decision, headlined "The New WTO Deal is a Slap in the Face for Poorer Countries." Could you explain why you think that's the case and what role you believe the Director General of the WTO made in enabling this decision? She is, of course, the first African and the first woman to head the organization.
Thank you. So we've argued that it's a weak deal because it's not a waiver. It's not the waiver that was proposed by South Africa and India. It only deals with vaccines and it only deals with patents. And in fact, the entire deal is more about a summary of what you would have to do if you decide to manufacture vaccines and export them. So it deals quite significantly with export rights and who should be opting in and who should be opting out of the deal. Doesn't deal with all the other elements of intellectual property like copyright and trade secrets, or the recipes and the knowledge that we actually need to scale up manufacturing. And it doesn't even deal with treatment and diagnostics in the middle of 2022. And so when we've said that this is a weak deal that has been enabled by the Secretariat and the leadership of the DG, what we mean by that is that we believe that countries were bullied into silence, that countries were bullied into submission in the last 2.5 months, and that the text that was actually put forward by the DG of the WTO was based on what the EU and the US wanted. And so the process that was followed to ram through that text through what we call green room secret negotiations, excluding certain countries, basically ensuring that the African group was silent and unable to propose any textual amendments, doesn't actually befit an institution that is supposed to be based on consensus and an institution that is supposed to prioritize everybody's lives and everybody's rights in the middle of a pandemic. So we have argued that the WTO, for us, is now really not fit for purpose, and the TRIPS agreement that deals with aspects of life-saving medical technologies is also clearly, from what we've seen in the last 2 years, not fit for purpose either.
So, Meher, could you get into some of the details of what precisely this agreement entailed? The issue also, if you could explain, of compulsory licensing. And finally, the fact that the U.S. Last year in May, the Biden administration expressed its support for temporarily waiving intellectual property rights for COVID vaccines. What was the position that U.S. delegates took at this meeting?
Sure. So I think Fatima put it perfectly well. This current agreement doesn't waive any intellectual property rights, and in fact is simply a clarification of some existing procedure with a small waiver, as it were, concerning the exportation of goods produced through the use of a compulsory license. A compulsory, so under normal circumstances, and that's only for COVID-19 tools, I should say, and for a limited period, just 5 years. So under normal circumstances, a compulsory license is something that allows someone else to produce or make use of a good or a patent that the patent holder holds. And in general, the TRIPS agreement allows for the use of compulsory licenses. However, the products produced through those compulsory licenses are meant to be primarily for domestic purposes. And this decision expands that slightly to allow for those products to be exported as well to a certain eligible countries. Those eligible countries are primarily or only developing countries in this case. And even then, the agreement encourages those countries that have vaccine production amongst developing countries to opt out. So for example, China has opted out, and China happens to be one of the world's largest vaccine producers. So in some sense, of course, that this is completely counterproductive. Along with that, as Fatima mentioned, this decision doesn't include immediately treatments or diagnostics in its scope. And that's hugely problematic considering where we are in this pandemic. And insofar as the US's role and position, you're right that the government, the Biden administration, agreed to a waiver last year, or at least stated a commitment to pursuing that. And what we found, in Geneva last week and over the course of the last few months is that the administration has been very hesitant to state a public position. It's in fact, I think, as we learned over the course of the last week or so, been effectively pushing back on the immediate inclusion of treatments and diagnostics in this decision, and also in pushing back on ensuring that the full scope of intellectual property is covered by this particular agreement. So, know-how, industrial design, copyright, and other things that might be critical to, as Fatima said, again, ensuring that there's adequate global scale-up of all the necessary COVID-19 medical tools.
The Pharmaceutical Research and Manufacturers of America, PhRMA President and CEO Stephen Ubel, condemned the final deal reached by the WTO, saying pharmaceutical companies had produced more than 13 billion vaccines and had the capacity to vaccinate everyone in the world, and the problems countries have encountered in vaccinating their populations have more to do with distribution issues rather than access. He said, rather than focus on real issues affecting public health, like solving supply chain bottlenecks or reducing border tariffs on medicines, they approved an intellectual property waiver on COVID-19 vaccines that won't help protect people against the virus. He said, despite the fact that vaccines have been made available, quote, last-mile distribution challenges are causing countries around the world to destroy unused vaccines and turn away donations. Rather than resolving these issues, diplomats spent the past year and a half arguing at the World Trade Organization over ways to undermine the very intellectual property rights that enabled hundreds of collaborations to produce the COVID-19 vaccines on a global scale. I want to put this question to Fatima Hassan. You're in South Africa. If you can put in very lay terms what we're really talking about here and what pharma, you know, the major corporations that have made more money than they've ever made in their history off these vaccines, what he is saying.
Thanks. So I think that the industry can spin it however they wish to. But what we have is a track record in the past 2 years that timely access to the right vaccines at the right time, particularly for the African continent, was not possible because the single largest barrier facing us at that time when we needed those vaccines was intellectual property barriers. And so the irony is that the industry is using a set of circumstances and facts that is currently applicable to justify the practices of both the industry as well as the EU and the US for the past 20 months. And 100 countries, 65 co-sponsors very clearly articulated that the issue was not so much what the industry is now talking about as far back as October 2020, and that the invocation of patents, of copyrights, of trade secret was a barrier to scaling up manufacturing on an expeditious basis. So this argument, what we call the glut argument that the industry has been, in my view, peddling for the last few months is a very convenient distraction from the real barrier that IP faces, not just for vaccine production or the new generation vaccines that we're going to need in the next few months, but also for treatment and diagnostics. Currently, we're facing a situation of treatment apartheid, where IP is the barrier to enabling countries to be able to use a generic version of a treatment that is very widely available currently in the US. So I think that for us, it boils down to the fact that exactly what the US and EU wanted all along, which was to limit it to only vaccines and patents or to only talk about compulsory licensing, is exactly what the WTO has delivered to them in the form of this deal. So basically, they won. They got exactly what they wanted. And, you know, I think really enabled by an industry that has been claiming this all along, that the waiver won't make a difference, that it would harm innovation, that it would harm their IP. And Amy, you and I have previously spoken about whose IP was it?
And just to be clear, IP means intellectual property.
Yes.
Keep going.
No, and you know, just to sum up there is that the IP, the intellectual property, the patents, the knowledge that was generated off the back of public funding and public scientists, I think really with this deal, one has to, you know, take a long, hard look at how multilateralism at the WTO is actually failing us. It's a very warped multilateralism, but also that TRIPS is no longer fit for purpose. The TRIPS agreement on intellectual property for medicines and medical technologies is not fit for purpose, because this is the way in which we are interpreting it, and this is the way in which we are dealing with it in the middle of a pandemic. It doesn't bode well for what's to come next.
Mihir, could you also respond to what the pharmaceutical industry said, namely that the main problem is one of distribution and enabling vaccinations to be administered in the developing world, that there are doses, but there are problems with distribution and actual vaccination, number one. And then is the main issue now, as Fatima has also said, the main issue at the moment is enabling access to treatments and diagnostics for the developing world?
Yeah, so I would agree that, you know, the industry is crying crocodile tears here by raising a fear, you know, concerning this particular decision, which I'm sure they're aware won't do nearly what they claim it will do. insofar as the supply and distribution concerns are concerned, I think Fatima's right that, it's a question of timing and adequacy, and the capability of rapid deployment, some of which perhaps have to do with distributional concerns, but, are still at the core a question of, whether we have enough and then whether that can be, moved around adequately, much of which is protected or prevented, rather, I should say, by intellectual property barriers. So, what we've seen over the course of the last 18 months is that, these barriers have inhibited companies in the global south who are perfectly willing and capable of producing these vaccinations to actually do so. And especially early on, in the first year or so of vaccination, we saw massive shortfalls that have now led to huge amounts of global inequity. So, in general, I think this is, of course, still an ongoing question, and the fact that it's very likely that we'll be needing boosters on an ongoing basis, makes it even more urgent. And at the moment, it's correct, I think, that to say that treatments are, one of the most pressing issues with respect to access. And that's because, most of the effective treatments are under intellectual property control by just a few corporations. And there is, for the time being, at least this year, no major supply available through anyone besides those originator companies. And even that which is available through those companies is in very limited stock and purchased mostly by high-income countries. So, unfortunately, we're just making the same mistakes over and over again. The same mistakes we made with vaccines and access to vaccines early on in the pandemic is the same mistake we're making with treatments right now.
Let me ask Fatima Hassan in South Africa, is the pandemic ending?
Not from where we're sitting, no.
And Mihir Mankad, with Doctors Without Borders, you have this global perspective. What do you see right now?
No, I don't think we're in a position to claim that the pandemic's ending, and neither that WHO has also not indicated that the pandemic is ending anytime soon.
And finally, Fatima, what do you think would be the single most important action that could be taken right now to deal with this ongoing pandemic?
So unfortunately, because we have this weak deal, I think the single pressing thing that needs to happen is that every single country in the global south has to start issuing compulsory licenses, but not just on vaccines, also on treatments and on diagnostics, because they are ordinarily permitted to do that under the TRIPS agreement. So if we don't have strong domestic action or strong domesticating
we have 10 seconds.
Deal, we won't be able to get out of this pandemic.
Fatima Hassan, we want to thank you for being with us. Health Justice Initiative, speaking to us from South Africa. And Mihir Mankad with Doctors Without Borders, or MSF, speaking to us from New York City. And that does it for our broadcast. Democracy Now! Is produced with Renee Feltz, Mike Burke, Messiah Rhodes, Maria Taracena. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
I gotta go to my cousin's wedding next week. I'm gonna be a groomsman.
Russo's by the bay?
Nah, Johnny's by Bay Street. Staten Island version. Instead of the couple coming up through the floor with the smoke like at Russo's, they walk to their dais over a miniature Verrazano Bridge.
Oh, classy.
I gotta rent a tux for this shit.
Good luck with all the jizz and puke.
Yeah, my family's weddings are wild.
No, I'm talking about the tux rental. There's only two types of people who rent tuxes. They're either for weddings or proms. One's a group of irresponsible teenagers on one of their first nights of true partying, all swollen with booze and fucklust. The other, they're a group of irresponsible adults confronting their loneliness, all swollen with booze and fucklust. Like I said, jizz and puke.
I fucked my prom date like 6 times.
Yes, high school Craig, all 6'2", 165 pounds of pure punk rock muscle, looking great in your tux, covered in fuck juice.
I like this. I do, it makes sense, right? Clothes have souls.
Yeah, of course you like this. You rented a tux for a 6'2" guy, slender tux. Of course you think it's got the mojo of 1,000 fuckable men. Me? I'm 5'7". I'm renting a 40 short with irregular arms and short legs. The last guy who wore mine looked like Kim Jong-un.
This place is bugging me out. I get it. For the 100th time, you moved into the neighborhood you used to buy your weed in.
No, this is the actual store. The wig heads were over here. There was a bunch of junk over there. The bag of Fritos that made this front to front, it was right up there. They made you buy a bag every time.
We've been to 5 different stores on Franklin. Each one was the spot you bought your weed in.
There was a buzzer that you pressed and they buzzed you in, and the door locked so you couldn't leave. I still remember them calling me 21 Jump Street.
Maybe this is the spot you thought was the weed spot.
What the fuck you want? Let me get 2 dimes and a 20. So, 2 20s? Yeah. Excuse me, I meant 2 20s of weed.
We don't sell weed here. That's next door. Now get the fuck out.
Can I give them back to you? Yeah, for my money?
Are you fucking serious? This is not how these transactions go down. Look around you. Does it look like we have a return policy? Just do some coke, you fucking pussy.
I do coke.
Yeah, and you fuck bitches too.
I fuck bitches.
Give me that. Get the fuck out.
You still haven't tried coke, you pussy.
She wants white, the cheapest Sauvignon Blanc they got.
These are cheap. Yeah.
These 2 bottles and,
Is that it?
a double chocolate Thai.
You know, the one with the chocolate chips on the bag?
You got the hydro?
Let's get 2 for $5. You know what? You got a 50 of murders?
I'm sorry. We're just taking a trip down memory lane. Believe it or not, before you moved to New York, this used to be a weed spot.
Yeah, what's your point?
No, this used to be a front. You know, the dumb waiter, the camera that didn't work, the bag of Fritos. The whole place was like The Wire. Marlo, Omar.
Look, he bought his weed here like once back in the 90s. He's being nostalgic.
5 times. Man, this neighborhood used to be wild.
And now you're back. It's $26.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought you might want to hear a little neighborhood history, you know? Some real seedy New York shit.
Sorry, I got other customers to attend to.
There ain't nobody here. We're the only ones buying shit. People just come in and leave.
It's not a really big selection.
Okay, you got your wine. It's $26. There's the door.
Another entitled non-New Yorker telling me how to live in New York.
I'm from Long Island.
I'm sure you're turned on. What a fucking asshole that lady was.
Is this gonna ruin the day? Because if so, I'm going home.
What? What did I do wrong? I was just trying to enlighten her about the New York that she inhabits.
Look, not everybody's got to bow down to the crap that comes out of the shit shell of a brain of yours.
You tolerate it.
Barely. That's what friends are for. Now be a pal and let it go.
I'm sorry. Look, I haven't slept right since the baby was born, and I haven't smoked weed in days.
What? How you standing upright?
Johnny V got pinched.
Fuck. You've been going to him since before college.
I know, I'm in a panic, but the little bit of weed that I have left, I've been giving it to my wife so she doesn't murder me in my sleep.
Call my guy.
You guy's a fucking weirdo.
No, he ain't.
I don't have the heart for his vetting process.
What are you talking about?
Craig, the last time we went there, We had to watch TV with him for like 2 hours. Actually, we watched wrestling for 2 hours, and he watched us.
He's harmless.
I don't know, man. This whole thing's got me thinking. I'm pushing 40. What happens if I lose a connection and can't get another one until a Cuomo legalizes it in New York?
Is there another Cuomo?
There's got to be. Yeah. I bought a jar for my weed in '93, and it's been filled ever since. I mean, I always have. Now it's like my ecosystem's disrupted.
I got you.
Oh, not in front of the kid.
This is fucking delicious. What is this?
Some Icelandic-style yogurt.
Everybody's got a yogurt now? When we grew up, it was just Dannon. Then the Greeks. Now you got a Finnish yogurt, Norwegian yogurt, Malaysian yogurt. How come Puerto Ricans ain't got yogurt?
We just call them mofongo.
That's Dominicans, man. Sometimes I don't get you.
What? That's the good stuff. It's got fermented chia seeds. It's got probiotics.
Is that the one for shitting?
Yeah.
Can't believe you let your kids eat this shit.
That's expensive shit.
Yeah, but your whole little Preserve Brooklyn cause, shouldn't he be eating public school butter crunch cookies and slugging a quarter water? Instead, you got him sitting here eating cut cucumbers and celery and warm Frisian glazing. And we got to get you up on New York food, Henry, okay? Next time, cart knishes with onions, Jamaican beef patties, hot dogs, zeppelis.
Nah, that food's poison.
We grew up on that food.
Yeah, and look at us.
What do you do about the weed?
I got a number from Jose, my super.
Hey, yo, you still looking for me?
You Mikey? I was texting with Mikey.
You Jose's boy?
Yeah, you want to go do this at my house? I don't want to do this out in the open with my kid.
Go to your house? Nah, man. Just have your man take the kid around the block, and me and you go in here and talk business.
This used to be a front, right?
Where you from?
Bay Ridge.
New Yorker. You must have bugged out coming up here. You should look mad different, right?
Yeah, I bought my wife's wine in here earlier, and I was telling the girl that this used to be a front. She bugged out on me.
Oh, that was you? That's fucking classic. I gotta tell my therapist about this shit.
Go walk around the block.
Yo, you really pissed her off, bro. She said 2 yuppies came in here and scared off all the clientele.
Yuppies?
Nuh-uh. He cost us like 3 sales. Him and his friend were pretending to piss on each other in the corner, and all the walk-ins walked out.
You was pissing in here?
I was pissing in a diaper.
You wear diapers?
No, I was telling a story that I was pissing in my son's diaper pail because I couldn't make it to the bathroom and I don't want to wake him up.
That's fucking smart. He's smart. I like that. We should sell to this guy, man. Look at his face. He'll be loyal.
I will. I will.
All right. We'll serve this block historian and move him on his merry way.
So, how much you want, bro?
What do you got? Dubs, eighths, quarters?
Got whatever you need, man.
All right, I'll take an ounce then.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah? Serve him. Yo. Serve the man. So that's 1,500, bro.
You guys don't have weed?
Dance Day, Dance Day. Dance Day, Dance Day.
Ah, this fucking place.
Ah, this fucking place.
Oh, you're making my kid curse.
The fuck did I do? Well, that didn't count.
Yeah, I agree to go to a play date with your au pair du jour, and she's got to live here.
What's wrong with Gowanus?
I prefer to remember it how it was.
Well, a place you didn't go because you weren't a longshoreman, prostitute, or junkie? You're just mad you got priced out.
You're damn fucking right.
Besides, I didn't say she lives here. It's her friend. She's throwing a party.
A party?
Look, her friend's having a little warehouse party. I wanted it to be a surprise.
For what?
DJ Chick Norris is playing.
Are you kidding me? No warning. Just boom, a surprise concert. Craig, I got a kid. He's here. Craig, this is why you don't have kids. You don't know how to take care of him.
He can come.
How? He's got fucking baby ears. Tender, damageable baby ears. They better not have those air traffic controller headphones.
No dipshit. It's a kid party. A mommy dance party, whatever you want to call it.
Nah, I'm turning around. That's it. We're on a mission, Craig. To make him from where we're from.
Would you live a little?
I'm living.
It's gonna be great. My girl could watch Henry. Me and you could relax and have a couple beers. You're gonna love my new wife.
Yeah, it's great to watch your friends in Borough die in the same place.
Whatever. I'm excited for you to meet her. I think she might be the one, man.
She doesn't stand a chance.
I'm serious. This one is special. She used to ride horses in junior high school.
Enough. I'm about to meet her. I don't want to spend the moments before learning how she loves to eat asshole. Well, I'm sorry, Henry.
I didn't say nothing.
Oh, there's a spot right over there. What's that guy doing?
Hey, yo, guy, what are you doing?
No, hey, spot's taken.
Yeah, by me.
Hey, come on, man, I'm saving it for my girlfriend.
There's no saving spots. Hey, Henry, is there saving spots?
No, there's no saving spots.
Hey, she's gonna be here in a minute. She's got our kid.
Really? This is where you've taken me.
Dude, sorry.
My God, dudes, we're like a Seinfeld episode here.
No, we're not. If we were, I would have beat the shit out of George and fucked the lane by now.
You flatbush flathead.
Who would have thunk it? I know, right? Trapped in a room full of beautiful nannies, young moms, and husbands whose wives I'll potentially steal. We got the best bait of all.
No, that this is what we became. That this is what Brooklyn has become.
What are you talking about? This is awesome. I wish we had shit like this when we grew up. We just went to the aunt's house so Mom could smoke cigarettes and play pinochle.
Yeah, but our aunts didn't move to the big city, become a parent, and dress like MC Search like this schmo.
What are you talking about? You're wearing neon limited edition sneakers and a polo bear shirt on Dad Day.
Yeah, but I earned it. We grew up here. Our whole family lives here.
So we get a hipster pass because we occasionally have a New York accent? You're more like him than you think.
Get the fuck out of here.
Hey.
How you doing? You look amazing.
Stop it.
Oh, this is James. He's thrilled to be here.
Hi. And you must be Henry. I like your shirts. Oh, you're such a little ladies' man, aren't you? What a muffin.
Thanks. He gets it from his mother.
Such a muffin. Hey, let's go dance.
Get him out of here. Have fun. Yeah, let's go outside.
So how'd you meet this one?
Our friend's having an affair with my friend.
An affair? Oh, he's married and he's fucking a 22-year-old.
What do you expect them to do? They're everywhere. They're like bed bugs. They transplant here and just want to get in trouble.
And you're the problem. You keep banging him out and encourages more of them to come. You're a transplant banger.
Bang, bang, dude. Your wife's from Connecticut.
Yeah, and I get a pass on it. Because here I am raising the last of a dying breed. The last of the born and bred Brooklynites with an accent.
Is this what marriage did to you? Huh? Brooklyn's changed. It's full of 22-year-olds on Tinder, dying of sex with guys like us that are actually from here. And your way of dealing with your monogamy is through plotting and anger?
I've entered my Al Bundy stage.
I'd rather enter these transplants.
You're just infatuated with all the available ass looking to make the Craig mistake. You're the one they find right before they find someone to marry.
Yeah.
Hey, put this out. Let's go get a beer.
You get a couple beers?
Two blue? So, what's this one like?
She gets it. She knows what I need. A little dress up, clean feet.
Choking?
Dainty hands with a strong grip. I think I'm gonna put a baby in her. I mean, she's good with kids, nice family.
Yeah. Yeah, just jump right in. That would be great for the kid.
Yeah. I just don't think I can, though.
Oh, tell me more.
It's her father, man. He's bald.
Oh! You can't do that to your potential sons.
I know. I got a great head of hair. My father.
Great head of hair.
I mean, she's fucking perfect, but...
Hey, listen. Out of all the reasons that you should not have a child with a stranger, this one might stop me.
Who's a stranger? It's 3 weeks.
Hair? That's a problem, but it's second only to father's dick size.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I thought we talked about this. Look, in my mind, you owe it to yourself to find out what her father's dick size is. You owe it to your future sons to find out what you're potentially strapping them with. You gotta let them know that you tried to make the family keep on growing. Not shrinking, growing.
The future of your son's dick keeps you up at night?
No, I did my homework, no jeopardy.
You've seen Devin's dad's dick?
No.
You asked her?
Well, I couldn't get a look myself.
What am I supposed to do? Ask every girl I'm about to bang about their dad's dick?
No, only the ones that you plan on impregnating.
Oh my God, Henry is so cute. What a doll.
I know, that kid's amazing. Hung like a horse, that kid.
Stop. You are so bad.
I'm just saying, important things to consider when making a family.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about important things to consider when making a family. Heart disease, cancer, male pattern baldness.
What? My dad's bald.
Yeah, but is he well hung?
You better be kidding.
You know, this is amazing, and I don't want to be in a frivolous relationship anymore, you know? I want to take this, I want to take you seriously.
So...
Just give me an idea.
Stop, enough. I can't tell if you're being serious or not. I gotta take Alice home. Call me later, tomorrow. What's wrong?
Remember when you were a kid in the summer? And you just get home from the beach. Grandma's back from Florida. The kitchen's really hectic. You're running late for dinner. So you jump in the shower with your dad. Boom, you've seen your dad's dick.
Really? I've been in the city 6 months and somebody I barely know is asking me this?
It's been 3 weeks.
Okay, so who's to say it's my dad's dick that matters? How big is your dad's dick?
I haven't seen it since I'm 5 or 6, but you remember the one about the baby's arm in the apple?
Yeah.
His dick was holding that baby.
Figures. But what if it's not the grandfathers that determine the size? Macho pig. What if it's my mother or... So, Craig, how big's your mother's pussy?
Dad's Day. Dad's Day. Dad's Day. Dad's Day.
I'm fucking beat.
Word. That wedding last night almost killed me, man. It's nice to be out here relaxing in some peace and quiet.
I needed this. I stayed out too late last night. And I was nicely buzzed and in the cut, and it was fun, but I just stayed out too late. I got right to that point of too drunk, too old, and too married for the place that I was in. I was with that kid Corey from work, the one we're meeting later.
Yeah, the kid you said is me 10 years ago?
No. He could be you in 10 years. There's still hope.
You should be so lucky.
Nah. I learned from your mistakes. I'm better prepared and better equipped for this. It's like I'm being sent back in time to change the future. It's like I'm John Connor.
John Connor led the resistance against the Terminator army. No, you're like the guy who fucked his mother.
You mean his father?
Oh, wait, so tell me, genius, how you gonna prevent me from 10 years ago from being me now?
It's just a joke I have with him. No big deal. Just about how, you know, eventually he'll lose the ability to deeply care about a person for years at a time. And the trade-off is the ability to walk into a room and find something to fuck.
That doesn't sound so terrible.
Yeah, it figures. But I think I got him thinking straight.
How so?
He's 28.
So what?
So I told him what happens to a man right around 30.
The Great Widening.
We need a new name for that.
It'd be scary to most, but I welcomed it. They all became so beautiful at once.
I wonder what it is. You're so picky in your 20s. Perfect tits, thigh gap, fat ass. And then all of a sudden, you love them all.
Is there a little awkward?
I love it.
A little ugly?
Fine with it.
Fucked up teeth?
Bring it. Big bush.
Bush is back.
No bush.
Big bush, no problem.
Wrinkles.
I fucked a grandmother last week. I followed the lines like map trails.
Lately, I can get off on one positive trait and some sense of humor. I mean, club foot, bad hair, pink eye. If she's got one good titty, it makes me laugh. If I wasn't married, I'd be in.
I mean, a little thick? Fuck it, a lot thick.
I prefer it.
Cellulite.
I got it.
Saggy tits.
My balls are almost pendulums.
Flat ass?
Not at all. But if they got a bad attitude.
No, then it's overdone. I mean, like one morning you wake up, as long as they're trying, they just all start to look so sexy.
That's what this kid doesn't get. Is then all that's left is to try to fuck them all.
Yep.
You're going to try to fuck them all.
Yep.
It's a curse. You're cursed.
Pray for me.
With all this ass floating around Brooklyn, it's like you're a kid in a candy store. Actually, it's like you're a kid stuck in a candy store after an earthquake for a really long time, and the power's out. So you gotta eat the candy for sustenance. I mean, he's forced to eat what he loves until it becomes what he hates.
But it all works out in the end, right?
Nah. But there's hope for others.
To be honest with you, I was pretty creeped out to meet you.
Jason, you do this to Corey? You blame him for everything?
Nah, we actually haven't been hanging out much lately. I just got engaged, so there hasn't really been any time. You know, I want to set him up with one of my fiance's friends so we can like go on vacation together.
But he keeps fucking him and leaving.
Keeps fucking him. So we're kind of running out of bridesmaids to pair him with.
Yeah, they'll hold his cock, but they won't hold his hand down the aisle.
Oh, hey, he can't help it. Look at the kid. So you're getting married. Must be tough watching Corey fuck all your girl's friends. I've been in long-term relationships before, and let me tell you, there ain't nothing more beneficial for their longevity than wanting to fuck all your girl's friends. Listen up, boys. I read all about this. Human beings are not actually the descendants of chimpanzees as previously believed. We're actually the descendants of the bonobo, a matriarchal, polygamous ape driven by orgy.
Stop. Your bonobo theory doesn't work. We're evolved from chimps, a disgusting, warring, patriarchal ape that's territorial, womanizing, and overtly cruel. Just look at the election this year.
Look, that's because we repress our true nature. Deep down, we are built to competitively fuck. Our bodies evolved that way. Look, I can prove it to you. Jason, imagine me fucking your fiance doggy style.
No thanks.
Holy shit, dude. This is my work friend.
Whom you're trying to convince not to be like me. This should only further prove your point, no?
Well, valid, but fucking his wife, doggy style?
It's for science. Don't be so close-minded. The doggy style is just because I'm a visual thinker. All right, so let's say me and Corey are engaged in a threesome.
Yeah, Dib's hitting that one first.
All right, so he's fucking her, and then he comes inside her, right? Here I come with my dick.
And while I'm doing my thing to please this woman, I come inside her. But while we're enjoying this pleasure, I'm also displacing his sperm. You see, listen, the male penis is like a meat straw. And while we thrust in, our foreskin also pulls out the last lover's sperm. You see, she wants our cum. She's programmed to procreate, and she's maximizing her chances by having multiple lovers. And I'm obliging, but I'm also competing.
You fucking lost it. I'm sorry, guys. He gets like this sometimes. Let's get out of here.
No, I haven't. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, guys. Your wife wants a life full of orgasms. Besides, more sex leads to less conflict.
I do agree that we live in a matriarchal society. I mean, what's more matriarchal than what James and I have?
What do you mean?
I mean, we're forced to brunch, we're forced to express our feelings, we have to clean up after ourselves, listen and eat salads.
No, I choose to live a pretty sweet life with my lady and my boys.
No, she conditions you to live an optimal life for her and gives you sex to pacify your primal urge. I mean, she's got your nuts in a sports sack. The same bag that she kept her weed in all throughout college. Weed that she doesn't let you smoke now.
Forget this. This isn't just about you. Think about your wife's needs also. When the female bonobo screams out during orgasm, she's screaming for more males to come and fuck her. She's screaming for more dick. Look, our women want more dicks. Corey gets it. He gives more dick. Jason, give her more dick.
Suddenly, I hate myself.
Craig, I lived with you for years. I've heard you fuck. You're like Marlon Brando having sex with Marlon Brando in a sex scene directed by Marlon Brando. And secondly, I am positive, when she has that fake orgasm, it's so that she can go to sleep and get the trauma of your sex screams behind her.
Look, you could tell yourself whatever you want. You can't refute science. The fact that my dick and fuck motion combo sucks out other sperm proves that we evolved as polygamists, further proving that our girlfriends and wives want pounds of dick.
You're a sick fuck. You want to be like this, Corey?
No, I want to be like you and Jason.
Are you happy?
No.
Why not?
You have Corey to groom, but who am I to impart my wisdom to? Today, all this, it made me realize that I need a protege. You like fruit, Henry? Why not eat all the fruit?
Henry, too much fruit makes you sick. Craigie has too much fruit.
But fruit's so sweet and delicious.
Henry, vegetables make you stronger. Bitter greens might not taste good at first, but you get used to them.
She won't let me do it. She's 100% right.
Why you always gotta get her back? You're supposed to be my pal, my confidant, my golden girl.
Look, a Sophia Petrillo like myself does not make decisions based on loyalty alone. She trusts her gut.
Yeah, and I trust mine. And it's gotten really big lately, so, it must know something. So that's it. I'm cutting the cord, no more cable.
You can't cut cords. What did your therapist say? Look, TV raised you, man. Video music box, Yo MTV raps, cartoons. You gonna turn your back on your parents?
Brooklyn raised me.
Come on, you're an inside kid. You were plopped on a couch eating Twinkies. You wasn't out here on these streets.
Besides, the only reason I have a TV is because I thought I'd see you on it someday. So I might as well just throw it away.
I can't believe Henry graduated pre-K already. I mean, it feels like just yesterday you were freaking out about getting Devin pregnant and having to commit your life to a soul-sucking job.
I wish it was free K. I mean, it's more like college tuition. This kid's getting a Norwegian-level education at Martin Shkreli prices.
I thought you was rich.
He's rich. My wife's rich. I'm still heavily invested in the get-rich-quick schemes and the pipe dreams. Well, forget about it, though, because the people, they're lovely. The education is great. The one thing that chaps my ass is that Henry is the only true Brooklynite. I mean, he was born here. I was born here. My father was born here. His father was born here.
I get it. So he should get a bigger diploma, you're saying?
Yeah, he should. I went to City College. His grandmother went to City College. His great-grandmothers both had to drop out of public school to get jobs. Lineage counts.
How long does it take to become a real New Yorker? I always heard 10 years.
Fuck that. We were beat in, they bought in. It ain't the same.
So what you're saying is you're worried your son is becoming a yuppie puppy?
Kinda.
It's all right. Let's fix it.
First lesson today at lunch. Real New Yorkers know how to get over. We know how to get the big slice, the big scoop. We know how to talk to the people.
Yeah, me, Henry, I talk to everybody. I talk to the mailmen, the old ladies, the store owners.
The homeless.
Well, that's not fair.
Really? Because I remember you having such a connection with a homeless man who begged on your dorm room corner that you actually let
a man into my home.
I'm not celebrating you.
Henry, I gave a man a roof over his head. I'm a saint.
Saint Craigie.
Just because you let Charlie Noodles bathe in your dorm room and dry his dirty socks does not mean that you get the big scoop in your burrito. One does not do this casually. There are many technical details involved.
Enlighten us.
There are 3 steps to getting the big scoop. First, you can't build a building without a proper foundation. Pork? And you can't pour a foundation without happy labor. Not in my town. So you need to have the smile and the eyes locked ready.
How you doing, my brother? Let me get some pork, please.
Second, you gotta know your order. No mealy-mouthed, what's on the menu? You gotta speak with conviction.
Nice. Rice, back beans, and black beans.
Third, no jumping the gun. You don't want to start with a miscommunication. You gotta be in charge.
Pico guac no sauce. What'd you say? Pico guac no sauce.
Why don't you just ask for a bigger scoop?
Yeah.
Ask for a bigger scoop. They look into your soul, and they put that on the plate.
We want the big scoop.
Sure, for you. Hey, why not?
The big scoop we want.
How's that? Henry, stop wasting Craigie's food.
No, it's all right. I couldn't finish this thing if I wanted to. And all these free chips? You don't want anything, right? You good with that taco? I don't want to be a dick or nothing, but that's a pretty small taco.
It's a burrito.
Let's go to the Brooklyn Museum after this. They're doing the Basquiat Puppet Show.
It's 90 degrees out, Pino. We're going to the park. Besides, Henry has a play date with his friend Wynomi.
Not this again.
Look, you're gonna meet her mother. You wanna be a filmmaker, you wanna be an actor? She's your path. And therefore, she's my path.
I don't want to meet anybody. I just want to go to the Basquiat show.
I can't do anything. I work 60 hours a week and I got 2 kids. You gotta do this for both of us, and you cannot be in control of our future any longer. I've been waiting years for you to become famous. I could have done this myself, but I need you. I could have been a reality star, a talk show host, a comedian, a celebrity.
And you need me.
I'm stuck in middle management. You're my golden ticket.
Look, it's obviously not beneath me to use Henry for personal gain, but let me just meet her when I meet her.
No. This woman casts the most interesting films in television in New York, and her daughter loves Henry. I love Henry. She loves her daughter. Henry loves you. Therefore, she will love you.
Look, I love you, man, but I can't get my career mixed up in another one of your schemes.
You will meet her. You will seduce her. You will charm her. You will win her over. You will make us famous.
How?
There are 3 steps to being famous. It's just like getting the big scoop.
Look at Henry. Look at him. There you go.
Dude, you got your headshot? I'll sneak it into a bag.
What? Who the hell carries headshots, man? What the hell you think this is, 1987? It's all digital. Look, you just play with the kids and let me do my thing.
Digital, huh? Selfie time! Ready?
Cheese.
Hey, you know Craig's an actor, right? Handsome guy.
Me too, I'm an actor.
Yeah, they're both handsome.
Hey, let's get one more with Barbara's camera.
Oh.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. Okay, make this one count.
Oh, okay, that's enough. I think the kids want to play now.
Oh, okay. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't I take you guys to the big slide, and then you guys can talk. Yeah?
Henry, what did I teach you about today?
The big school.
Okay. See that family having a pizza party?
Yeah.
She's so human.
I loved working with her. She's just like a gem.
Yeah, I love her, but I don't know about that film.
It's so self-indulgent.
It's meaningless and dark, and of course critics love it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, another neurotic, antisocial male filmmaker that they can see themselves in is basically misogynistic and derivative in every sense of the word. But hey, let's bankroll his next 6 films, even if they never make a single dollar. Sorry.
Damn! Tell me how you really feel.
That was really unprofessional.
Oh, that's right. I started it, right?
Yeah, it is your fault.
Just go ahead, it's easy. I'm watching you,
So, what are you working on now?
Oh, well, you know, we're not really supposed to talk about that kind of stuff.
Of course. I was just making conversation.
You know, I am working on another pilot with Scorsese.
Another one.
Yeah, I mean, he is the greatest.
Damn. I would give anything to read for stuff like that.
Actually, there would be a role you'd be really great for. I'd love to bring you in. Oh my God! Shh.
Hey, Z, you okay? Oh, know me. You okay? You okay?
You okay? Hi, sweetie. Oh my baby. Oh my God. What the hell is wrong with you? Is this how you pay attention to your kid?
It's just a little boo-boo. She's okay.
Where the hell is your kid?
Look, Dad, I got the biggest lunch that I had.
Are you teaching your son how to lie and scheme to get you free pizza?
But it was the biggest one.
What is wrong with you people?
All right, Barbara. Talk next week. I can come in any day for a reading. It's just not Mondays or Tuesdays. Wednesday afternoon.
Thanks. Yummy.
Dad's Day. Dad's Day. Dad's Day. Dad's Day.
Oh my, this is moving quickly. And now, once again, my shirt is off in a stranger's apartment. And now my pants. And now my underwear.
Do we need bread? I was in the middle of making my fucking grocery list, and I get thrown down on the bed. I should get to keep my iPhone. Where is my iPhone?
Did he just whiff at it? He literally just whiffed at my vagina like he's judging wine. I believe this pussy is from the Jersey region, Camden. This is still a young pussy, a little matured, but bold in body, floral.
Well, this isn't the worst. At least he's not trying to.
Get away from my asshole. I just took a shit.
I don't care.
I don't care if you don't care.
No. And he's already at my asshole. He should put this on his Tinder profile. Will he your ass within the first 3 minutes of hooking up? I'm sure he could get a small but dedicated army of followers. Wow, he is committed to this. Oh, this isn't a warm-up. This is his finale.
Come hither. Come hither. Keep calling me.
Yogurt! Fuck! Fuck!
We
We need yogurt.
Okay, I guess it's my turn.
Time for some reciprocation.
Wait, why is he turning around? OMFG, I have to eat his asshole? When did this become a thing? Am I supposed to reciprocate? This is outside the social contract. He is so hairy. He's like a less sexy Teen Wolf. Oh, fuck it. When in Rome.
Ah, finally some reciprocation.
While New York City boasts one of the most easily recognizable accents in the country, some linguists are saying that those who speak in the classic New York tongue are part of a vanishing breed. With the economic and cultural shift of wealthier people inhabiting Manhattan, and now Brooklyn, the working class accents, so familiar to a generation past, are all but extinct. Accents so beloved, like Rosie Perez, Mel Brooks, and Andrew Dice Clay, will soon be nothing but a memory.
Never!
Whoa! What are you doing, man?
I will not allow my son to be part of a vanishing breed.
It's too late, man.
Never. Look, I told you, I'm gonna raise the last born and bred New York kid with an authentic accent.
All right. But can't you do that after this play date?
This is crucial.
Where are we going, Daddy?
To the motherland, Henry.
Come on, man. You promised we could hang out with my new lady friend today.
Look, I promise next week on Dad Day, we can have a play date with your new nanny friend.
What are you doing, man? Are you taking us to the Staten Island Mall?
I know you resent your former home for fucking you up and destroying your dreams and your self-confidence. But this is it, man. Staten Island remains the last bastion of pure working-class New York culture. I mean, it's like a preservation with only a 30-minute ferry ride or a $16 bridge on or off. It's like you're stuck in a space-time continuum.
You know, you talk about Staten Island like it's Jurassic Park.
Are we going to see dinosaurs?
No, Henry, we're going to see real New Yorkers who speak real New York speech.
Look, if Staten Island is so fantastic, why don't you move there?
Fuck that. I'm not gonna live in Staten Island.
You're the worst kind of yuppie, you know that?
Hi, Papi. Oh my gosh, you're so adorable. What can I get you, sweetheart?
Go ahead, Henry. 2 coffees.
2 coffees.
Oh, he sounds like he's from Manhattan.
Hey, come on, try it again. 2 coffees.
2 coffees.
Boom! Up high.
Here you go, Papi, all right? 2 coffees, right?
I'll take the coffee.
Anyways, Craig, what's up with you? What are you doing?
I've just been really busy, projects and stuff.
Please, my ass, all right? Please, since when did you have a real job?
I always work. I work harder than any of my friends.
Your friends? Your friends are at the door.
Okay, come on then. Like, look there. Nobody's at the door, see?
Exactly. Thank you.
Linda, you freaking...
All right, look, is Tony in the back? I wanted him to show Henry how he makes the bagels.
I don't fucking know. Why don't you go check?
Tony, do you remember my friend James from college?
Hey, boys, how you doing?
I was wondering maybe this is his son, Henry. I told him you'd show him how you make bagels out here.
This is where we roll out all the bagels. For a batch I get over there, I get about 120 bagels. 120 bagels. You ever eat 120 bagels? Nah. The next part, Henry, is the most important part.
Ooh, we gotta watch this.
Look over here. Come here. You see what this is?
Yes.
It's a big vat, because these are boiled bagels, right? They're barreled bagels. Barreled in New York City tap water.
Yeah. Tastes like home.
The best bagels in Staten Island. You hungry, kid?
Yes.
I'm gonna make you kids a sandwich.
Sandwich.
You know what we're gonna put on it? A little gabagool,
Gabiga.
a little mozzarella,
Mozzarella.
a little prosciutto.
Bajut.
And we're gonna top the whole thing with vinegar and ale.
Yeah.
You know what else for you? We'll maybe even put a little mustard.
You're a mustard face.
That's right, I am. Let's go make you a sandwich.
I thought you was on a diet.
It's my cheat day.
What does that mean?
1 day a week I can have whatever I want.
I need to get one of those with my relationships.
What are you doing? Why are you eating like that?
My new diet. I'm going paleo.
You even know what that means?
Caveman diet.
Oh, shit.
What's he doing here?
I don't know. How did he even get here?
Oh, look at these fucking mooks. What are you guys doing here?
What's up, man?
What did I was seeing you 2 yuppies out here? They let you over the bridge?
I'm from here.
You grew up in Staten Island? Glad I bumped into you guys. I got something. I got sticks.
We don't take pills.
I didn't talk about drugs, bro. Talk about sticks for the TV, the internet, the movies. I figured out how to jailbreak.
Cool. How is it?
It's great. I get everything. You know, I gotta take it with it a little bit more, but I can only commandeer the TV for so long as my wife gets mad.
Commandeer? Commandeer?
Yeah, commandeer. Like I was saying, I can only take it upstairs for so long. It's my wife, she flips out if I'm not watching her fucking shows with her. So I need more time. But I almost got it. I just need more time. I gotta wait till she's dead.
How's the quality?
Quality's pretty good. I mean, you know, baseball's a little blurry, but you can see everything. It just stops sometimes. I'm still tinkering with it, though. I wasn't gonna do it because I already got in trouble with the torrents and shit. But everybody's jailbreaking these fucking things, man. I saw a Chinaman in Costco. I went up to him and was talking to him about this. Because, you know, the motherfuckers know how to crack these things. They're whizzes with this shit. And he said everybody's doing it, so now I'm doing it. So, you come to my house, I'll show you how to do it, then we could do this together.
I don't even have one.
All right, so buy one. You like movies? You don't like movies? You don't like movies?
Yeah, of course I like movies. Everyone likes movies.
All right. I get all the movies.
Cool.
So what do you think?
About what?
About buying my stick. Bro, I'm trying to hook you up here, man. This is big. This is bigger than the fucking cable hot boxes. Bigger than the fucking fake Louis Vuitton shit. This is huge, bro. I'm trying to get you in on the ground floor because you say you're from Staten Island.
It sounds like the future. I love it.
Your fucking man's pretty smart. You should listen to him.
I'm good.
You're good? You think you're good?
I don't even have a TV.
What kind of fucking yuppie doesn't have a TV? Bro, put it in your iPad for all I care.
How much?
200, the local rate for you, since you say you're from here.
I don't have $200. Look, I swear. Look, I barely have $90.
$90? I'll take it. Deal. Good doing business with you. Hey, good to see you, man. Thanks for coming to my spot and wasting all my fucking time the other day. I appreciate that. Have a good time on the island, guys.
Can we just go back to Brooklyn now? James, remind me again why we had to meet in Park Slope.
Just chill, man. Henry had to reschedule his guitar lesson.
That's right. I forgot you're raising such an artist.
Look, he's almost 5, and I've already failed him enough. He's not bilingual, bisexual, or biracial. I figured, the least I can do is teach him an instrument.
I get it. You know what you need to do?
What?
Leave your wife.
What? She holds the whole thing together.
No, not for you, moron. For Henry. And you love that boy. You want him to be an artist. You want him to be successful, right?
Of course.
How many artists you know had a happy childhood, right? Leave your family. Ruin their lives. He'll be miserable now, and he'll thank you later.
You had a miserable childhood. You have no love in your life, and you're not a successful artist.
True. Between the strollers and the dogs, you need an HOV lane on this sidewalk.
So I thought it was on with this one. What happened?
Nothing. She was perfect. We were great.
Yeah, you said she had an OCD compulsion to clean your apartment every time you weren't looking, and you just happened to have an OCD tick not to clean. You were faded.
I know. Best sex of my life, too.
So what'd you do?
Nothing. She was a public defender.
You realize those are the good guys, right?
Oh, out of the way, guy. Welcome to New York.
Welcome to New York.
No, the sex was too good. We'd be up all night, all morning. She'd be late to court. People started going to jail. I'm a humanitarian. Yo, Hen, let's go for this.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
Excuse me.
Where's your dad? Oh, James, come on. Oh, man.
Oh, man, he's stuck there.
He's stuck there.
What's the rush? What are we racing for?
We're not racing. We're walking like New Yorkers.
We should be driving like real New Yorkers.
Dude, taking the train is part of the adventure.
Coney Island's coming next.
We ain't sitting there. We ain't sitting there. There's nobody sitting there for a reason. Okay? Henry, in New York, when something seems too good to be true, that means that it is. There's nobody sitting in that seat for a reason. They don't want to tell us. They want to seem like it's all fine and dandy, but I know. I'm not some web designer from Ohio. I'm from New York.
Yo, Henry, you're gonna love Coney Island, man. I remember when I was a kid, my dad used to take me.
Your dad never took you to Coney.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he locked us in the car, grab Nathan's, and then drive us to Nellie Bly to go on the rides, but it's...
Exactly. My parents used to take us to Nellie Bly, and then they tell us it was Coney. It took me till I was 15 to figure it out.
Seriously, though, you're gonna love it there, man. It's amazing. After I graduated college, I used to work there.
You're talking to a real-life Coney. This is why you're going to college.
You have a great time here at the Coney Island Sideshow.
We're at Coney Island. Bow, bow, bow. Ma, ma, ma. Ma, 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 ma.
Look, Henry, that ain't a game. It's a toy store, just like Toys R Us. Except that ain't the $40 Elmo you want. It's his Korean cousin made for 30 cents. What does the sign say, $2 to play? More like $2 to win a 30-cent toy that you're gonna throw out later, all right? No way. You see that water gun game down there? $2 to play, 12 guns, that's $24. $24 for a $1 toy? Flea-ridden stuffed animal that your mother's gonna throw out tonight when you pass out from eating too much cotton candy? No way. Not us. We're from here. We ain't marks. We ain't falling for any of that, okay? No games for us.
Can we just go to the boardwalk?
What did I do?
You wanted to come here.
I'm having fun. Yeah, this place was real when I used to work here, man. We had Shoot the Freak, midgets eating fire. There were tattooed girls with blue hair selling ice cream on the boardwalk. Shit was raw. Now it's like Disneyland for the projects.
You're just being nostalgic. When you worked here, all you did was complain.
I always complain. That's how I show appreciation.
Yeah, but you can stop ruining things for my son. You're the one who wanted to come here.
Look, I just wanted him to appreciate it for everything it was. You know what I mean? Everything I love and hate about New York rolled into one overpriced, oversweetened, guaranteed to get you sick after a ride on the Cyclone funnel cake.
You know, you get lost in your own metaphors.
I do.
Shit. Henry. You got your cell?
Yeah.
All right, let's split up. You couldn't have got far. Henry!
As soon as you get to Earth, deliver any information found in the spacecraft to the commander's office.
Henry!
Woody, have you seen this kid, man?
That's gonna make it pop. He gets the prize today. Who's gonna take it away? I'm looking for another winner, guys.
Jameson? Do you have a shot of Jameson? How much is that?
Dance Day. Dance Day. Dance Day.
Welcome to East New York. I'm gonna show you the amazing businesses. Let's go say hi to Miguel, the best hot chocolate in East New York. Vito!
Is it not like a customer, is it like a family to me now?
Daily Travel came to the community with only one little desk, and now he owns the whole building. This is a community of opportunities. Hello! The help of the neighborhood is also places like the Cypress Hill Senior Center. We have a little bit of everything here, and everyone feels like family here. East New York is family to me now.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me.
मिट जाए हम बोलो सुबह शाम हरे कृष्णा हरे राम हरे कृष्णा हरे राम हरे कृष्णा हरे राम हरे कृष्णा हरे राम. That's how it goes. My first memory of hearing Bollywood music was a movie called Grandmother Always Knows Best, which is a Telugu movie that I have not been able to find. And there's a flying car in it, and there's this song about the supercar that I remember. It's like supercar, supercar, supercar. So that was the first Bollywood movie I remember. My dad is Indian, which is how I was first exposed to Bollywood and to Indian music. I asked him what some of his favorite Bollywood songs were, and he pointed me more towards the 60s, 70s, Asha Bhosle and Lata Mangeshkar, and that's the stuff that I find that I actually gravitate towards more. I definitely have a preference for the older Bollywood movies and songs. I went to India with my dad when I was 19, and I hadn't seen my grandfather since I was a small kid, and he gave me a sitar because he wanted me to learn about Indian classical music in addition to Western classical music. So I studied sitar for about 8 years. I started looking for ways to incorporate both of them into what I was doing. I performed with Philip Glass at Carnegie Hall. I did Einstein on the Beach there. I toured with the Worcester Group doing a Baroque opera on and off for a few years. I've done the last 2 Anthony Braxton operas. So I fell into opera, but I still was interested in the Bollywood connection. So this is sort of bringing them all together. Thank you, Opera on Tap.
I probably first came into contact with anything Bollywood just simply by hearing something on the radio, and I'm pretty sure it was Asha Bhosle. I haven't really seen that many of the movies, to be honest. You know, I've seen clips of Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, which is that's the movie that's about American hippies coming into India in 1968, 69 after George Harrison's sitar playing and Ravi Shankar coming to the U.S. So they were just looking for pot, essentially.
I didn't really sing any Bollywood songs until Bombay Ricky because I didn't study classical Indian singing. I studied sitar, which is very, very different. I went to Jeff, and we had all of these other interests in common, including Bollywood, and I thought, okay, well, maybe we should do a Bollywood song. So I made an arrangement of Dam Maro Dam, which is the famous Asha Bhosle song from the R.D. Burman film Hare Krishna, Hare Rama. Dam Maro Dam, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama. Duniya ne humko kiya kya, duniya se humne liya kya, hum sab ki parwah kare kyo.
I love the traditional songwriting in Bollywood films. I think they're just absolutely astounding in terms of form, in terms of just instrumentation and orchestration. And some of the movies are pretty good too.
Essentially, we make film music for films that don't exist. And sometimes that's vague and sometimes that isn't. Kamala has a piece, Bombay 5-0, which she imagined as a film that doesn't exist that stars Amitabh Bachchan, and it is kind of like a cops 5-0 kind of movie.
From the beginning, we knew that we wanted to write our own songs, even though the original idea was this cover project. The inspiration of Bollywood is that R.D. Burman, for example, is trying to modernize the way that Bollywood sounded by borrowing from Latin jazz. So he puts a lot of Latin rhythm into his music. We were looking to do something similar, which was to sort of
take this music that had been created as a response to Western culture, but then what would it look like if people who were raised in Western culture made music that was inspired by that music? So it becomes a sort of a multi-layered thing.
I have a piece called Pondicherry Surf Goddess. Which I'm not even sure that could even exist in real life, you know. Somebody surfing off the shore of Pondicherry who's a goddess, so what could she be wearing, you know? Is that even allowed over there? Well, an imaginary movie is endlessly editable. So yeah, if you need to change direction, no problem. It's not gonna cost you any more money, or, you know, people are not gonna get mad at you, you know. It's a good way to start a piece of music, actually.
Bombay Ricky is really centered around this idea of the globalism of the 60s and 70s.
Bollywood was early world music.
Bombay Ricky is a band that I think one of the things that we're after is playing music that is very full of life. And I think that's pretty important today, for sure. Today meaning these days, you know.
The Midget Squadron Yacht Club, it's wonderful. We're all equal partners in the place.
The name of it is Midget Squadron because most of the boats that were here were little small boats. The creek across the street, they were always a wealthier type club. These were working people that were here, and they only had their little boats. So they put a name on it, Midget Squadron, and it stuck. It started because of the small boats, and we grew. And that's what we got today.
I would say we're in the Canarsie Riviera. For me, this is as good as it gets.
I was born here, yeah. Canarsie was open fields. As a kid, it was a beautiful place.
I was here when the neighborhood was a wilderness. The original builder who built the neighborhood up was spot building. You know, we were like Huckleberry Finn. I was always on and in the water.
The fields became houses, and the population grew. It's an interracial neighborhood. You've got everything here. I've been a member here for 40 years. The club is in existence for approximately 110 years. It's a great club because we allow everybody. There's no point where you can't come into this club. There's no restrictions. Not only that, we have boating members. We have what's called social members. In other words, if you don't have a boat, you could still belong to this club.
We come barbecue, we have access to the place 24/7. And anytime you want to have a party, we have the catering hall. We do a lot of fishing, a lot of partying, a lot of barbecuing. It's all good.
It's different than a marina. Here you could socialize. You got your boat out there, you got all the members, you got your friends. You're allowed to bring your friends as guests to the club and enjoy the place.
We don't have to go anywhere. We have everything here. The little kept secret in Brooklyn.
The favorite part about Midget Squadron is the camaraderie. You get to meet people, you make new friends.
Very nice people. It's more like family oriented. They want you to bring your family, not just you. Bring your family too.
There's 100 of us here. You get to know 100 people. It's like a family. You know, get some good ones, you get some bad ones. Good brothers, bad brothers. But in all, it's 100%, it's good.
It's a lot of people in one place. Of course, there's differences of opinions. At the end of the day, I consider everybody, even if I argue with them, I consider them my family.
It's more family oriented. It's mostly on integrity and honesty. And everybody has to help each other. You take an oath to help your boatmate.
Any organization has to have good leadership, and they got to get along with all the members. You know, there's characters in any organization. The membership has the opportunity to elect a new Commodore.
I'm the current Commodore of the club, and to draw a parallel for anybody who doesn't understand, it's like being the president of the corporation.
It's a hard job. You're dealing with a lot of personalities, and you do a lot of work.
This is a democracy. Actually, the forefathers who wrote our Constitution, we have a Constitution to the club. The forefathers who wrote this Constitution were, in my opinion, very sharp. And when I read it for the first time, I had a similar feeling as when I first read the Constitution of the United States. It was well thought out, well planned, and it made common sense from different directions at the same time. It's fun when it's good, and it's horrible when it's not. No one person can do anything. It takes a team. Anything that happens here happens because there's a team of people doing it.
I love it here. Best place in the world.
It's an oasis in Brooklyn. You know, you come through the gates, you're on vacation. It's an instant vacation.
Beautiful. Boats going back and forth, membership, talking to each other. It's a paradise.
It's beautiful. I want to go home. And call me, I want to stay here all day.
I'm here all the time. It's just nice.
We're a great mosaic of people at their best when they're having leisure time.
Once you open that gate and you come through the gate, it's a different world. It's beautiful.
I've been here for 40 years, and I hope I can stay here a little longer.
When I was a child, ladies and gentlemen, I was a dreamer. I read comic books, and I was the hero of the comic book. I saw movies, and I was the hero in the movie. So every dream that I ever dreamed has come true 100 times. I learned very early in life that without a song, the day would never end. Without a song, a man ain't got a friend. Without a song, the road would never bend. Without a song. So I'll keep singing a song.
Come at a good time. Am I ready to sing? You get me in the mood for talking.
You want to sing or talk?
I was born in Brooklyn. I spent my entire life here in Brooklyn, and I can tell you now I will die in Brooklyn. My name is Steve Campanella, and I own this house. It's called Steve's Playland in the heart of Bensonhurst. People come by all the time. It brings back memories for them. If they have little kids, they like the kids to look at the statues. Everybody seems to be pleased with it. I've had no bad reviews as far as I'm concerned. Originally, I didn't set out to do this. This is something that happened. It just blossomed. I started getting into these statues of Hollywood personalities. I started with one, and I put it outside, and then I decided I need another. And then once I got that one, I decided I need another one. Altogether, if you go throughout the house, up and down, there's 32 statues in this house, all of which I grew up with as a kid.
We got Betty Boop over here, Marilyn Monroe with the dress going up. We have Elvis, of course. You gotta have Elvis. And my few pets that I have here, in case I have intruders. And of course, Humphrey Bogart, James Dean, the guy who works at the local gas station. His name is Hans.
Why Hans?
Well, he just looks like a German guy, doesn't he? Look at him. Look at the guy.
Looks angry.
Yeah, exactly.
In 1978, I bought my first Corvette, and before you knew it, I got a second Corvette because my first Corvette was in the shop being worked on, and then eventually that one went into the shop, and then I started collecting 50s and 60s cars. So altogether, I had about 12 cars at one point in time. It was insanity. I would have a garage in Sunset Park. I would have a garage in Sheepshead Bay. I would have a garage in Bay Ridge. It's ridiculous to keep paying that amount of money. So I started looking for a place to keep all my stuff in one spot.
Here's some of the toys that are in the garage. This is a Prowler. That's a pink 59 Caddy. I forget it's there sometimes. He scares me sometimes.
I'm sorry. I'm actually like terrified of spiders.
That was good. That was worth the whole thing today, as far as I'm concerned. If you look behind you, to your left, to your right, whether you go up or whether you go down, it doesn't matter. There's stuff all over the place. You behaving yourself over here? Huh? You awake? Clear the area. Clear the area. Stop. You're good. Oh. How about cats? Are you afraid of cats? I used to set this thing outside, and as people go by, I would talk to them. Look at his lips. His lips move. Where you going, fella? Yeah, it's me. It's me. Talk to me. Where you going? Hey, little girl, come on over and talk to me a little bit. Just to have a ball with this thing.
How does your wife feel about all the artifacts and things you have in your house?
Well, I had to hide all these sharp instruments in the house so she couldn't grab them and slit my throat in the middle of the night. How's that for an answer?
I can't stand him. Come on, say goodbye to me.
Oh, goodbye, honey. You have a lovely time, you and all your
He
girlfriends.
will not, see, look at this. Even when we are dancing, he'll turn around and be sitting, and I'll be dancing around him, you know.
Come sit here.
You should be very happy that I have allowed you to have this house with all these freaking statues.
Yes, I understand. You're the queen.
And I have to leave because my girlfriend is there and I'm going to a brunch. Have a good time, guys. Make us look good. Love you.
Thank you very much. Bye, Phil.
Thank you.
Eva, if you need me, holler. Eva, did you hear me? If you need me, holler.
I'll holler and you will come.
And I'll be there. My wife. I try to keep her out as much as I can, but she insists on coming in every once in a while. Most of the time, I'll sit down, I'll do something, I'll put on my music, whatever mood I happen to be in, and I'll just stay in here and chill out for a little while. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, hello. These are some of my uniforms. Utility uniform, dress uniform, and winter uniform. I managed to hold on to them all these years.
And why do you think it's important to collect these things, or why do you like it so much?
I'm not saying it's important. It's just something that I enjoy. I grew up during the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, and I have fond memories. I can walk into my garage now, go back in time and look at one particular thing, and that one item will immediately bring up memories in my mind as to where I was and what was I doing.
I try to be as social with total strangers who come to the house. They look in the garage, they see their past the same as I did. Young kids today who come in, they'll ask me questions like, what was that? Why did you collect that? What do you do with that? What is that thing? I've never seen anything like that before. It brings me closer to some of the people that come by here and look at the house and look at the garage. And it makes me feel good in a way.
Good morning. Yeah, I was hoping not to have to call you guys, but I have a street event here today. I got no parking signs from Detective Roman. Put them all up and down the block, and you see all these cars are still here.
You spoke to Roman?
Yeah, he's the one who gave me the no parking sign.
This is not enforceable.
They're not going to enforce it.
They're not going to, or they can't?
They don't want to. It's sci-fi, DC Comics. With sci-fi goes Ninja Turtles, Transformers, Star Wars, and Star Trek. Anything with those.
That's a lot, all first?
Yeah, that's the first hour. 3 to 4, you do the DC Comics, so that's Batman and Wonder Woman.
Crayons?
There's crayons. I do have crayons.
Who is Wonder Woman? What is that, Marvel or DC?
That's DC.
And Batman is?
DC.
What about the Justice League?
Oh, Justice League, that's DC too. I'm the only one of us three that's getting in costume. This is the stuff for the mask making. We need the volunteers to get here. The tables ain't gonna get here. The tables that are going in the street, they're not gonna get here till 11:30. You here to volunteer? You're not averse to wearing costumes, right?
Huh?
Hopefully our generator will show up and we can get the popcorn machine ready and the lemonade making, and as more volunteers come in, we'll be able to assign them to certain duties.
Hey, yeah, you're here to volunteer? Yeah, you guys, yeah, let's work a little faster. Let's get all of those put up on this garden right now. You guys can share that tape. Excuse me, are you here to volunteer? What's your name? Raymond? All right, would you be averse to being in costume?
Wonder Woman and Catwoman, go.
All right, here to volunteer.
Where you put the bouncy castle?
The cars, exactly. We're way over budget by now. You don't have no problem getting in costume, right?
Costume?
We're gonna set these tables up in it's gonna be funny. In front of all of these cars on this side of the street. Now they stuck in here with us.
I want to at least have the popcorn machine up by 1 o'clock.
Say that again?
I want to have the popcorn machine up and running by 1 o'clock to get warm.
Oh, this is actually bad. We have to actually unhook this. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, great. Oh, now cars want to move. Let him maneuver. Let him figure it out. All right, 12:19. Great.
That's shown outside everything. It's not that mighty, so I'm thinking maybe just plug up the popcorn machine, get it warm, make it some popcorn, unplug it.
We're gonna use these to hold doing the tent.
Who's doing face painting?
Hey, would you like to do face painting? Sure. You don't need to know anything. They got stencils.
Let's go.
Just going to do capes at the superhero table first, lightsabers at the sci-fi.
Cut the popcorn. It's not popping and it's just taking too long, so the decision has to be made. Should we cut the bouncy house for a little bit until, like, for a couple minutes we get the popcorn going?
Give it a shot.
5 more minutes, bang it out hard, and then we're gonna have to pull it to start the bouncy house. We'll push hard for the lemonade or iced tea sales.
Turn around, fool. Are you gonna put the helmet on already? Oh, no, bro.
I gotta get in the costume. All right, you guys, I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna announce you. Who's here to see Deadpool? Everybody, right? So the bouncy house is open. Go ahead and take part in that. We got popcorn for sale over here. Look, I brought some losers with me. These are from Star Trek. These are Spock. That's a stormtrooper. Wait, you didn't come to see me? You came to see those losers? Oh my God. Do you have batteries over here? Sorry. You came to see me! What is Go! Yeah, use the force! Use the force! Optimus Prime won! Yeah! What a bunch of losers!
We have a problem.
Oh, we really can't get this mask on him?
Nah, bro, the afro is too big.
You really have to be the Flash?
Yes, it's meant to be. You see the shoes?
Yeah, hair's not making it meant to be, bro.
Okay. Okay, let's get your cape on.
In a few minutes, I'm gonna bring out some more new losers, including Batman. Oh, the bouncy house will be back.
I see Tinkerbell.
That's right. We have 2 Batmans. Where's your mask?
I don't know where it is.
All right, bro, take the costume off. Yeah, take pictures.
You got 2 Batmans? I don't know what's the difference. Let's take a picture with these superheroes, Marvel characters, DC characters.
I'll get one of them lightsabers.
You just have to go and line up, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. The Joker is right there.
We got that one on.
All right, we good?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Hi, Mario.
No problem. I need adults who want to win baseball tickets to line up right here. I need the playground clear. Just yeah. First person to get to this stupid looking duck wins. On your mark. Hold on. Time out. Bro. Back up, please. Thank you. I don't want them getting hurt. Go! This guy won! All right, that really looks, all right.
One hop this time. One. Right foot, 2 stumps. One. Left foot, 2 stumps. One. Slide to the left.
Hey, do your dance, hey, go crazy, hey, get free, yeah, let's go. Let's get it.
Oh man, the cleanup is gonna be great.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
Watch BronxNet on BRIC TV. Tune in to the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on BRIC TV. The second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Right here on BRIC TV.
This is my life work. From the days of being arrested and beat by police, being part of the movement of fighting against police abuse, starting 100 Blacks in Law Enforcement Who Care, fighting every year of my career. It's about how do we come together and start doing something that we've lost the ability to do, and that's communicate.
Amy's cousin was shot in the face by the police. Then she sees a friend who's punched by the police. Then we send the police out to recruit these young people to become police. we've created an atmosphere where these young people are traumatized by violence.
I am extremely supportive, and not only supportive, proud of our young people that have embarked upon this natural evolution. They're the grandchildren of the civil rights protesters, and I cannot tell you how proud I am of them for what they're doing, of raising attention to this matter. And it's so unfortunate, brother, that America seems not likely to listen until we reach a level of devastation. You know, how long have we been talking about this? Amadou Diallo, Baez, Eric Gardner. Why couldn't we come to a conclusion and change the system long before this officer had his knee on the neck of Brother Floyd?
I wanted to ask you on the issue of defunding the police, which has become something that a lot of folks in our city council, as well as outside people, are advocating for. Daniel Drum, who's the chair of the finance committee and oversees budget, says it's time to defund the NYPD. I wonder, budgets show your true priorities. If you were mayor right now, would you be on the side of people calling for that defunding?
Well, and we need a definition, because some people are hearing defunding and they're thinking about disbanding. You know, there's a body of people out there that's saying we don't need police in our societies. Let's disband the police department. Let's do it away. I don't subscribe to that. In fact, I think that's foolish because the prerequisite to prosperity is public safety. If we're talking defunding about looking at their budget and taking away some of the dollars that we give there, I'm all for that. We don't need all of the toys that police are buying and purchasing. I think we need to put in place a special group of city council personnel who receive top secret clearance from the FBI and from our federal government, so that they can bring the police behind closed doors as an intelligence committee, so they can look at what they're purchasing, find out what the needs are, and what methods they're using to conduct investigations.
When it comes to that reallocation, I had the opportunity maybe about 2 years ago to speak with then Deputy Commissioner for Training, Tracy Kazee. I went to the police academy and she spoke to me about the trainings and de-escalating, and particularly with people who were emotionally disturbed. And they walked me through a scenario of de-escalation. I had on the full kit with the firearm, a body camera, some pepper spray, all of these tools. And I asked which was the most important in de-escalating a situation. And I was told none of these. The most important thing was your voice. Is that the same when you're dealing in these one-to-one actions on the street, or is it a completely different animal than dealing with an EDP?
That's a great question. And let me tell you where we made the mistake. When we have these encounters, they call what's called mobilizations, level 1, level 2, level 3. And that depends on the body count, the number of people who are being deployed. You know at the start of your tour that if there's a level 1 mobilization call, you have to respond to wherever the crisis is. We don't take into account the ability of the officers who are being deployed to these mobilizations. We just look at the entire pool of police officers and we just send them there. Right. Brother, everyone is not meant for every assignment in the career. And so we have to stop saying, hey, you're an anti-crime officer that spent your entire career going after bad guys. Now we're gonna take you, put you on the front line of someone yelling at you, spitting at you, screaming at you, and expect for you to have the mental capacity to say, I'm here to de-escalate the situation. That's not a reality. We need to have those well-trained conflict resolutions, people who have the demeanor to carry out those type of skills, and we're not doing that. We're saying if you are a police officer, you could do any assignment in the police department. That's wrong. No other career will allow that to happen. We have to stop allowing that to happen in policing.
I was out Sunday afternoon in Flatbush, right behind the Sears, and I could see some of those officers were afraid. It was clear that there was fear there, and they were professional, and it was a temperature change. I wonder how you see that fear turning into violence and a way to switch that pattern because they were afraid.
And it's real fear, you know, and I know it firsthand. Being afraid really could cloud your decision. And the best way to dissipate that fear is your knowledge of the community and the people in the community. We cannot continue to have people come from all over the city and attempt to de-escalate situations in communities they know nothing about. And then we have to teach police how to de-escalate themselves, how to say that I must be here to bring down your temperature when you're overreacting. Because the goal of policing is not to punish, it is to correct the condition. And you look at some of the videos, you see police not subduing people and putting them in custody, but they're actually carrying out the action of punishment. And that happens when you're afraid, when you don't know your community that you're policing, you're over anxious, and you're dealing with your own PTSD and stress that's associated with the job.
I wondered, as Brooklyn Station, do you have a message that you want to deliver specifically to us, from us, in a way that Brooklyn people will receive it like no others on the national stage will?
Yes, no, it's so true, and that's powerful because, you know, I remember, brother, September 11, 2001, and watching the Trade Center collapse and going there that night and seeing the ashes and people filled with soot and the ground was smoldering. I never experienced anything like that before. And I said to myself, I don't know if we're gonna make it through this. But 9/12, something happened. Brooklyn got up. Teachers taught, retailers opened their stores, builders built. And America looked at us, and we were the epicenter of the attacks. And just as now, we're the epicenter of the virus with the number of deaths. People are watching us. And at the heart of this country is New York. And at the heart of New York is Brooklyn. How we lead through these crises will determine how America is going to lead through these crises. We did it before, we're going to do it again. We're going to be fine because we're made up of the best stuff on earth, and that's Brooklynites.
Open my palms to the sky, surrendering to the human hopelessness, that it does not despair me. For life needs no more. No more despair, I pray. To turn a situation as bad as mine into an opportunity to be of some benefit. To transcend my present circumstances. To transform everything around me into something almost radiant. Boom, 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 banging, constant, throbbing, consistent, bang, bang, my mind, I lose it, broken, pieces, shit, I'm bleeding, silence kills me, noises scare me, darkness likes me, I don't know me, can you help me, hold me, lead me, save me, love me, please don't leave me, something's worse inside my mind and everything just dies.
Sweet. That's exactly what we were talking about. Pick each other up, lift each other up, catch each other when you fall, and it doesn't even matter if you remember your line or you forget your line. It's about upholding the integrity and the power of what we're doing and knowing that that's where we're going and that's what we're holding. And if we stay present to that vision, then we can't mess up ever.
My name is Samara Gayef, and I'm the founder and artistic director of Truth Worker Theater Company. We are a social justice-based hip-hop theater company for high school and college-aged youth. It really grew out of over a decade of my own work as a performer, an artist, an educator, and an activist in Brooklyn. My work has been primarily as a teaching artist, where I've brought my artistry and my passion for education together and merged them by working in a lot of public schools all throughout New York for about a dozen years. And I found myself running residencies, developing curricula, initiating programs, and having the privilege of working with so many brilliant youth. And specifically, I worked in a lot of transfer schools and continue to do teaching artist work, working with a lot of overaged, undercredited youth in transfer schools who for one reason or another were formerly incarcerated, pregnant and parenting, gang affiliated, or didn't have the structural support that they needed in their own lives in order to be able to sustain successful school career. Really always found that the arts was an arrow to the tip of the heart, you know, that it was an entry point to pass through so many walls that we put up and to create safe spaces for folks to tell their stories on their own terms. And that's really become the mission of Truth Worker Theater Company, is to provide a safe space for young people to shift the dominant narratives that are so often stereotypical in mainstream media, particularly of young people of color in this country, and to be able to create a platform for them to be the subjects of their own stories as opposed to the objects of the stories that are told about them.
At this point, Truth Worker and my life outside of Truth Worker are so inextricably linked. Like, there isn't a way for me to live my life outside and then not bring it into this space with me. But I have learned how to differentiate what events in my life need to be brought here at what time. You know, there are some things that happen, some energies that occur or that we carry with us, and once we enter the space, Samara will ask us to just check it at the door or to hold on to it until it's a more appropriate time if we're working on something. But the best part, I think, about the company is that at the start or at the end of a rehearsal, there's always a space to voice what's necessary to us, which is why it's such an important part of my life.
George Zimmerman found not guilty for murdering Trayvon Martin in cold blood. In this country, black and brown kids go to prison for life for selling drugs, while corporate suits walk down long hallways killing our youth.
Wake up, people! This ain't nothing new. Let's talk about Sean Bell, Amadou,
Kimani Gray, and Emmett Till.
2013, with the generosity of Jack, I was able to call together 16 youth and bring them together for a summer intensive. We met 3 days a week, 3 hours a day. And in the course of just about 5 weeks, created a full multimedia hip-hop theater production called Barcode, a performative analysis of the school-to-prison pipeline. And that was an investigation and interrogation and exploration of what is the school-to-prison pipeline, how does it impact our lives, what are our stories and our testimonies, how can we pull research from guest speakers. We brought in formerly incarcerated folks who had been locked up as young people, held their stories with us, brought in key lawyers to share statistics and research from the stop and frisk trials, the Zimmerman verdict. So really with a quick and astute responsiveness to what was happening in the moment, we wove together a piece that really looked at all of the stories that explode when you start thinking about the school to prison pipeline.
The school to prison pipeline? Before Truth Worker, I had no knowledge. I didn't pay attention to it. I was surrounded by it, but it was just something that I was accustomed to. It was just like, okay, something's happening, let me mind my business. And then I joined Truth Worker, and Samara taught myself and others more about it than we knew. It changed me, honestly, from 2 years ago. Looking back at who I was 2 years ago and now, it's two completely different people.
In coming into Truth Worker Theater Company, it's really helped me because you tend to realize that it is that feeling within you of being fearful of the police officers, which gives them their power, and not knowing what your rights are. It's kind of hindering you from your power. Barcode, we were able to find out information that we had no clue about before, which empowers us within itself.
We talk a lot about how connected, how linked, how parallel it is in public schools and in the prison system, and how little people are aware of that, and still how much of an effect that has on our children, who are the future. There's something very special to be said about this theater company dealing with youth, because it's us that are gonna be in charge of things in order to break the cycles and show what is necessary to cultivate and support the coming generations and those before us, and deal with the issues that are happening now in a way that matters to us and in a way that's gonna touch other people.
Between textbook and central booking, there is a pipeline.
We're not trying to make pretty art. You know, we're not trying to show how good we can dance or sing. We're trying to use our artistry and our bodies and our craft as a vehicle and a vessel to stand for something that we really believe in, you know, to create an impact. So hopefully it's rippling and hopefully we'll continue to grow.
Reclaim our humanity. Rewrite history's pages. Reclaim our humanity and transform what enrages.
Thank you guys for being here today. You know, this started off with Rachel and I basically just wanting to create one peaceful protest. And like, look, here we are at our second one. I think this is like amazing. We have so many ideas going around. We really want to keep this movement going. I think that it's just so important as parents to show our kids that this matters to us too. You know, I've been having conversations one-on-one with a lot of you parents that I just like, my parenting style is to lead by example. Like, if you're gonna talk about it, you gotta like show them. And this is what this is about.
The intention that the Kids Peace Movement is rooted in is solidarity, unity, love, and peace. And that starts at home.
The Kids Peace Movement is a platform for children and youth of our community to be able to amplify their voices when it comes to positive and progressive change. So it's their platform, you know, they get to voice their opinion, ask the question, be educated on different issues going around within the community, outside of the community, globally, and really making them center stage.
It was week one of protest. We didn't feel like the protests were a safe place to take our children. So that's when we created like our own movement. We're like, all right, let's create something that we would feel comfortable bringing our children to. Mm-hmm. And again, one peaceful protest, but then it was just like the community support was incredible. So Rachel and I know each other because our daughters go to school together in Queens. And our daughters, they met in pre-K when they were about 4 years old. Bella now is 9 and Kelly's 10.
I learned about the Black Lives Matter movement sort of on the internet, but then on the streets, I started to see it a little more, and then I started asking my mom about it, and she told me a little more what was going on. So I thought to myself, oh, they're trying to make a change for a difference, and I thought that was so powerful, so we can have equality for everyone.
We are the future! We are the future! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Love is power! Love is power! Yes, we can!
A couple of days after George Floyd was murdered, my daughter came across the video on TikTok. And she actually came up to me and she was like, look, Mom, like, look at this. I'm really sensitive. And I was like, I don't want to see that. I didn't want to see it because it's enough for me to know what occurred. But she saw it. And that was kind of like earth-shattering. It was mind-blowing. And then the week after that, Blackout Tuesday, she posted her Black Box. And I realized it was like, you just have to have the conversation.
Black Lives Matter is an organized movement advocating for nonviolent civil disobedience in protest against incidents of police brutality against African American people.
First and foremost, I would tell every mother that this conversation is crucial and it has to happen, that you can no longer put it off. The main component, no matter what your race is, the main component of the conversation should be equality, and that to teach your children that no matter what, to speak up when they see injustice. To not say, oh, that's just that person or that person deserves it. I overprotected. I overprotected until I realized that I may be doing my Black son a disservice, taking him out of our own communities and not being able to see excellence in his own face. So he's been around loving people of all races. But it wasn't until recently that I realized that I have to teach my son, if he's approached, that he can't act like his white friends, or if he is stopped by the cops, or if he's in a situation that he has to carry himself differently just because he is a Black boy. If he's invited to a sleepover, that he is not to go anywhere but in the room that they're sleeping, because if anything comes up missing, because you're the only Black boy, you'll probably be accused of it. You know, I made my son learn about Tamir Rice because they were the exact same age. Scary. It's scary across the board.
I was at that first rally. I was standing on like a boulder with a bunch of cops behind me.
But how did you feel?
Sign.
How did you feel when you were there and you saw those people and what they were talking about?
I wasn't scared, but I wasn't not scared. I was more nervous.
This means if you see someone being racially profiled because of the color of their skin, or you may see someone not giving the same opportunity to excel as other people, speak up and say something. Don't just look at it and be a bystander. Do something.
Even though we're kids and we're young, we know what we're saying, and we know that all lives matter. We know that Black lives matter.
It is about breaking the cycle. So to see them doing things that we never did, I feel like we're on the right path with the Kids Peace movement.
Be alignment for Black Lives Matter, and it's a true statement because people are being treated differently, and all lives don't matter until Black lives matter. Many people are suffering, and we are the future. We don't want kids like us in the world to be treated differently for any reason, especially race.
We're here to guide children, guide them. Ultimately, you're bringing an entire human being into this world. That's going to be part of your legacy. Because when we go, if we have the privilege and the blessing of going before our children go, that's what you leave behind. And what you want to leave behind is gold, is something prosperous, is something that's going to bring good into this world.
A lot of what's going on, what will happen in the future, has a lot to do with him. I speak to him and I let him know that he has a responsibility, not only to his family, not only to his community, but also to his race. And mind you, this is a new mindset for me because I've been in survival for so long. Survival for me and my children, and making sure that we have what we need to have to sustain life. But now I'm stepping over survival and thinking more about legacy.
Activism to us, well, I don't know about us, but yeah, me, us, is doing maybe like a change or doing something different.
I want to be in a world where all lives matter and we can all be treated equally for who we are, and we're not judged by the color of our skin.
And I want them just to be able to excel and not have extra hurdles, extra obstacles placed in their way, and just be given an opportunity to show up.
It's never too early to start teaching a child how to be a good human. Like, it's never too early to start.
And that's what it's all about, teaching our children to just be good humans, to themselves, to one another.
Michael Brown, rest in peace, rest in peace. Michael Brown, rest in power, rest in power. Black lives matter, Black lives matter, Black lives matter, Black lives matter, Black lives matter.
Well, it happened on November 22nd, 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. I swiped myself onto the train, and there was another gentleman there. He needed to get on the train, so I opened up the door for him. And as he came in, and we were standing on the platform, one detective came from the right, another detective came from the left. They grabbed both of us, they put us up against the wall, placed us in handcuffs, asked us for our IDs. They ran our names and everything, and they let the other guy go. And they kept me because they said I was a recidivist, that I had a criminal record. So I went through the system, and before I went out to see the judge, my lawyer came to the back to speak to me, and I was quick to ask her, so can I get community service or a fine? And she was like, no, they want to offer you time. When I got out in front of the judge said, 10 days, Mr. Garcia, take it or leave it.
The broken windows theory comes from a magazine article that was published in The Atlantic in 1982. It was written by conservative criminologists George Kelling and James Q. Wilson. Wilson's earlier work had looked at the history of policing and the different styles over time, and he was really interested in the 19th century versions of policing, which were really much more focused on order maintenance than law enforcement. And he felt that that was the direction that policing need to go in the wake of the kind of social unrest of the 1960s and 70s. So a lot of the broken windows theory was driven by these historical concerns and understandings rather than any new empirical research. We usually associate the broken windows theory here in New York with Giuliani. It was the Manhattan Institute, a very conservative, kind of billionaire-funded think tank that introduced him to the idea. He then took that idea and melded it with his neoconservative politics that said that what the city needs is to restore order rather than to engage in any kind of reinvestment in communities in distress, etc. Here in New York, broken windows took the form of aggressively targeting homeless populations, street-level drug dealing, and over time becomes even more invasive, more aggressive.
When I was in there was a lot of other people who was telling me they were in there for the same thing, for jumping the turnstile. And actually there was some people in there who had gotten 20 days. So I started saying like, well, damn, 10 days, I kind of lucked out then in a way. They figure if they continue to, you know what I'm saying, harass people for minor offenses, their offenses won't get worse. But I think that's crap because they continue to arrest the same people over and over. You know, I know guys who came out who got arrested for sleeping on the streets, and a couple of days later they keep arresting them. So I really don't see that as a win, you know, because none of these guys that they're arresting, they are the guys that are just sleeping on the streets or people that jump turnstiles. I don't see how that's gonna stop people from doing worse crimes.
One of the questions about the broken windows theory is whether or not there really is a clear causal relationship between order and serious crime. It's clear that through concerted action, the police can do something about public disorder. The question is whether or not that has anything to do with the homicide rate or the amount of armed robberies. The correlation is not super strong, and the actual mechanisms of causation are not very clear. There have been a number of studies done in the US and in Europe, and the results are very mixed. There are places that show some connection between broken windows and serious crime, but many serious studies in the US show no connection. One example would be that the efforts to get rid of squeegee men and aggressive panhandlers in parts of Midtown Manhattan certainly improved the orderliness of those neighborhoods, but didn't have any effect on serious crime because there wasn't any serious crime in those areas.
So here I am walking down the steps towards the scene of the crime. Can I add a trip on this? If you don't have money, these things here, the turnstiles, they're a barrier for anybody trying to get to work, a doctor's appointment. You might have to go get food. You might have to go see your mother. You might have to go pick up a kid, a family member, something. If you ain't got no money, these things are a barrier. Yeah, to me, broken window policing, I think it's just broken policing.
The main concern that I have about broken windows policing, which I discuss in my new book, The End of Policing, is that policing comes with a lot of really negative collateral consequences. People who get arrested for low-level infractions run the risk of losing jobs, having family problems, being saddled with significant fines and court costs, and all of this is directed almost entirely towards the poorest members of our community. Officers could have used their discretion to give Mr. Garcia a warning and send him on his way. Instead, they put him in the criminal justice system at a cost of thousands of dollars and undermine his future employability. Here's someone who's had problems with the law in the past, but is employed, is moving in the right direction, and instead of getting support, is being pulled back into a system that's going to make him further alienated, harder to get into mainstream society, and potentially more of a future burden on the rest of us. Does it make sense to invest a huge amount of resources in arresting people for jumping the turnstile? Or does it make more sense to try to come to grips with the fact that there are large numbers of New Yorkers who can't afford to ride the train, and that we need to develop a system of reduced fare Metro cards, etc.?
In other cities, they just give you a ticket. In New York City, they put you in jail. What's up with that?
Oh shit! Oh my god! They shot him? Oh my fucking goodness!
Oh, they killed this boy!
Oh!
Please don't tell me he's gone. Please, Jesus, no! Please, no! Black lives matter! Black lives matter! Black lives matter! Black lives matter!
America is a country that is founded on slavery and genocide, and it's based on exploitation and oppression. As long as you have that, and as long as you have the police actually enforcing relations of exploitation and oppression, people are actually, unfortunately, going to have to be out fighting in the street for justice. There are more people that are killed by the police than are killed by lynching at the height of lynching each year. Last year, there were over 1,300 people killed by the police. You were 9 times as likely to get killed by the police if you're black than if you're white. Rallies matter because if people don't fight back in a range of different ways, including at rallies, then they get ground down and can't resist at all. And the other thing that matters is today's empire is tomorrow's ashes. We need revolution, and come out of nowhere. My hope is that actually people can build a movement for revolution and get rid of this monster.
Whose streets? Our streets! Shut it down! Shut it down!
I'm originally from Iran.
Shut it down! Shut down!
It's a lot easier for Americans, it seems, because of the media and the media coverage, to grieve people that are dying under the hands of quote-unquote authoritarian regimes. But if people are dying under the hands of a quote-unquote democratic regime, we almost automatically trust that this is something okay, or it's just, or that the police had good reasons for it, but they don't. These are just innocent people dying for their own existence.
When I first heard about the shooting with Philandro, I wanted to cry. I read it on the train this morning and I wanted to cry. Like, I felt like I lost somebody and I don't even know him. Like, that hurts. It hurts. It's like no matter what you do, you're just being prejudged off of your skin color. Look at the president. He's a black man and he still gets called a nigger.
Black man getting shot should not be like the weather. It should not be happening almost every other week. I just thought about all the other people who got shot, Trayvon Martin, Mike Brown, all these other kids, and when Trayvon Martin got shot and when that was all happening, I was actually the same age, because it's like, so that just made me think, that could be me. And I don't want that to be me.
I think it's important as a white person to utilize my privilege to speak up for the black members of my society, of the society that I share with them. I mean, unity is one thing that we need to come together as a community and show what we can do. But honestly, I'm at a loss. This is my only resort. I think protesting is about as effective as me voting, and I don't think it's doing much, but I'm still gonna do something.
What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! Justice for! Justice for! Justice for! Justice for!
As a mother, I have Jonah holding the sign because we want to reinforce the idea, and we want to say it loudly and proudly, that Black lives do matter. Doctors estimate that Jonah will be about 6'5". So at what point will he become a threat just in his body, just in the space? And so we will stand in protest of all police brutality and all brutality against African Americans, male and female.
But dig is necessary. We'll take a look at dirty crooks, make no apologies. Gonna sock your mind, learn what's behind these ideologies.
We're gonna turn it on. The show is only an hour. We're gonna spit some rhymes, share some history, a touch of minstrelsy.
Falcon Works is a community theater, but it's also, in this production, it's bringing in all of these people from all different backgrounds. It definitely plays to our community of Red Hook. This cast is just insanely talented.
Aaron!
Mia! Amanda!
Brian!
Miriam!
Charles!
Race. Ready, Set, Race is going to be a hit maker because of the simple fact that I don't care who you are. You gotta love some type of rap. Rock has rap in it. Gospel has rap in it. It's rapping, singing, dancing, and we're interacting with the crowd.
When I do my opening rap, it kind of highlights everything that the show is about. I just say, this is a race review, we do that is ready, set, go, about to bust your status quo. That's a Q to the U to the O.
This play really breaks down the history of race and how it was formulated and why, and how that has shaped the society that we live in today, and why we may have prejudices because we have learned things that we think are innate but are actually man-made.
The work that we have produced has always been an attempt to get people to think about the world that they live in and how they might want to change that, and then to, even while they're in the theater, start to strategize together about ways to start implementing some kinds of changes, or to think about things that they could start to implement in their own lives. If people think of that as community theater, that's great.
I think community theater is phenomenal. I think it's what Theater of the Oppressed needs, and I think it's vital. I wish all communities were that were actually looking at stories that meant something to the community as opposed to producing Neil Simon plays.
The songs kind of give this tongue-in-cheek vibe to the play where you're given all this very upsetting information, but through song. One of the songs is actually called Colonial American Booty Call. Reg wrote the lyrics thinking about a colony trying to seduce the British Empire. I was like, okay, well, let's make a 90s sounding R&B slow jam.
Ring, ring, ring. Hey, baby. You remember me? The colonies.
I'll get up against your purple mountains. And your fruited plains.
Boy, you crazy.
Crazy about you, baby.
Booty call.
A colonial American booty call.
There's actually a fun part of the play, this is going to be a spoiler alert, where we instruct the audience to literally look online to find the laws that were set in place in the 1600s through the 1700s about any non-white peoples and how they were made as to be property, and these laws are literally still online today.
You've got Google up, you're searching Virginia Assembly Slave Act 1705, and we're looking for codes started in 1680. Take your time, don't rush, don't panic, mind your breathing, and while you're searching, we just got a little tune for you. Come on now, take us up now.
25-year arrest, white supremacy into law. If you wonder where this going, we gon' leave that up to y'all. Since it's 25-year arrest, that's a hell of a thing to do. But we show you how they do it before the song gets through.
All right, so we've got a code that was established in 1680.
Boom. It becomes legal for a white person or person to kill an escaped slave who resists capture. Slaves also are forbidden to arm themselves for either offensive or defensive purposes. Punishment: 20 lashes on one's bare back.
White supremacy is introduced into the colonies as a social control mechanism, as a way to, first of all, prevent class solidarity in the labor classes. And that class was made up of Africans, Englishmen, Scotsmen. Suddenly, that class was divided into whites and blacks. In fact, the idea of white as a racial classification doesn't happen until the 1680s as part of miscegenation laws.
This was the invention of the white race.
Perhaps the greatest feat of magic ever realized.
Invented for the express purpose of driving a wedge between the European and African labor. The white race! Dividing a community who had shared common cause for 50 years. The white race! Invented by a clever ruling class to protect the capital interests and the interests of the crowd. The white race! And some still embrace the notion of white supremacy to this day. The white race! One more time, y'all. What it is? White race!
Cool. Let's do one more, just to have where you just do the writer, creator of Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer.
Okay. Hi, I'm David Crownson, and I'm the writer and creator of Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. I'm serious. You can add the part of me laughing and shit and cut around that, because I'm like, yes, it's serious, but it's Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. Come on. What this comic book is about is Harriet Tubman, who we all know and love from history, except I've imagined her with martial arts skills and katanas and vampires and werewolves exist. We don't really go deep into it, but they just exist, and Harriet Tubman is the chosen one to lead slaves to freedom and slay demons. I was basically in Ghana, West Africa. I was taking a little bit of a break from America. I had been auditioning for a few big, high-profile projects, and it was really stressful and really exhausting. One day, I'm just watching TV, and it's this Harriet Tubman documentary that comes on. So I'm like watching it, I'm like, all right, cool, Harriet Tubman, this is dope, I love it. I start channel surfing, and I stumble upon Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. I'm watching that, movie ends, and then, again, more channel surfing, and I stumble upon Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunters.
Now, child, test the oven and see if it is hot enough.
Later on that night, I'm just, I had a journal, and I was journaling all day, and journaling my whole experiences being in Ghana. And after like 3 pages of stream of conscious journaling, 3 things popped up when I looked back at the page, and it's Harriet Tubman, katana ninja fight scene, and witch hunters, and they all just jump at me, and then I'm just like, Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. It lives in my head because I still don't know what it was. I don't know who the characters are, and I was kind of like trying to figure out who was who. I'm like, okay, maybe she'll meet a family, and it'll be a husband and a wife and a little girl. And I had this whole then I kind of crafted this whole story. I got it! Okay, so it starts with this family called the Edgefields. They are escaping slavery. They're running away to freedom. Reasons you'll find out in issue 3. But they've decided that they're leaving, give me liberty or give me death. And they get caught by these white men who are patrolling the night, and it turns out these guys are vampires. And the Edges are like, what are vampires? We've never heard of that before. So they're about to get killed, then all of a sudden you hear, excuse me, hi! And it's this petite little woman. And they're just like, what the fuck? I'm like, who are you? And it's Harriet Tubman. And she's just chill and calm and relaxed. I knew I wanted to show Harriet being a badass, but how are you a badass without doing something physical? And I think being a badass is when someone comes like a snarling, scary person, you're just chill and calm and relaxed, and you clap back at it too. And I knew I wanted that scene, that moment to happen, but I don't know why, I had a lot of trouble writing it.
I don't know any damn Mr. Bridgewater.
Well, then you must not be educated. Ugh, your breath smells like the devil's ass. Would you kindly take a step back out of my face?
There was a version that I did it where, the dialogue was kind of it came off a little bit too modern. And my illustrator, Cortland, was like, hey man, Harriet's kind of coming off a girl on the C train who's getting into a fight. And I'm like, oh, yeah.
Who the hell do you think you're talking to, gal?
A jackass who's in need of a Bentley. No, I ain't gonna say it again. No, it's not.
It's not landing. It's not.
Sorry.
It's just too modern.
Yeah, I think you need to switch up the words a little bit. Do
they really have Bentleys? Do they even know about that?
I don't even. Let's just switch it up. Switch it up a little bit.
What would Darantino say? Or any of those guys? What would Scorsese say? He's a mean guy. I don't know. I am just totally lost.
So I researched 1800s slang and dialogue. It started with me going what the fuck? I don't know what I'm gonna do with this shit. This isn't working. And then be like,
stand still, bitch.
Like this.
Holy shit! That's it! So yeah, that's where we are so far. And at the end of issue 2, we meet someone from Harriet's past who is a surprise, and you'll learn more about him, and he's really fun to write. I think for these next few issues, like, it's going to be a different artist, but just because of time and production and for turnaround, you are also recreating your characters. You're saying the same thing, but it's like you have to be either even more specific, or you have to explain it even more. Like, I think issue 3 is going to be drawn by this amazing artist named Sylvain Montesseur, and he's great and he's amazing. My only is going to be a fun challenge because he doesn't speak English. Third one is coming out on June 19th. Because nothing screams slavery being abolished like Harriet Tubman killing a bunch of racist vampires and werewolves and demons.
Labs is a team of multidisciplinary, multicultural women of color working at the intersection of art, science, technology, and futurism. NSAF is a 4-part project we created in the summer of 2016. We took a hair salon and reimagined it. So you think you're going in to get your hair done, but you're really going to get your brain optimized. It debuted at Sundance in 2017 at New Frontier. And it's a project that is looking at the roles and contributions of Black women in art, science, technology, and futurism, while specifically looking at neuroscience and questioning, where are all the Black women in neuroscience? And you can take that same question and position it to a number of different things because visibility is often lacking. We have to create platforms to connect with people. Hello. Do you see me? Yeah, I can see you. Virtual reality right now in its current iteration is a space that is begging for content. And we wanted to create content that highlighted nuanced representations of Black women at its inception so that it's not like film we're playing catch up to challenge these stereotypical notions of what it means to be living in a racialized body. Also just creating what we wanted to see.
Brooks organized a group of neurofeminists to create the synaptic lineage. This is an autonomous network gathering and distributing communal memories and knowledge. Collective experience is carried through human agents and hosted on local servers as communal data is weaved through their neural networks. Kind of how coded information and directional coordinates were transmitted through the lyrics of old Negro spirituals. Message songs.
We decided to tell the story through an installation, through objects, through virtual reality, and through cognitive impact research. And our main character, who you meet in the VR in the world, created this world where she's collecting memories from women in her community, elders, and creating this super technology. As you experience the VR piece, you start in the seated position and you're embodied inside of our avatar. Her name is Fatima. She's a young Black woman and she's ended up in the salon. She doesn't exactly know how she got there, but you look into a mirror and you see yourself as her. And our main character, Brooks, comes up behind you. Brooks does this session on you and then you go through the mirror and you lose your body. And there's this fly-through scene where you're flying through all of these relics and old representations of Black women that are kind of falling into the lava. And at the end, you get to this podium where you meet 3 new representations of women and they have a message for you. And then after that, you kind of come out of it and you're back into the salon. You leave feeling a little bit lighter. You leave hopefully feeling empowered. You know, that was our intention of helping you to understand that we're showing you something and you're in the experience to be mindful of it. And you're living life and you have a blank slate and you can be whatever you want to be and do whatever you want to do. Since doing this work, we've been able to connect with other creators, other artists. Now that we're here, you know, me as a Black woman, Carmen as an American, and Ece as a Turkish woman, now we can stand up and say, look at us, we're here, we've done this thing. We did it in a thoughtful way and you can do the same.
You are free from the constraints that have been placed on you throughout reality. There is no pain or suffering in this world. The only limit is your imagination. This is a blank slate.
You're the nth of perfection of them all. You're the star when I gaze in your direction. Life is caviar. I can barely wait for that night when we'll share the same fate, and from then on, sweet angel, I will worship you my life long. For you, you can do no wrong. from then on, sweet angel, I will worship you my life long. For you, you can do no wrong. You can do no wrong. It's painfully true that you can do no wrong.
Hey, you've reached Chris. Leave a message.
Hi. We spoke this morning about your filming this documentary of Oric, and I've given it thought, and I just don't feel good about it at all. I don't want to be interviewed about him and bring that all up again. It's too a painful and dangerous method.